também na cefalometria convencional esse avanço maxilar foi atestado. E vejam que isso foi capaz de protruir o lábio superior e também o terço médio da face. 2 anos depois, o pesquisador publicou 25 casos consecutivos com tomografia computadorizada e que estão ilustrados aqui nesses mapas coloridos, que a Marília vai dar mais detalhes para vocês, mas vejam que, apesar da média dele de avanço maxilar ser 4 milímetros, fica bem claro nessa tela que houve uma variação individual bastante expressiva, de modo que os maxilares que aparecem na coloração vermelha, eles mostraram avanço maxilar, e os que aparecem em cor verde, porque a maxila não respondeu bem à terapia utilizada. Quando a gente viu esses resultados, não tem como não pensar nos nossos pacientes com a fissura lábio-palatina, principalmente os pacientes com a fissura transforame unilateral, que apresentam uma marcante deficiência maxilar, que podem apresentar uma marcante deficiência maxilar como resultado das intervenções primárias, principalmente a queiloplastia, né? E, então, a gente tem aqui uma criança, um paciente do hospital, nascendo com uma convexidade facial bastante expressiva, e a gente percebe que depois da queiloplastia, a criança vai demonstrando gradativamente uma restrição maxilar, de modo que na adolescência esse paciente já demonstra um padrão 3, né, por deficiência maxilar. E aqui a gente tem essa comparação bem clara do nascimento e após o crescimento, ou seja, é uma maloclusão esquelética com influência ambiental marcante, né, e que a gente não pode evitar, porque a gente não vai deixar de fazer a queiloplastia para prevenir essas ocorrências, essas ocorrências no crescimento. Mas a terapia mais efetiva que a gente tem para tratar esses pacientes atualmente é a cirurgia ortognática, né, que é requerida em aproximadamente 40% dos nossos pacientes com deficiência, com a fissura transforame unilateral. Só que essa cirurgia é realizada após o crescimento, né, por volta dos 16 a 20 anos de idade, e de modo que o nosso paciente com a fissura vai passar a uma fase crítica, que é a adolescência, mostrando essa desconfiguração facial, né? E a gente se preocupa então com a qualidade de vida ao longo desse tempo, importante tanto a infância quanto a adolescência, e a ocorrência do bullying. Um trabalho de doutorado, né, do Centrinho demonstrou que a ocorrência de bullying em crianças com fissuras é mais de 2 vezes ampliado em relação aos seus irmãos, né, sem fissura, que é uma preocupação muito grande. E a ocorrência, o bullying é uma ocorrência repetida de chacota que traz consequências negativas, né, como a baixa autoestima, a depressão, a resistência para ir à escola, mesmo o abandono dos estudos. Então, são consequências sérias e que é uma preocupação para todos os profissionais envolvidos com a reabilitação multidisciplinar. O manejo ortopédico, ele é bem limitado, que a gente tem atualmente, que é a máscara facial para correção da deficiência maxilar. Ele provoca efeitos limitados, ou seja, a maxila avança em média 1 a 1,5 milímetros, e nós sabemos que ao remover a máscara facial, porque a máscara facial ela não pode ficar sendo utilizada durante todo o crescimento, não é? Então a gente pode esperar que ocorra a recidiva, porque ao tirar a máscara e o efeito restritivo do lábio continua ali e as tensões do lábio ganham, né, do manejo ortopédico da classe 3. Mas por que a gente não pode deixar a máscara facial ao longo de todo o crescimento até que a criança pare de crescer? Porque ela é apoiada em dentes, né, e ela arrasta os dentes superiores para frente, diminui o perímetro do arco dentário, e que já é restrito, muito restrito nos pacientes com a fissura. Em outras palavras, a gente vai ter problemas para acomodar todos os dentes superiores nesses pacientes. O Manual da Organização Mundial da Saúde mesmo faz uma crítica à máscara facial, que mais estudos longitudinais deveriam ser feitos em pacientes com essa terapia, e porque a máscara facial poderia ser considerada um burden of care, né, um sobretratamento, já que os seus efeitos não são estáveis ao longo do tempo. Então surgiu a ideia de testar a protração maxilar ancorada em mini placas em pacientes com fissuras palatinas, e a gente teve um apoio muito grande do inventor desse procedimento, que foi o professor Hugo de Klerk. Então, o professor Hugo de Klerk, ele visitou o centrinho 4 vezes para viabilizar esse projeto, 3 vezes acompanhado pela sua esposa, que também é ortodontista e desenhou as mini placas. E o Dr. Renato, ele abraçou essa causa, e o Dr. Hugo, então, trazia as mini placas e ensinou o Dr. Renato, assim como toda a equipe, a posicionar as placas. Depois ele veio outras vezes para acompanhar o tratamento desses pacientes, que foi uma amostra de 26 crianças, com adolescentes, na realidade, com a fissura transforame unilateral. Então, o Dr. Renato defendeu a tese recentemente, agora em julho desse ano, e a Marília, que também, o Renato fez o estudo bidimensional, a cefalometria bidimensional, e a Marília, análise tridimensional da tomografia computadorizada, e a Marília tem previsão para a defesa de tese no começo de 2016. Bom, além do apoio do professor Hugo, a gente teve ainda a colaboração da Universidade de Michigan, no laboratório da doutora Lúcia Sevidanes, que deu amplo apoio para a análise tridimensional das imagens, e também recebeu a doutora Marília Gatabi no seu laboratório por um ano. Mas vamos ver, então, um dos casos da nossa amostra. A paciente com uma fissura transforame unilateral do lado esquerdo. Ele também tinha uma fissura incompleta do lado direito, só do lábio, envolvendo o lábio, e ele tinha uma idade inicial de 12 anos. Bom, mordida cruzada anterior, um oveligete de quase 6 milímetros, e na classificação de Gosman, ele era um clássico caso de índice 5, ou seja, a pior referência, né, da relação entre os arcos dentários, a maxila muito atrás da mandíbula. O paciente apresentava a genesia dos 2 segundos premolares superiores, a genesia do 22, e o 23, então, estava em processo irruptivo. O paciente foi enxertado, aqui o enxerto já tinha sido realizado, enxertado com BMP, e essa é a tomografia inicial, antes da instalação das mini placas, que serviu para o estudo do posicionamento das mini placas. Então, aqui a gente vê como se a pele tivesse, de repente, desaparecido da nossa frente, o tecido mole, e a gente vê o esqueleto do paciente com comprometimento do crescimento maxilar em toda a sua extensão, né, em toda a sua altura. Os valores cefalométricos comprovavam essa deficiência maxilar. Se a gente passar uma linha tangente à glabela, a gente esperaria, como normalidade, a maxila está pelo menos 1 milímetro à frente dessa linha. Vejam, e a maxila está mais que 5 milímetros atrás dessa linha de referência, né? E todos os valores denunciando a deficiência maxilar e a relação esquelética de classe 3 ou padrão 3. Bom, o protocolo clínico para esses pacientes diferiu dos pacientes sem fissura e demandou uma reflexão bastante grande, né, em relação à ordem dos procedimentos. Bom, como as mini placas são colocadas entre lateral e canino inferior, a gente tem que esperar a fase de erupção do canino inferior. O canino inferior tem que estar na boca para a gente começar a ortopedia, porque senão as mini placas podem lesar o gêmeo do canino. A maxila tem que estar enxertada também, e a gente aguardava um período de reparo de pelo menos 6 meses após o enxerto para começar o protocolo ortopédico, né, com a instalação então, das mini placas, seguido pela instalação dos elásticos de classe 3. Então, 3 semanas após a cirurgia de instalação das mini placas, os elásticos eram colocados. A gente vai dar mais detalhes sobre isso logo mais. E muitos dos pacientes precisavam também de uma placa de levantamento de mordida devido à sobremordida profunda. Então, agora o Renato vai detalhar para vocês o procedimento cirúrgico, que é muito importante. Ele obteve uma estabilidade muito grande e o sucesso da terapia depende dessas nuances cirúrgicas para ter o sucesso.
Olá, bom dia a todos. Eu aproveito mais uma vez para agradecer publicamente. Eu já fiz outras vezes a professora Daniela por ter me convidado a participar desse trabalho. Foi um prazer enorme. E a Marília, que veio um pouquinho depois que eu comecei, veio para organizar toda a minha mostra, que no começo estava bem bagunçada. Ela veio e organizou com o estudo em ordem. E com isso foi possível eu fazer a parte mais fácil do trabalho, que era a instalação das placas, na verdade. Não é um procedimento muito complicado, tá? Ele pode ser feito com anestesia local, anestesia geral. Aqui no hospital, como a gente tem uma facilidade grande na realização da anestesia geral, todos os pacientes foram instalar todas as placas em todos os pacientes sob anestesia geral. Mas ela pode ser feita com anestesia local. Eu não tenho experiência. O professor Hugo Leclerc fez todas as dele com anestesia local e teve um índice de estabilidade bom também. Mas o que vem sendo passado para a gente é que os cirurgiões não estão conseguindo um índice bom de estabilidade nessas placas e não estão tendo sucesso na terapia. Então, foi muito mais fácil para mim. O professor Leclerc veio, me orientou como colocar as placas, eu fiz algumas sozinho, depois ele veio mais uma vez, foi comigo ao centro cirúrgico, acompanhou a instalação, deu algumas dicas, alguns macetes que ajudaram nessa estabilidade. Então, essas são as placas, desculpa, essas são as placas que nós colocamos. Essas são as da maxila, com 3 parafusos, para a maxila ser um osso mais poroso, mais fino, no local de instalação. E essas são as da mandíbula, com 2 parafusos, por ser um osso bem mais compacto, 2 parafusos são suficientes. Essa é a maneira onde as placas, esse é o local onde as placas devem ser colocadas. Na região de pilar zigomático, bilateral, e na mandíbula entre lateral e canino. Pode ser colocado também entre canino e pré, caso seja necessário. Mas em todos os pacientes a gente conseguiu colocar entre lateral e canino, fica mais fácil, menos risco de lesão ao feixe vascular nervoso do alveolar inferior e mecaniano. Aqui o procedimento cirúrgico, essas aqui são fotos do professor de imagens, o professor Hugo cedeu. Então é feita uma incisão em L na maxila, mais ou menos na altura do primeiro molar permanente. Essa incisão é feita no limite entre as mucosas alveolar e ceratinizada, ou você pode fazer também dentro da mucosa ceratinizada. Aqui o paciente, um dos pacientes que nós operamos. Aqui só o lado invertido, que a foto é mais bonita, mas o procedimento é o mesmo. A partir da incisão é feito um descolamento de retalho total, no periostal, expondo a área do pilar zigomático. A partir daí, a placa, ela é uma placa resistente, mas ela tem bastante maleabilidade. E no começo, nas primeiras cirurgias que eu fiz sozinho, como a gente está habituado com a cirurgia ortognática, eu fazia dobras na placa para adaptar bem ao osso, para facilitar a instalação. E quando o Dr. Hugo veio a primeira vez do centro cirúrgico comigo, ele falou, não tem necessidade, coloca a placa, pressiona a placa, ela se molda ao osso, e realmente isso acontece. Você pode colocar a placa aqui e através de algum instrumento, a gente usa um segurador de placas, que tem uma bolinha na ponta, você pressiona a placa contra o osso, ela se molda realmente. A maior dificuldade nesses casos é pela idade do paciente. Veja que essa parte mais escurinha aqui a gente vê por transparência aqui o seio maxilar. Então o osso é bastante fino nessa região. Eu imagino que com anestesia local, alguns casos com anestesia geral, a placa eu fui colocar e o osso era muito fino e não estabilizava, eu consegui tirar a placa, mudar a posição, levar um pouquinho mais para trás e colocá-la num osso mais resistente. Talvez com a anestesia local seja mais difícil, por se tratar de crianças. Então a placa é instalada, geralmente eu colocava o primeiro parafuso, esse do meio, depois colocava o parafuso superior e deixava por último esse aqui, que era geralmente na parte mais fraca do osso. Um paciente só eu tive que deixar sem o parafuso do meio, que eu usei o parafuso de 2 milímetros, ele não travou, eu tive que colocar um de 2,3 milímetros, não travou, e aí eu deixei sem parafuso. E o caso evoluiu bem, 2 parafusos na parte alta e baixa seguraram bem. O que ajuda muito nessa placa é o desenho dela, ela tem essa haste, que ela não fica inteira em contato com o osso, ela fica em contato no parafuso e em contato aqui no pescocinho dela, onde ela sai do osso em direção à mucosa. Então isso ajuda muito na estabilidade, ela fica bem firme, ela não tem realmente mobilidade nenhuma. Depois era feita sutura com pontos simples interrompidos e terminada a parte da maxila. Isso era feito bilateral. Eu não sei se com anestesia local é possível colocar as 4 placas de uma vez, por ser criança, talvez sim, talvez não. Aqui na mandíbula também é um R invertido, na região de canino, e aí feito um descolamento muco-periostal, expondo a região entre as raízes, fica fácil de visualizar as raízes nesse local, e a placa da mandíbula é bem mais fácil de ser instalada que a placa da maxila. Quase eu não precisa nem apertar a direita, o osso aqui é bem retinho, a placa se molda bem, e aí são colocados 2 parafusos nessa região. O importante é a plaquinha sair, o tamborzinho dela sair bem nessa região, entre as mucosas, isso ajuda muito. Se você deixar dentro da mucosa alveolar, você pode ter inflamação nessa mucosa. Mas ficando na gengiva ceratinizada, não vai ter problema nenhum. Então, pessoal, recapitulando, mostrando para vocês a instalação das placas e a posição que elas ficam. Todos os pacientes que nós colocamos, foram 26 pacientes, como a professora Daniela falou, e 2 placas foram, 3 placas foram perdidas. Uma eu consegui refixar a própria placa e 2 eu tive que remover e colocar outra placa. Agora tem um último paciente que está terminando que teve um probleminha com a placa também, mas já consegui resolver. Então o índice de estabilidade foi bom, a saúde, tecido aqui gengival foi boa, nenhum paciente teve problema, exceto um paciente que no lado da fissura a mucosa era muito fibrosada, não tinha altura nenhuma, não tinha profundidade de suco, foi muito difícil colocar a placa, e esse paciente depois, quando voltou 3 semanas para instalar os elásticos, ele já tinha, a mucosa já tinha a placa está toda recoberta por mucosa. Teve que ser feita uma cirurgia periodontal para expor a placa para começar a usar os elásticos. Depois, com a própria presença do elástico, a mucosa não cobriu de novo. Essa dificuldade no paciente fissurado. Então, é isso que nós conseguimos, tá? A placa fica bem distante, a região do elástico fica bem distante da mucosa, então não causa desconforto para o paciente. Às vezes, nessa região, nós precisamos do canino irrompido direitinho, a altura certa da placa, porque o elástico pode pegar na mucosa do canino, e aí o paciente não vai usar porque vai machucar. Mas nessa altura é possível colocar os elásticos tranquilamente, sem ferir mucosa, e o paciente aceita muito bem esse tratamento. Mostrando uma visão lateral, não tem inflamação gengival nenhuma, bem tolerável. Um paciente só teve dor na mucosa do lábio nas primeiras 3 semanas, foi colocado cera e esse paciente depois a cera sobre a placa até que melhorasse o edema e isso se resolveu também. A professora Daniela vai voltar agora para as considerações ortodônticas do caso. Muito obrigado.
Bom, eu tenho que dar um crédito para o Dr. Renato, que está fazendo doutorado, mas ele é profissional do centrinho, e o Dr. Hugo e a esposa elogiaram muito a colocação precisa da placa, né? Então, o Dr. Hugo viu os pacientes e dava risada, né? E o que o senhor está rindo? Falando, não, as placas estão muito bem colocadas, ele falava, porque esse era um dos receios dele, né? Ele falou assim, Renato coloca tão bem quanto o meu cirurgião. E a esposa, então, completou, falou, não, ele está colocando melhor do que o nosso cirurgião, né? O que é um orgulho muito grande para o centrinho, né? Bom, logo após depois de 3 semanas da instalação das mini placas, então começava o regime, o uso do elástico por 24 horas. O paciente comia com elástico, dormia com elástico. E a força, vejam que não é uma força que a gente usualmente ortopédica, era uma força em nível ortodôntico. Ela iniciava com 100 gramas no primeiro dia da instalação, no segundo mês pulava para 150 gramas, e de modo que no terceiro mês ela aumentava para 250 gramas e assim estabilizava ao longo do período de tratamento. Então, 250 gramas de cada lado, 500 gramas sobre a maxila. Vejam a necessidade da placa de levantamento de mordida. O paciente tinha sobremordida profunda e a sobremordida profunda pode atrapalhar, comprometer bastante o avanço maxilar. Então, erroneamente, começamos colocando a placa de levantamento no arco inferior, como estavam usualmente acostumados a fazer. E depois eu vou explicar que existe uma contraindicação para ela no arco inferior, e ela teve que, a um certo ponto, a gente começou a instalar no arco superior, né? O arco superior é o lugar correto para as placas. Então, vejo que com o uso da placa, a gente abre a mordida na região posterior. Esse paciente especificamente, que é esse primeiro paciente que nós estamos vendo, tinha uma giroversão do incisivo central superior, do lado esquerdo. Durante a mecânica de protração maxilar, houve uma pequena intervenção ortodôntica no sentido de fazer a correção, a giroversão do incisivo, para que isso não atrapalhasse na definição do trespasse horizontal. E aqui a gente tem uma sequência desse paciente ao longo do tempo de acompanhamento. A terapia do paciente durou aproximadamente 18 meses, 1 ano e meio, e ele foi, a relação intermaxilar, então saiu do Goslon 4, de Goslon 5 para o Goslon 1, uma correção trespasse horizontal positivo foi obtido, e se os ortodontistas que estão na plateia podem notar que houve correção de uma cúspide completa na região dos premolares, o que é uma coisa admirável para uma intervenção ortopédica. Esse é o resultado facial final desse paciente e os resultados oclusais depois de 18 meses de terapia. Lógico, existe estabilidade? Não é possível esperar estabilidade, porque o fator etiológico continua ali, não é a tensão labial. Então, há que se preservar a contenção noturna até o final do crescimento. Existe algum problema de manter esses elásticos por tão longo tempo? Não, porque a placa tem uma coragem esquelética e ela não vai causar nenhum efeito colateral na dentição. Essa é a reconstrução da panorâmica ao final da terapia, após 18 meses, mostrando que o canino está irrompendo através da área enxertada e houve um aparecimento tardio do segundo premolar, que é muito comum nos pacientes com a fissura lábio-palatina. E aqui a gente tem a perspectiva, né, da mudança do início para o final da terapia, a mudança drástica na convexidade facial, né? Então, a face inicialmente padrão 3, por deficiência maxilar marcante, e o efeito depois, vejam que não só o lábio superior foi protruído, mas toda a face média, né? A pontinha do nariz, vejam, ela avançou bastante em relação ao mento e em relação à fronte, muito embora aqui a fronte esteja coberta pela frente. E aqui a perspectiva de correção, né, do oclusão inicial e a final do paciente. Esse paciente, ele teve aproximadamente 6 milímetros de avanço maxilar durante 1 ano e meio de terapia, e as mudanças foram bastante grandes. Vejam, no naso labial, ele teve uma redução de 24 graus, e a convexidade esquelética, ela aumentou 14 graus, o que é bastante impressionante. Aqui a gente tem a sobreposição cefalométrica, onde vocês veem a quantidade de avanço maxilar, e vejam que depois de 1 ano e meio, o traçado final está em preto, né, que não houve muito avanço mandibular, né, e a gente vai falar um pouquinho do que aconteceu com a mandíbula. Então, a tomografia, reconstrução 3D inicial e após a terapia. E aqui a gente tem a sobreposição. Então, a tomografia em verde é inicial, a branca é a final, e por esse modelo de transparência, nós conseguimos enxergar também na reconstrução 3D a quantidade de avanço maxilar. Vejam que a maxila desse paciente colora toda em vermelho, quer dizer que a massa esquelética estava externa no final do tratamento. E não só na região da base apical, mas também do terço médio facial e na região zigomática, o que impressionou bastante também. E a sobreposição facial. Vejam que essa região branca significa que foi uma região que sofreu um avanço. Então, não só o lábio superior, mas também, como toda a região do nariz e parte do malar se deslocaram para frente. E aqui um mapa colorido demonstrando as regiões em vermelho, que são as regiões onde ocorreu um off, né, onde as estruturas do tecido vieram para fora. Mais um paciente da amostra, também com 12 anos, vejam que é uma idade posterior a que a gente está acostumado a usar máscara facial, porque a gente tem que aguardar a erupção dos caninos. Também tinha um padrão 3, uma deficiência maxilar importante. Vejam que o lado superior está atrás do lado inferior. Ele era um paciente do padrão horizontal, né, que a gente diz é um crescimento favorável, e ele tinha um índice Gosselin 4 com objeto de quase negativo, de quase 4 milímetros. Nessa fotografia, então, as placas estão instaladas, o paciente já tinha recebido o enxerto ósseo, e a reconstrução da panorâmica inicial, o paciente com a genesia do 22 e do 15. Esse paciente também tinha uma fissura transforame unilateral do lado esquerdo. Aqui a reconstrução 3D inicial, mostrando a deficiência de todo o complexo maxilar. E os números cefalométricos que denunciam também a relação esquelética de classe 3 ou o padrão 3 por deficiência maxilar. Agora a gente usa as placas no arco superior e a gente aprendeu que ao longo do mês o paciente faz edentações nas placas, né? E todo mês essas placas têm que ser desgastadas. Talvez esse é um dos maiores pulos do gato da terapia. Essas placas têm que ser desgastadas, porque senão elas travam, né, a relação maxilo-mandibular. E é por isso que elas não podem ser usadas no arco inferior. Porque se elas estiverem no arco inferior e travarem os dentes superiores, à medida que o elástico protrui a maxila, leva a placa para frente e descompensa os incisivos inferiores, o que seria um efeito bastante negativo e que a gente observava no começo da terapia, quando as placas placas iam para o arco inferior. Então, aqui a gente tem um acompanhamento desse segundo paciente, do início para o tratamento até o final da terapia, que durou 12 meses, 1 ano. E a face ao final, né? Então, houve também uma melhora na aparência facial do paciente. E agora vem, né, depois de 12 meses de terapia, as placas continuam em posição, os elásticos vão ser recomendados para uso noturno como contenção, porque a gente não pode ter a ilusão, então, da estabilidade. Não existe estabilidade nesse paciente com a fissura lábio-palatina. A comparação do início para o final do tratamento, a melhora na convexidade facial. Vejam que tanto também o lábio superior quanto a região nasal e malar foram protruídas. E a correção da oclusão. Lógico que agora vem a fase 2 do tratamento ortodôntico, que é a terapia corretiva com aparelho fixo para refinar a oclusão. Esses pacientes, eles notaram a diferença, os pais notaram a diferença e ficaram felizes, né, bastante felizes com os resultados. A panorâmica ao final e análise cefalométrica mostrando o avanço maxilar de aproximadamente 3 milímetros, mas também com bastante melhoras no padrão cefalométrico. Aqui a gente pode comparar a teleradiografia, a reconstrução da teleradiografia no início e ao final da terapia, e a sobreposição cefalométrica, o preto inicial, o verde final, demonstrando a quantidade aqui de avanço maxilar. Os incisivos, eles ficaram praticamente estáveis. Aqui a gente está notando uma suave protrusão do incisivo superior, porque a placa desse paciente recebeu molas, porque o professor Hugo, ele recomendava que parte do trespasse negativo, quando o trespasse está no topo, ele recomendava dar um tapinha nos incisivos para fazer o jump the bite, né, para corrigir a sobremordida, para dar estabilidade rápida, estabilidade oclusal mais rápida ao paciente. E a comparação do inicial e do final, vejam os mapas coloridos demonstrando novamente avanços da região nasomaxilar, a sobreposição inicial e final, então inicial em vermelho e o final está em semi-transparência, e aqui a gente tem a exata noção do avanço maxilar ocorrido. Olha que essa é uma boa notícia também, apesar do alvo da terapia ortopédica ser a maxila, a gente nota que a mandíbula respondeu de uma maneira muito favorável, porque não houve avanço mandibular ao longo de 1 ano de crescimento, que não seria esperado, porque normalmente a mandíbula avançaria, cresceria durante esse período. Mas aqui vocês veem também que, e a Marília vai explicar melhor para vocês, que existe uma remodelação da fossa e o côndilo se desloca para trás. Então, à medida que a mandíbula cresce, o côndilo ele se desloca para trás, de modo que o avanço maxilar não é percebido ao longo desse tempo de terapia. Mais especificamente, sem querer fazer confusão, complicar a cabeça de vocês, eu sei que a nossa plateia é interdisciplinar, mas o que acontece com a mandíbula é que os vetores do elástico são diferentes da força colocada pela máscara facial, por exemplo. Ela tem esse vetor para cima e para trás, e ela tende a fechar o ângulo goníaco. Quando a gente tem um fechamento do ângulo goníaco, a mandíbula já fica mais curta, ela fica menos expressiva no sentido anteroposterior. E somado a essa redução do ângulo goníaco, que acaba encurtando a mandíbula, mandíbula, a gente tem a remodelação da fossa para trás e também o deslocamento do ramo maxilar para trás, um giro do ramo mandibular para trás, de modo que a mandíbula não avança, ou às vezes ela tem até uma suave retrusão durante a terapia, mesmo ela se alongando. Isso o professor Leclerc também mostrou esses mesmos resultados em pacientes sem fissuras labiopalatina, né? Que essa restrição da protrusão mandibular ao longo do crescimento. Agora a Maria vai mostrar o trabalho dela especificamente e os resultados de uma maneira geral.
Olá, bom dia. Gostaria de agradecer o convite da professora Daniela para estar expondo e compartilhando com vocês a experiência que eu tive na Universidade de Michigan e o protocolo de análise da imagem 3D que eu tenho aprendido ainda com a professora Lúcia Sevidanes. Então, para análise 3D, o que a gente preconiza é que a partir do exame de tomografia computadorizada de feixe cônico, o primeiro passo seria realizar uma segmentação das estruturas ósseas de interesse. Então, essa segmentação nada mais é do que pintar as estruturas que te interessam. Você pode pintar de diversas cores ou de uma única cor, sendo que você deve se prestar muita atenção para que essa segmentação seja muito bem feita, porque dependendo do que você segmenta, você pode estar criando osso ou tirando osso existente. Essa segmentação é como se fosse uma parceria do observador, do operador e do computador, ou seja, o computador te mostra, ele consegue detectar os diversos graus do grayscale, do scan que você tem, e fica a seu critério determinar qual desses graus de grayscales que você quer segmentar. Então, a partir da segmentação, o próximo passo seria fazer um registro dos dois scans, ou seja, você sobrepõe o scan de T2 por cima de T1, dependendo da sua região de interesse como instabilidade. Então, até hoje foram realizados estudos para registro regional de mandíbula, registro regional de maxila e um registro que já foi validado pela doutora Lúcia Sevidanes em 2005, que é o registro na base do crânio. Para esse estudo foram realizados registros na base do crânio. Significa que a gente mostra para o computador a região de voxels que a gente quer que ele use para match os dois scans. E a partir de então, ele analisa os grayscales dos dois scans e ele consegue sobrepor na base do crânio os dois exames de tomografia. Então aqui a gente consegue visualizar que na região da base do crânio é como se fosse uma única imagem rosa. E na região de maxila e de mandíbula, a maxila de T2, que é em vermelho, você consegue ver que ela está ligeiramente à frente e a mandíbula vermelha está ligeiramente atrás. Então, com um registro na base do crânio, você consegue avaliar o deslocamento da maxila e da mandíbula em relação à base do crânio. Então, após o registro do scan de T2 sobre o scan de T1, são gerados a partir das segmentações os modelos tridimensionais, que nada mais são do que modelos de superfície. Esses modelos de superfície são gerados, eles são compostos por uma malha, e cada intersecção dessa malha compõe vetores, né, que seriam pontos dos modelos tridimensionais. A partir desses modelos é possível visualizar qual foi a alteração do paciente. Então, no caso, o branco semitransparente é T2 e o vermelho é T1. Então, como a professora Daniela já mostrou anteriormente, é possível visualizar o avanço da maxila e um retroposicionamento da mandíbula. Então, aqui são dos 26 casos que nós temos, 3 ainda não fizeram um scan de T2 e apenas 16 foram possíveis de fazer a avaliação tridimensional, porque os outros 6 tiveram algum tipo de problema durante a tomada da tomografia e a segmentação não ficou confiável. Dos 16, a grande maioria desses pacientes teve um deslocamento de maxila para frente e para baixo, respeitando um vetor de deslocamento normal do crescimento da maxila, mas, como comentado, houve variabilidades individuais em que alguns pacientes mostraram um deslocamento puramente vertical. Nessa outra imagem, que é uma imagem axial, cortada acima da espinha nasal anterior dos pacientes, é possível visualizar o avanço na região malar dos pacientes, não só essa região dentária de maxila. E os color maps, né, os mapas coloridos, que são umas imagens que reportam muita coisa, trazem muita informação, mas nem sempre são interpretadas da forma correta. Então, esse color map é chamado de closest point color map. Significa que o computador consegue computar, usando o modelo de T2, qual a distância que os pontos dos vetores dos modelos têm entre T2 e T1, e ele informa em forma de cores, por meio de cores, qual foi esse avanço. Só que esse paciente mostra um dente verde, sendo que uma maxila está toda vermelha. Não faz muito sentido. Isso significa que, ao computar essa distância, ele não utilizou a distância do incisivo superior de T1 para o incisivo superior de T2. Ele procurou o ponto mais próximo de T2, que nesse caso foram pontos dos incisivos inferiores. Então, nem sempre o que se vê no color map de closest point é realmente o que aconteceu de T1 para T2. Então, para fazer uma melhor visualização de como a maxila se comportou, foram removidas as mandíbulas para gerar color maps puramente da maxila. Então, dentre os pacientes, a grande maioria mostrou um deslocamento grande da maxila, de pelo menos 5 milímetros, né, que foi o range escolhido, de menos 5 a mais 5 milímetros. Só que o que mostra em vermelho não necessariamente mostra um deslocamento anterior da maxila. Ele mostra tudo que você vê em cores vermelhas, em cores quentes, são deslocamentos anteriores, inferiores ou laterais. Então, a região lateral de zigomático, não que ele tenha vindo só para frente, mas ele cresceu para os lados, respeitando um crescimento normal do paciente. E uma segunda forma de fazer uma avaliação dos mapas coloridos são os mapas coloridos correspondentes. Ou seja, no momento em que são gerados os modelos tridimensionais, a malha gerada para criar o modelo tridimensional, ao invés de ser uma malha aleatória, é uma malha que tem pontos correspondentes entre o tempo 1 e o tempo 2. Isso faz com que o computador, na hora de gerar esse color map, consiga mostrar exatamente qual que foi o deslocamento de T1 para T2. Então, ele mostra tanto em cores, para mostrar mais ou menos a magnitude desse deslocamento, mas ele também mostra os vetores, e os vetores mostram a direção desse deslocamento. Então, foram gerados os color maps vetoriais das 16 maxilas. Então, aqui os vetores são muito pequenos, mas eles mostram que essa maxila, por exemplo, que está um vermelho muito escuro, ele não foi um deslocamento anterior, ele foi um deslocamento puramente inferior, apesar dele se mostrar bastante vermelho. Entretanto, a maioria deles apresentou os vetores numa direção anterior e inferior. E esses são os 16 côndilos dos pacientes, os 32 côndilos dos 16 pacientes, mostrando que, apesar da maxila ser uma maxila com fissura, apesar de ter um enxerto, ela ainda tem a fissura palatina, o que deixa o segmento menor um pouco mais vulnerável à terapia. Os côndilos responderam de uma forma bastante simétrica, com alguma variação individual. Por exemplo, esse côndilo do lado com a fissura teve um crescimento menor do que o côndilo do lado sem a fissura. Sendo que em alguns dos pacientes, se não me engano, 3 pacientes da amostra, ao longo do crescimento, mostraram crescimentos assimétricos. E não só de visualização a gente consegue fazer análise 3D, né? No último ano que eu estive lá, 6 módulos foram criados para tentar, de alguma forma, fazer medidas tridimensionais, sendo que o objetivo é criar uma cefalometria tridimensional a longo prazo, né? Então, esse primeiro módulo criado, ele nada mais é do que você marcar pontos nos seus modelos. Então, a vantagem é que você não tem uma imagem bidimensional para você colocar o seu ponto, você pode mexer o modelo da forma como você quiser para que o seu ponto fique no melhor posicionamento possível. E aí, nesse caso, você marca os pontos do modelo de T1 e marca os pontos no modelo de T2 e depois você fala para o computador qual a distância que você quer entre quais pontos ou quais ângulos você quer medir entre quais pontos. Então foram feitas medidas lineares da maxila dos pacientes, dos 16 pacientes, e foram avaliadas medidas de pontos medianos, que seriam o incisivo central do lado sem a fissura, porque o incisivo central do lado com a fissura, ao longo do tempo, sofreu uma movimentação natural do dente, ele se movimenta em direção ao enxerto ósseo, então a gente achou que ia ser uma medida não muito confiável por toda essa alteração. Então foi utilizado o incisivo central do lado, sem fissura, e o ponto A. E essas 2 medidas mostraram que houveram um deslocamento, o X significa um deslocamento látero-lateral, e o valor negativo significa que ele foi para medial. O Y é um deslocamento antero-posterior, ou seja, houve um deslocamento anterior, e o Z é um deslocamento supero-inferior, e o valor negativo significa que teve um movimento inferior. Então, além da análise 3D permitir que você decomponha os vetores do deslocamento, você ainda pode ter o valor tridimensional, que é o que mais corresponde com o valor encontrado na cefalometria. Além dos pontos medianos, foram comparados pontos entre o lado da fissura e o lado sem a fissura, para os pontos bilaterais, e a única diferença encontrada foi na região do zigomático, em que o lado com a fissura teve um maior deslocamento lateral do que o lado sem a fissura. E uma outra forma de quantificar é utilizando os modelos gerados para o Color Maps para fazer a quantificação de deslocamento ou de crescimento do paciente. Então, no modelo de Color Map, ele é gerado um novo modelo em que cada um dos vértices contém inerente nele o valor do deslocamento de T1 para T2. Então, nesse software é possível selecionar um ponto e a partir desse ponto é selecionada uma área de avaliação. A partir dessa área de avaliação, o computador consegue computar qual foi a mínima distância entre todos esses pontos, qual foi a distância mínima entre eles, qual foi a distância máxima entre T2 e T1, e uma média, que normalmente é utilizada a média, para avaliar qual foi o deslocamento dessa região de interesse. Então, foram avaliados as superfícies e os polos condilares para avaliar qual foi o crescimento dos côndilos desses pacientes que tiveram o tratamento com um bump e comparado o lado com a fissura e o lado sem fissura. E, felizmente, foi mostrado que não houve diferença estatisticamente significante no crescimento desses côndilos.
Então, em relação à estabilidade, a gente comentou, é necessário a permanência dos os elásticos, né, em período noturno, durante a fase 2 corretiva até o final do crescimento. E a gente teve uma curva de crescimento, né, aprendeu algumas lições importantes durante a execução desse projeto. Né? É importante mencionar que 20% dos pacientes não colaboraram declaradamente à terapia. A gente estima também que outros 20% não cooperaram sem declarar isso, ou seja, a gente não teve aderência dos pacientes em 40% da amostra. Outro ponto importante é que o padrão de crescimento horizontal, nós não testamos isso estatisticamente, mas tudo indica que o padrão horizontal, ele respondeu muito melhor do que o padrão vertical. Os dois pacientes mesmo que nós apresentamos, um era horizontal e o outro tinha um padrão de crescimento equilibrado, o que muito se assemelha aos pacientes belgas que predominam o padrão braquicefálico. Os nossos pacientes são predominantemente verticais e os verticais já não têm uma resposta tão boa quanto os horizontais, pelo menos eu posso falar isso para vocês empiricamente, porque a gente não testou essa hipótese, a nossa amostra não tem dimensão suficiente para responder essa questão. E a idade, né? Quanto antes também melhor, né? Desde que o canino inferior já tenha irrompido. Então, essas são os alvos, talvez, de futuros estudos, né? E de acompanhamentos longitudinais. Eu gostaria de agradecer ao Dr. Renato e à doutora Marília pelo empenho com esse projeto e agradecer a atenção de todos.
história linda, né, que vem desde o avô dele que criou, né, a Associação de Fissuras nos Estados Unidos. E o professor Ross é uma pessoa extremamente dedicada, que tem trabalhado na causa da fissura labiopalatina. Ele é um dos líderes do AmeriCleft, ele reuniu um grupo vários centros, né, dos Estados Unidos, e ele tem trabalhado, né, duramente em prol da melhora da qualidade dos resultados, né, no tratamento da fissura labiopalatina e anomalias craniofaciais. Quem teve a oportunidade de ir no congresso de 2013 em Orlando, né, é um congresso de fissuras internacional que acontece a cada 4 anos, foi um grande evento, um evento maravilhoso, onde ele era o presidente do congresso. Então, eu tenho certeza que ele vai estar trazendo sua bagagem de experiência, de conhecimento, para nos abrilhantar aqui, né, dando uma chuva de conhecimentos, né, para nós. E eu gostaria que depois vocês, né, perguntassem, questionassem, para troca de ideias. Muito obrigada, professor. Ele se deslocou de tão longe, né, ele está numa fase de pós-operatório, mas tamanha dedicação, ele se dedicou a vir aqui para passar os seus conhecimentos. Então, com a palavra, professor.
I have no idea what you said about me. It's the good part, I guess. So, bear with me and hold the laughter till I'm done. Bom dia, estou honrado de estar aqui em Bauru para ajudar com este simpósio para compartilhar minhas experiências no Lancaster Cleft Palate Clinic e AmeriCleft. Infelizmente, o resto será em inglês.
Okay.
That's it in Portuguese. That's all. The rest is English. I'm pleased to be here to address you. I want to thank the planners of the meeting for inviting me to talk about some of my favorite subjects. And I hope to leave you with a little bit of history of team care for cleft lip and palate, as well as some current things with regard to what we're doing in AmeriCleft. I do want to mention 2 good friends who are responsible for me, for most of what I've been able to accomplish in my life. Gunvar Sem and Bill Shaw, who I know are near and dear to most of you, and you all know that Gunvar had an unfortunate medical accident in March, and we all are praying for her and hoping for her recovery. So I'd like to somewhat dedicate this to Gunvar. By way of background, I come from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. One of our claims to fame or notoriety things is that we have a large population of Amish. Amish are what we call plain folk. They're German descent. And Pennsylvania is on the east coast of the United States, kind of in the middle. And Lancaster is that little town right there, about 70 miles west of Philadelphia. The other claim to fame is that we have a cleft palate clinic in Lancaster, and it happens to be the first cleft palate clinic in the United States. And as far as we can tell, it's also the first one in the world. There's no documentation of a clinic dedicated exclusively to taking care of children with clefts that we can find anywhere. Some of you, I think someone mentioned to me that they had actually been to Lancaster to visit. This is the original cleft palate clinic building in downtown Lancaster, and that's our current facility a few blocks up the street. We call it Pennsylvania Dutch country. It's actually Pennsylvania German, but if you know German, the German word for German is Deutsch, and so in Lancaster it became Pennsylvania Dutch country. They're not really Dutch. They're a plain folk. They have no cars, no automobiles, no electricity in their homes. My wife and I live on a farm, and we're surrounded by 2 Amish farms. They're very, very gentle people. months ago to get here, so that I finally did arrive safely. This gentleman is my grandfather. H.K. Cooper was a dentist trained in the University of Pennsylvania, graduated in 1921. When he graduated, he set up a small practice in a town called Lidditz, Pennsylvania, just north of Lancaster. And when he set up, he took some courses in orthodontics. At that time, there were no official 2- and 3-year courses. He just went for a weekend somewhere and learned from someone else who called themselves an orthodontist. But he became an orthodontist, and because of that, his reputation grew, because at that time he was the only orthodontist between Philadelphia on the east side of Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh on the west side. So he was seeing a large number of patients that were coming to him, older patients with quite mutilated faces, and of course many of them had cleft lip and palate. But in the meantime, he had been asked to be a dental consultant at a local hospital that took care of what we call crippled children. These are disabled, orthopedically disabled children. And a number of the orthopedic devices that were used back then, you can see, put quite a strain on the facial bones. And so they hired a dental consultant, Dr. Cooper, to help them take care of the problems they were creating with their appliances to take care of spinal problems. So he was the orthodontic consultant at a crippled children's hospital. And when he started to see the children coming into his practice with cleft lip and palate, he called them facial cripples, because he felt that they were crippled in the same sense of the word as the orthopedic cripples, with poor facial growth, mutilated maxillary arches, unintelligible speech, unoperated clefts that were operated that broke down. He started writing some papers back in the 30s and 40s and 50s. One of the things he felt was that the solution of cleft palate treatment did not rest in the appliance itself, and it was not as simple as a one-man job. He could tell that this was something that was way beyond what he could handle by himself. He also wrote a paper called Crippled Children, where he questioned the fact that these children with poorly managed cleft lip and palate were in fact cripples, no less of a cripple than orthopedic problems. And to help a facial cripple properly requires a well-rounded staff. An adequate staff should consist of a qualified surgeon, a dentist, a trained orthodontist, a prosthodontist, the speech correctionist, for those of you who are speech pathologists, who used to be called speech correctionists. And finally, and I thought this was an interesting one, way back in 1930s, he recognized the need for a psychologist on the team to manage the psychological problems. This group working together is essential to the smooth functioning of successful treatment. The Articles of Incorporation were written in 1938, which was the official date that we call the clinic being founded. And the corporation shall be formed for the purposes of establishing and equipping, maintaining and operating an institution or clinic for the treatment of all defective formations of the mouth, teeth, and palate, for the establishment and operation of a school for the retraining of those with speech defects associated with or without oral defects, and to conduct research into and distribution of information related to cleft palate problems. One of the things that's fun at working at the clinic is that we can go into our basement and dig up all kinds of great pictures of the way things used to be. Gives you an idea of how fortunate you are with the way things are today. And someday probably we'll take pictures of what we use today and look back on it and say, wow, how did we use that? But here's, my grandfather was actually a jack of all trades. He did a lot of speech work. He was an orthodontist by training, but there wasn't a lot of orthodontics to do back then on children who were mutilated with poor management. So he was partially a speech correctionist, and that's some of the speech methods that were used back then to record what was going on. He actually was a little bit of an inventor also. He invented this machine. It looks like a weapon of some kind, but it's actually a cineradiography machine, which is the first moving motion picture of the speech mechanism. We were all familiar with lateral cephalometric radiographs, but that's a still shot that doesn't give you the dynamics of speech. This is actually, was taken, it's a lateral supplementary radiograph, but taken in real time, so the patient's, as the patient's speaking, in 2 dimensions, you can see the velopharyngeal mechanism functioning. No longer in use, of course, because we have 3D imaging, but it was quite the thing back in the 40s. And my grandfather had patent #1 on that machine. Here are the orthodontic operating rooms. That's my father, actually, on the left, who was an orthodontist and trained with my grandfather and worked at the clinic. But I was also curious, when we were out to dinner last night talking about the gender changes in orthodontics back in this was probably back in the 40s or 50s. I thought it was interesting that my grandfather actually had a woman orthodontist on his staff. And women in orthodontics back then were quite a rare thing. For the audiologist in the room, I thought this was an interesting one. That sign in the corner there says the hearing examination room. So you can kind of imagine the audio recordings that you were able to get in a room that was probably more like an echo chamber than anything else, sitting in that corner trying to hear. This was another interesting one, room or sign called the psychological conference. This desk was probably in the waiting room somewhere that people were being questioned about their personal lives right in front of all the other people waiting to go to see their doctors. So the milestones that we think about are in 1938 when Dr. Cooper founded the clinic, and along with it, the concept of team care that we all take for granted right now. In 1943, the American Cleft Palate Association was founded in Pennsylvania, and it was founded based on the principles of team management that were established by my grandfather. In 1965, Dr. Cooper was actually awarded was the second recipient of the American Cleft Palate Association's honors, which is the highest award in that organization. In 1970, he was awarded the highest award from the American Association of Orthodontists, the Ketchum Award. And in 1993, the ACPA published its Parameters of Care document, which some of you may be familiar with, which emphasizes the importance of team care in management of children with clefts. And 2 very important principles from that Parameters of Care document, and that's available by the way on the ACPA website. 2 of the important principles, which we again take for granted, but we have in writing now, that management of patients with craniofacial anomalies is best provided by an interdisciplinary team of specialists, and treatment plans should be developed and implemented on the basis of team recommendations. These, again, are things that we all take for granted now, but aren't in writing. So this is a picture of my grandfather with a patient in the little room above on the 2nd floor of that original clinic building. And a picture of my grandfather was with one of his first teams. He was actively involved in the cleft palate clinic from about 1936 till 1974. My father joined him in orthodontic practice right after World War II, and that is my dad there, and he was active at the clinic from about 1946 until I got back to Lancaster after my training in 1977, which tells you a little bit about how old I am. And there is our current team, or a few years ago. So at this point, it looks like I have eclipsed both my grandfather and my father with regard to the number of years that I've been at the clinic. But if you add them all up, it comes to somewhere around 110 years of continuous care, orthodontic care to the clinic within the family. Sadly, I have no children who are orthodontists, so I'm looking for someone to adopt. If any of you are interested in this kind of business and want to move to Lancaster. I thought about retirement, but as the cartoon says here, I would have retired years ago, but I forgot where I work. I still know where I work, so I guess I can't retire yet. Another quote of his, he wrote a lot of papers, none of them were on the details of orthodontic treatment. He was writing mostly about the philosophy of how to manage children with clefts and things that needed to be taken into account. But he said an unrelated step-by-step series of procedures is not true integration. The greatest good cannot be achieved by having the representatives of one specialty after another attempt to solve the problems with a method peculiar to the specialty. True integration starts with a meeting of the minds and the individuals who first examine the patient together and then agree on a program of treatment. And you all know there's different ways to have a meeting of the minds and examining patients. This is a chairside exam with my grandfather and my father right beside him there examining patients in a dental chair. And of course, you know now that the original team of orthodontists and surgeons and speech correctionists has expanded quite a bit to include a whole number of additional disciplines on what we call craniofacial teams now. So it's a much bigger list than before. Here's the danger. If the cartoon, though, demonstrates that if you're a patient and you have to be examined and checked by at least a good number of those patients, the danger is that all of the specialists involved seem like they're crawling all over you, and each of them looking at you through their own little lens of what their specialty is. But the danger is that if there's no communication between the specialists, then the team concept and the benefits of team care are lost, and the patient feels as if they are an object rather than a human being. Another example of a team gathering, we do both of these at Lancaster. We do some chairside exams when we have our team days, and then after all the exams are done, we also have a conference with the team gathered together so we can go around the table and discuss every patient. And to me, that's really one of the benefits of being there. I've been doing this for many, many years, and I still enjoy sitting in on the group team meetings and to listen to what my colleagues have to say about patients that I am currently treating with orthodontic. Small change here that didn't do what it was supposed to do, so bear with me. I'll explain what this graph is meant to do, and what was supposed to happen was these were supposed to come forward in a series so I could explain as we went, but I'll just explain it as we go. I was thinking about how to illustrate what a patient is experiencing when they go through our team care. And if you look at on this axis, let's say the specialist in 1940s that might have been involved in care, and this being the age of the patient on the x-axis here, and on the y-axis, the vertical axis, the number of months, let's say, that any of us as individual specialists might be delivering our care and how many months we might spend with that patient. I think it would look something like this. So if you're in pediatrics and nursing, the child's born and you're heavily involved, and then you are out of the picture as the child gets older. Back in the 40s, I'm not sure EMT was even actively involved at all. Speech was involved, but my impression was that speech kind of came in later during school years, when these kids got to school and people realized they couldn't speak very well, and then they were given attempts at therapy. Psychosocial was probably not involved very much, except maybe for the teenage years. Look at the large input of prosthodontics. I'm sorry for this. This is getting annoying. The large input of prosthodontics back in those days, and I'll show you some examples of it. There was not a lot that my grandfather could do as an orthodontist. There was no orthodontic surgery. There was no bone grafting, mutilated dentitions. So the prosthodontist played a major role in this, and that's what I'm showing here. Early on, the prosthodontist might have been involved in some feeding plates for infants, which were popular back then, and then through this period of time might have helped with some speech appliances, and then toward the end, some final obturator speech appliances and replacement teeth for missing teeth. Oral maxillofacial surgery really had little to do in the U.S. in early years. Plastic surgery was involved in infant repair and perhaps some revisions, but at this age was for speech and at this age for aesthetics. Orthodontics was generally done in one phase in teenage years. So that's what it might look like to those of us providing the care. Here's the prosthodontic part of it. Not many, but there were a number of patients that couldn't have been operated on because the surgical techniques didn't allow it, so they were obturated. So we have a number of older patients who were wearing speech obturators rather than having had palate surgery. Some surgery was done but broke down, and residual fistulas were difficult to close. And with velopharyngeal insufficiency, they put the pharyngeal bulbs on the back to extend them to close the palate. The mutilated dentition cases, overlay dentures were not uncommon at that point. And my grandfather did a lot of these as an orthodontist. This is a prosthetic management of a class 3 type of a problem, which was mostly due to overclosure of the mandible due to mutilated dentition, but that's the profile change you can expect if you just put an overlay denture in and open the mandible a bit. So it's cheating a little bit, not what we do today, but at least it was a way of management. So that's the way it was in the 1940s. Now keep your eye on that because I'm going to shift, and the next one I'm going to show you is my version of what it might look like today, and we'll look at some of the differences. That's, I think, what it might look like more today. And some of the differences you might notice are there, both with oral maxillofacial surgery and plastic and oral maxillofacial surgery in that mixed dentition stage when bone grafting was brought into vogue by Boyne and Simmons in the 70s. And then, of course, orthodontic surgery for children with clefts has made treatment at that later stage with both those surgical specialties much more popular. Look at the decrease in the prosthetics, though. In our clinic, very few patients get treated prosthetically now, and only those that I kind of view the prosthodontist as the buck stops with him because they get the stuff that none of us can take care of, and we hand it on to them and finish up. But also, speech therapy now is taking place at much earlier ages. Psychosocial is a very big thing in the newborns, the prenatal diagnosis in the parents, and speech and audiology, of course, is important in the newborn. Take a look at this, though. When we look at our own specialties and what we have to provide, but the yellow arrows are meant to indicate what the patient is going through. Every time in their life, every period of their life, those yellow arrows demonstrate the sum total of what a patient has to endure in order to get through our team treatment. And then, of course, there's orthodontics, which is now potentially up to 4 phases of orthodontics instead of 1 phase. And you take your pick. We have a big smorgasbord of opportunities out there as an orthodontist. You can start with pre-surgical orthopedics if you believe in it, and NAM and some of those other ones. That's a Latham appliance. If you want to try that, you can on the kids. And we can do stuff in the primary dentition if it's necessary. We can go into the mixed dentition around bone grafting, face range protraction. We've talked about different ways of protracting maxilla this morning. Bone grafting came in. Then there's orthognathic surgery that's now available, and of course full fixed appliances at the end. So orthodontics, if we want to, we can have a continuous string of treatment to provide for a patient from the time they're born until the time they're 18 years old. So the question is that really the right way to do it? And is there a price to pay for that? In addition to all of that, just look at a small segment of this, just what happens to the infant when they're born, what the orthodontist and surgeon can conjure up to do on the infant. And here's a whole other list of choices. All of these appliances potentially have been recommended and talked about and promoted for use on the infant. It seems like we have a never-ending list of things we can come up with to torture young babies. And of course, the Euroclef project brought this to the forefront with the survey they did back in 2000, where they surveyed 201 centers and found that there were 194 different protocols, 194 different ways to do things just to take care of the infant. Don't talk about anything else, just to take care of the infant. The number of operations, 1 to 4, 17 sequences, lip repair anywhere from birth to 12 months, palate repair from birth to 13 years, with a wide range of outcomes that resulted from those different protocols. So the question is, here's my grandfather's team in the original building. Over 75 years of clinical research, why are our treatment strategies for ideal outcomes, best evidence, being so fiercely contested? And there's my dad. You can see how depressed he is thinking about this in the corner. Or maybe falling asleep in the corner. I'm not sure. He really enjoyed cleft lip and palate stuff as much as he felt he needed to do it because he was married to my grandfather's daughter. Bertrand Russell said that the most savage controversies are those about matters as to which there is no good evidence either way. And that perhaps says a lot about what we are in right now. I don't know if you guys know about Murphy's Laws, but Murphy's Laws are tongue-in-cheek laws that poke fun at things. Murphy's Law of Research says do enough research and you will eventually find some to support your theory. This is actually a title of a publication that I found in a very respected journal. True, I changed the name to protect the innocent. But this appeared in a peer-reviewed journal. The title of it was I'll put in long protocol, Improves Appearance of Children with Complete Cleft Lip and Palate. Now the title tells you something because the title is telling you what you're supposed to draw from the paper. It's not telling you what they did, it's telling you what your conclusion should be, which automatically makes you think, this is slanted a little bit. But it was in the journal, a respected journal. It sounds pretty definitive, but actually, when you looked at it, it was based, true publication, it was based on 13 patients, which by LaRue standards is almost nothing. They were only 3 years old, so they were drawing this conclusion by measuring something on 13 3-year-old patients. It was an unblinded, single-center study. It was being done by the same people who did the protocol. And it involved one linear measurement. So you need to be careful when you look at the literature with regard to what we should believe and what we shouldn't believe. So, for example, this is not a true publication, but if you would run across this is true science to be aware of. The title of the paper, Using the Long Analysis, Dr. Long has confirmed that the long treatment approach is highly effective, and that's published in the Long Journal of Breakthroughs. So you read that, and automatically you have a clue that there's something fishy about this, and that perhaps it's not the best evidence. You're familiar with the level of evidence, the pyramid of level of evidence, starting with an expert opinion at the bottom, but then moving up the ladder, series of cases, retrospective studies, and then cohort studies, randomized trials, and systematic reviews. And of course, it's only when you get to the top that you start to get to a space where there's some believable things. bias is the big issue, and at the bottom of that pyramid, all of those methods and those reports that you read are basically uncontrolled bias, which puts them somewhere between superstition and description only. And then moving up, you get to the point as you move up the ladder where you control the bias and you get better understanding of what's going on. The World Health Organization mentioned bias in one of its publications and said bias favoring innovative procedures is a major cause for concern with historical control studies. Differences arising from biases may exceed actual differences attributable to the procedures. So does that mean that the only thing we can believe are those things at the very top? I don't think so. And what we've come up with is the possibility that there are some ways that we can use retrospective studies and draw some conclusions about them with regard to the evidence that we're trying to draw. And that is if we look at blinded intercenter outcome comparisons, which is what all this AmeriClef stuff and EuroClef stuff is about, but with very strict control over the procedures and the protocol. Blinded studies, consecutively treated samples. And of course, the one that got this started was the EuroClef study, which you're all familiar with by now, with that EuroClef group from the 6 centers in Northern Europe. And you're aware of the Gosling yardstick and all the stuff that was done by this very active group of individuals led by Bill and Gunberg and others. And I thought this was an interesting one because it said also from the World Health Organization, intercenter collaboration offers significant advantages by providing insight into the processes and outcomes of treatment of comparable services elsewhere, the establishment of future goals, and the exchange of clearly successful practices. So there's this role that intercenter comparisons can play to fill some of this void. In 1992, in the Cleft Palate Journal was when all of the EuroClef's papers were published in a series. And it was the first time that there was really reasonably good use of retrospective data to look at outcomes. Everybody knows what a Gosling yardstick is by now, and that's Mike Marr's group in 1987 came up with a method of measuring dental arch relationships by simply holding up a set of models and giving it a 1 to 5. And for those of you who maybe have not done a Gosling yardstick assessment, it's an assessment that probably every single one of you here could be trained to do in about half an hour and do it quite reliably. It's so simple, it's actually, there was a period where nobody believed it was true. But it's been shown to be quite reliable and valid since then. But the original EuroClef study used this thing, and they were able to show that 2 of the centers in the EuroClef study really had pretty bad dental arch relationships, lots of surgical cases. So if there are all these centers are operating on about this, patients from the same cultural and ethnic backgrounds, how is it that some centers are getting away with 10% need for orthognathic surgery and other centers have 50% need for orthognathic surgery? Something's going on there that had to do with treatment, obviously. And later on, they got their speech group together, which was much more of a challenge because they had 5 different languages to try to deal with, and I can't even imagine how they came up with a solution for that. You know The Perfect Storm? Have you heard about the book? Heard the movie? Saw the movie? It's about a fishing boat that up in Boston that went out and got lost and got caught in a perfect storm and was never heard of and seen again. But it's a cool story. But the idea behind it is what happened to this boat was that the weather was supposed to be okay, but what happened was that this from 3 different areas, these different weather makers all converged, and they converged in such a way that they created this enormous storm that just washed this boat away. It was never heard from again. It's called The Perfect Storm. It's a great book, and it's a great movie with George Clooney in it, for those of you who know him. But the reason I mentioned it is The Perfect Storm, to me, this is the perfect storm that took place kind of in my head when all this stuff was going on, and I got to meet Bill and Gunver and was questioning some of the things we were doing. This is my perfect storm. So the first part of my perfect storm was to learn about the Gosling yardstick. Hey, dental models, we can rate them, we can look at dental arch relationships pretty easily, and everybody takes dental models. So what's the big deal there? That sounds pretty cool. Second part of the perfect storm was this. In Lancaster in 1964 or 5, I think it was, my grandfather got the first award to a cleft palate center in the United States from National Institutes of Health. And the purpose of the award was to collect data, longitudinal data on children with cleft lip and palate. And it's called our longitudinal study, and for about 15 years. And these are records, interesting, that you all are taking regularly now. They weren't being taken at all in the United States back then. So in Lancaster, we have the largest repository, I'm not counting Peru, but in Lancaster, we have the largest repository of CEFs and panorexes and speech data, psych data, ENT data on consecutively treated patients. So we have this gigantic sample, to us gigantic, sample of consecutively treated cases with longitudinally taken study models, and I'm putting that together with the Gosling yardstick and saying, hey, we've got a sample that we could look at. So, and for those of you who have been to Lancaster or have had any prosthetic background, you know the name of Dr. Mazahari. He was our maxillofacial prosthetist, retired now, but single-handedly was responsible for this, for that study. So here's the perfect storm now, and the third part of it was Eurocleft. So I got in my head Gosling yardstick, a set of models that I can look at with the Gosling yardstick, and now Eurocleft, and friends with Bill and Gunver. So I only had one piece missing. I needed a desperate orthodontic resident who was in need of a research project. So at that time, a student from Temple University came and said he needed a research project. So that was the end of my perfect storm. So the only thing that was missing was a George Clooney lookalike foolish enough to try to cross the pond with a set of plaster models. So Al Vargas and I loaded them all up, and sure enough, here's my map of the world. There's the Eurocleft centers in little old Lancaster in Pennsylvania, and there we go. We flew it all over to Manchester, and we ended up sitting in Bill and Gunver's living room where they do most of their ratings. And we sat and mixed our Lancaster sample in with the entire Eurocleft sample and re-rated the whole thing. And there's Al with a big smile on his face because he's going to get a master's degree out of this. And I'm quite serious because I'm very worried that his CAPA scores rating these are going to be better than mine, which wouldn't look good. So I'm trying to be as serious as I could. One other thing that happens when you do these ratings is there's something called blinding. Blinding is important so that you can do inter and intra-rater reliability checks, but you have to usually they tell you got to wait like a week between rating number 1 and rating number 2, so you don't remember the ones that rated before. We didn't have a week, so I'm trying to come up with a quicker way for blinding. And I came up with my own method. And that is after rating number 1, then you just took a break, you had about 2 or 3 caipirinhas, and then you go right back and do rating number 2 because you wouldn't have a clue what you looked at before. So it worked out quite well and saved quite a bit of time. Anyway, when we did that, that's Lancaster. Now, if you don't know these kinds of bar graphs, essentially the top part, the blues, the light blues, are all the good stuff, 1s and 2s in Gosling. The very bottom, black and red, are the bad stuff, 4s and 5s, which are considered destined for orthodontic surgery. So when you look at this, all the other centers are the Eurocleft centers, and when we rated them, the ratings we gave them using the Gosling yardstick came out almost identical to the original Eurocleft rating. So that's how dependable and reliable the Gosling yardstick was. And number 7, the 7th center was Lancaster. So we rated very well. We rated with the best for dental arch relationships with the Eurocleft sample. So what do we do? How do we get this started in North America? And there's a phrase that we in the U.S. call get the right people on the bus. Before you start a project, don't waste time trying to figure out what your goals are. Just get the right people. And then when you get the right people, then you can figure out where they can sit on the bus and give the bus some direction. But you got to have the right people on the bus first. So that's the approach that we took. This is the way you can tell if it's a wrong person. And the wrong people are usually the ones that have trouble with egos. They can't get over some of their biases and their egos, and they're so proud of their centers that they, it's like a cheerleader kind of thing. So if you hear someone say, I don't need to evaluate my results, I already know my way is better than other ways, especially because using this appliance or method was my idea, or it's named after me. Once you name an appliance or a protocol after yourself, it's over. There's no way that you can objectively go back and evaluate that. It's like asking the cigarette industry to go back and test for lung cancer. There's too much invested in it. Another quote would be, I don't need to compare my center's outcomes. Our team is happy and comfortable with the results of our protocol. This complacency is so common because people get into a routine with their protocols. They look at the end result and they're content with it. So they automatically think that there's no reason to check it out. There's no reason to compare it. The right people to get on the bus, and this is one of my soapbox things. When you're participating in a team, you need to, if you're the right person for this, you need to be willing to accept a certain degree of uncertainty of the effectiveness of your own treatment protocol. If you so firmly believe 100% that your protocol is the one way and right way to do it, you lose all incentive for discovery. You have no incentive to bother looking past what you're doing. You have to be able to say in your mind, I like what I'm doing, I believe in it, but there just might be a better way out there. And I'm going to try to find it. If there is, that's great. We can learn from it. If there's not, we just confirms what we're doing. And it's the ability to play what we call play nice in the sandbox with each other. Someone that's not out to coerce or prove or persuade or promulgate, but to discover. And I'm sure there's no ego issues here in Peru, but when you come to North America and we go into cleft palate centers, it's amazing how many egos get in the way of constructive teamwork. But that doesn't happen here, I know that. Because you told me that, right? We're all on the same page. Okay, so here's my world of functional silos. So there's Eurocleft, health services, and over on the other side. And what's happening here in the U.S. is we've got all these teams, clinics, doing their thing, everybody thinking they're doing the right thing. They're happy with their results. They're collecting the data, but they're not sharing it. They're just looking at it internally. So you have nothing to compare to. And so there's no way to learn from that. So all of these centers are gathering information that's of little use outside the organization. And it's actually of little use within the organization because you don't know where it stands. So, first thing we do is get the right people on the bus. And those are the teams that I got together and literally called up the people I knew, the orthodontists I knew that I could work with. And we put together and said, we're going to do this. We're going to get together in Lancaster. And we're going to start, we didn't know what we were going to call it back then. I just said, we're going to start doing this. And that's the group. You might recognize some of the names up there. And of course, Bill and Gunberg are our consultants on this. And here we are in Lancaster. That's Johnny D over in the corner there thinking. I'm not sure what he's thinking. He's probably wondering why he's there. He was anti-Gosling yardstick. He thought there's no way, because he was trained with Bruce Ross, who was a big cephalometric guy. And so they believed that if you couldn't measure it on a set, it didn't count. So JD came down, and there's the others. You can see Gunberg and Bill. That's Kathy Russell. That's Mo Mazahari, for those of you who remember him. That's Ron Hathaway. He's president, basically, now. So there's our crew. And hand, you know these kind of pictures, you see these all the time. This is the kind of stuff that sends shivers up and down an orthodontist's spine when they see millions of models on the table ready to be rated. There's Bill and Gunvar kind of leading us through our first discussions. And I wanted to bring them on board because I didn't want, this was not my, I didn't want to reinvent a wheel. The wheel had already been invented. We just needed to learn their experiences so we could shortcut some of the mistakes that they made. So I figured it was important to have them there. And of course, it's also important when you're rating models over and over that you have some wine to help with the blanking in between, to ease things as you go through it. So this is on the doorstep of the original Lancaster Cleft Palate Clinic. We had our meeting in February, which is our winter. There's everybody smiling and rating models. And Anna Mercado is the other, you might recognize her. And those of you who know Bill and Gunvar know that you can't get away getting together with them without having a little fun. And of course, we did that. Bill, I'm sure, has led all of you in Beatles songs and the other things that they can do. But we really have had a fantastic time, still have a great time. We've been together for 10 years now. We've been doing this. And I thought an interesting quote also from the World Health Organization was that perhaps the greatest benefit of inter-center comparisons is the cooperative spirit that they foster and a gradual diminution of rivalry, which I think is absolutely true. So here's what it looks like now after we have Americleft. Now we're, instead of what we call functional silos, where we're all just operating independently, now we're doing this. And that's Americleft. The sharing of data, the comparing of data, and the discovery that comes from working together and trying to keep it somewhat linked back to Europe. This is some of our original Americleft ratings. And exactly as in Eurocleft, we ended up with centers with widely disparate differences in Gosling yardstick ratings, where one center, Center B here, had over 60% of its cases looking like they were going to need orthodontic surgery, and other centers down in the 5, 10, 15% as in the best centers in Europe. So when you do these inter-center comparisons, now we're just looking at Gosling yardstick, a couple different ways you can use them. With a single study like that, what's kind of fun is you're looking at a total protocol when you do these. Those 9-year-old dental arch relationship results can't be linked back to a particular event in that child's life. It's too complex. It's the entire protocol. But what you can do is look for features within that entire protocol that stand out, and it raises some questions about what's going on. So let's look at the worst center, Center B, with over 60% potentially needing orthodontic surgery. Interestingly, they were the one center of all of ours that used primary bone grafting and also used pre-surgical orthopedics. Center C, which was the best center in the group, did none of that, just primary repairs. And this is almost identical to what was found in Eurocleft, that the best center had the simplest protocol, fewest surgeon, and did not do extra things, and it definitely did not do primary bone grafting. That doesn't mean that primary bone grafting caused that problem. It just means that primary bone graft is associated with that problem. Someone that you know well here got a group together in 2011 and came up with your own yardstick for the bilaterals. The Peru yardstick, kind of based on the same principles as the Gosling yardstick. So we had Center B, the worst center with the unilateral Gosling yardstick, and Center C. We did a separate two-center comparison using the Peru yardstick and found exactly the same thing. Center B, primary bone graft and pre-surgical orthopedics, had about 50% need for orthodontic surgery. Center C, about 10%. So what we saw with the unilateral, we also saw with the bilateral. And the features of interest in that, in Center B's protocol, clearly were the use of primary bone grafting and pre-surgical orthopedics. So now I'm going to show you where we can go from that. So that was our start. Then we thought, well, let's start looking at other centers that have other protocol features of interest, such as NAM, GPP, we're looking at BMP now, Latham Appliance. We just finished our most recent one was 2 centers with Latham Appliance and GPP, which we'll be showing at the Cleft meeting next year. But that involved recruiting and getting other centers. So we presented this stuff, and we started to see this catch on. Other centers would come up to us and say, let's see what we can do. So that's the Americleft Ortho original, and this is what happened then. Right after that, we added about 5 more centers and did a series of other studies with them. And what happens when you start to get cumulatively more centers is now you can look at patterns, but patterns within groups of organizations, looking for patterns that show more or less favorable outcomes. So it's a busy graph, but on this column are all the centers now that, this was a few years ago that we had rated. The E centers are all the Euroclef centers. These are the average Gosselin scores for those centers. And these are protocol features of interest that were used or not used across their infant orthopedics, Latham Appliance, NAM, GPP, primary bone grafting, delayed heart palate closure, and number of surgeons. What I want to point out to you is when you put it this way, in the order of best to worst Gosselin scores, you group them that way, you can see the Euroclef had real, compared to the American centers we looked at, they really had very good Gosselin-Denmark relationships compared to ours. A1 is Lancaster. Now, I know I always include that there because every time we do a comparison, we throw Lancaster's sample in with the mix. That way, I know that there's a common leg back to Euroclef because we rated them with Euroclef. And there's a common leg that we can rate all the way through with all the other centers because that allows us to ensure that we're calibrated. And I can tell you every time Lancaster's been thrown in with another one of these comparisons, the scores always come out within less, probably on an average of 0.2 of a Gosselin score, plus or minus 0.2 of a Gosselin score. So it's one way to keep us somewhat calibrated. But here's what I wanted to point out. If you look at the best Gosselin scores up here, and you look at the features that could be included in that, none of the best Gosselin scores really required or benefited from Latham, NAM, GPP, primary bone grafting, or accommodation. There were a few that there was infant orthopedics involved. But basically, look at all those higher Denmark relationship scores were obtained without the use of all that other stuff for Denmark relationship. You look at the bottom part, the worst Gosselin scores. Look at the mix of all the other things that are added. That doesn't mean that they caused a worse Gosselin score. It just means that adding those things didn't improve their Denmark relationships. So if you're using those, thinking you're improving a Denmark relationship, there's not a lot of evidence for that, at least with these types of studies. Now here's the way you can really corrupt this if you got the wrong people on the bus. So now someone comes in and wants to rate their Gosselin, and they treat it like a horse race. So that like somebody's got to win and somebody's got to lose. So there's someone that comes in at a Gosselin 2.36, and it was a nose ahead of a Gosselin 2.50. And these are the kinds of people that would take that home to their centers and start cheering that we're number one or we won the race. And that's why we keep all of these centers anonymous. I mean, most of us know who the centers are when we start to look at protocols. But basically, this is not about centers, this is about protocols. And it has to be kept that way. So what else can we do? Well, we can look at other things that the Euroclef people looked at, like skeletal morphology, nasolabial appearance. Now we've also looked at bone grafting. And another big one that I'm going to hit on at the end is called burden of care, which I've already mentioned to you in my diagrams. So cephalometrically, original Americlef sample, just looking at SNA angle, which is a typical angle used to look at maxillary position. Interesting thing is when we looked at SNA angle, the order from best to worst, remember the larger the SNA angle, the more prominent the maxilla. When we looked at the order of best to worst, looking at SNA, it was identical to best to worst when we looked at Gosselin score, because remember, the lower the Gosselin score, the better. So best to worst Gosselin, best to worst SNA, C, D, E, and B, C, D, E, and B. So the cephalometrics bears out what we found by just holding up a set of models, and we see this over and over again when you compare morphology to Gosselin yardstick. Then we start to get into the fuzzy stuff of nasolabial appearance. Those of you who've done nasolabial appearance ratings know that this is kind of squishy science because it's so subjective. And we've tried to make it as objective as we can. But we now have an Asher-McDade method that we've tweaked a little bit. One of the things that we do with Americlef is take things that are already in use and maybe try to improve upon them a little bit, but not to drastically start from scratch and start over again. So we now have nasolabial profile, frontal view, and vermilion border view, rating from 1 to 5, just like a Gosselin yardstick. And then a group of us, Terumi was involved in this one also, a number of years ago, decided it would really help if we had a nasolabial yardstick, just like a Gosselin yardstick. When you use a Gosselin yardstick, you've got a set of reference models that you can get to that's there on display as your rating. So if you have a set of models and you don't know what it is, you go over to a table where the Gosselin yardstick is the reference models, and you just look at the reference models and you kind of figure, well, it looks mostly like this group, and you put it in there. That's what you give it. That's why it's so dependable. We didn't have one for nasolabial appearance. We didn't have a yardstick that showed us here's all examples, for instance, of a frontal view rated 1 and a frontal view rated 5. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 yardsticks. This has now been published in this Cleft Palate Journal. You can download it for use. And this came through a series of ratings where we would consecutively rate patients, and then patients that got all the same rating or almost unanimous ratings as a 1, we put in a pile, and then we had ways to try to sort them out. So we now have a yardstick that you can actually put in front of you while you're doing the rating of the photos. The other thing that we changed with the original Asher-McDade method, they used to project the views, and then everybody would sit around the table and break down, and they project the next one and break down what you gave every score. And what I found, most of us found, was there's no way to know whether you're, if you're rating 120 of those, whether you're rating exactly the same way at number 120 that you were when you first rated number 1. And it's very hard to go back and cross-compare what you gave them. So we came up with a method that was used in psychology called Q-sort. I don't know if there's any psychologists in the room that are familiar with that. But it's a way of rating subjective things, like personal opinions about arts and so forth. It was used in, Jim McNamara, one of his residents, did a paper actually looking at non-cleft profiles using Q-sort versus visual analog scale, and found the Q-sort to be preferable. So what we do now is these are where you put the yardstick. So that's a nasal frontal 1, nasal frontal 2, nasal frontal 3. And those are 4 examples of 3, 4 examples of 4, 1, and so forth. Then each rater is given a set of cards that has the patient's information, photos on it. So you're rating each card separately, and you can actually hold that card up to the different yardstick cards and see which one it fits best into. And then you divide them up and put them in piles. And then after you've done that, you have the ability to go back and look at all the ones that you rated 1. And here are the ones that I rated 2, and you can kind of cross-compare them and say, well, wait a minute, this one looks better than that one. Oh, sorry. I talk about. So you can cross compare, and that way you can, like Gunberg takes forever to do these because she's constantly cross comparing, but she was getting nasolabial kappa scores, if you're familiar with the way the kappa, which we use for a lot of these, which for Gosselin, or usually Gunberg's are like 0.98. She's like the world's Kappa queen. And normally for nasolabial ratings, you're down in the 0.7s and so forth. She was getting 0.95s for nasolabial ratings using the Q-sort with the yardstick. So anyway, we've done that, and that's how we've been rating most of our stuff. As a result, we did publish, just like Euroclef in 2011 in the Cleft Palate Journal, we published an identical series of 5 articles looking at exactly the same way that Euroclef did. And we could have probably just copied the Euroclef articles and put our name on it because the results were almost identical. So just looking at these now we can start to look for features of interest that are more related to nasolabial aesthetics, such as a study that we did looking at a center A that used NAM and also did no secondary revisions on the patients up to the time we did the rating. And we compared them to a center that did not use NAM or any form of orthopedics, and also, interestingly, did no secondary revisions, because that center was Lancaster. And Lancaster was a historical sample that I drew from the study that was done in the 60s, where the surgeons back then didn't believe in doing secondary revisions until patients were done growing. So all of the patients at age 8 or 9 had no revisions. So it was a really clean comparison of NAM versus no revisions. The other 2 centers did secondary revisions. So keep that in mind. So center A, NAM, center C, just primary surgery, no revisions. B and D did some secondary revisions. So what I wanted to point out was the red circles are the different, these are the different views. Center A, these are all the NAM samples. These are all NAM samples. So they scored very well compared to Lancaster, which did no secondary revisions. And many of these differences were statistically significant. NAM versus no revisions, just primary surgery. Interesting part, though, was that when you added to the mix the centers that had secondary revisions, then the difference between NAM and those centers decreased, and in most cases were not significantly different. So at least it seemed from this comparison that our choices out there might be, if you believe in NAM and the burden of care that it imposes on patients, which is considerable at birth, but you might be saving that patient some subsequent surgeries. If you don't want to do the burden of NAM early, and you believe that a secondary revision surgery can be done as an outpatient and relatively quickly and simply, you may be able to get a similar result. It's an additional surgery, but it saves. So it's a choice. I think it's going to boil down not to one method is here and another down here. I think it's going to boil down to the choices of how do we want to do things. Where do you, which one do you think is the least burden to parents? When we looked at this cumulatively, we've now looked at, when this was made, we had looked at 3 additional NAM centers. We now have looked at one more, so we've now had 4 NAM centers involved in these. And interestingly, this was the NAM center you just saw here. But when we looked at 2 other NAM centers, they didn't fare as well. And actually looking at the cluster here, you can see that 3 of the top 4 for nasolabial average cumulative ratings, 3 of the 4 didn't use anything except some secondary revisions. Only 1 center used NAM, and the other NAM centers didn't fare as well. So it's not clear right now where the NAM issue falls. And that's also probably due, my guess is, when you look at NAM itself is not one method. If you look at how different people do NAM, it's all over the charts. So it's probably somewhat sensitive to technique and the NAM person, the person who's doing the NAM. So we continue to look for multiple. The more centers we have that we can throw into this mix, the more these charts will start to maybe show us some patterns that we can work with. Now, looking at the burden of care part of this, that's the flip side of this. So we all look at benefit, but now let's look at burden. we had an interesting, one of our NAM studies. One of the centers actually had a NAM sample, quite a decent-sized NAM sample. Also from the same center had a sample that had traditional infant orthopedics. And it was mostly just a time issue. They used traditional orthopedics, and then they switched to NAM. So they had a consecutively treated sample with TIO, and then switched to NAM, and then a subsequent center section with NAM. But a lot of the same care providers at the same center. So it was kind of an interesting mix. When you looked at the difference, there was no differences here in the distribution. Again, the ones and the twos are the good ones, the threes are in the middle, fours and fives are the bad ones. But NAM and traditional infant orthopedics, there was no significant difference in their nasolabial ratings, even though NAM was intended to improve more. Infant orthopedics mostly just structural of the maxilla, but they came out about the same. But the interesting part was that when you looked at the number of visits for NAM versus traditional infant orthopedics, and the number of days the appliance was worn for NAM and traditional orthopedics, there were significant differences in the burden of care. The traditional infant orthopedics had a lower burden of care in that sense. And many of you are probably familiar also with the Dutch cleft randomized trial, one of the few randomized trials that have been done that on infant orthopedics, where with a randomized trial, infant orthopedics was shown to do absolutely nothing by the age of 6. There was no significant differences between centers that used that patients were treated with it and patients not. Interesting material that kind of floats in your head. You have to sort things out, what's important and what's not. Okay, so moving on, another thing we wanted to look at was bone graft outcomes. We looked at the Berlin scale and the Chelsea scale and every scale that we possibly could, and didn't jive with what we were looking for. So we modified, mostly a modification of the Chelsea scale, and came up with our own little Americlef swag method. For those of you who don't know what swag means, what I'm telling you is swag means a standardized way to assess grafts. In America, in the U.S., we also use swag to stand for, get ready for this, tongue-in-cheek, a scientific wild-ass guess. So you can judge whether you think this is a standard way to judge grafts or a standard or a scientific wild-ass guess. But what we do is that we divide the cleft into thirds, an apical, middle, and a coronal third. Each third can get a 0, a 1, or a 2, depending upon whether there's bone in it and whether there's roots exposed. This has been published also now. We've done a long-term study of this, and it will be coming up shortly in the CPJ. So, but this would be, so the highest you can get, this is different than Goslin and Ashton-McDade, because this one, the higher the score, the better. 240, so the most you can get is 246. The lowest you can get is a 0, 0, 0, 0, okay? So this one, for instance, would be given a 2, and a 0, because there's a root here, and that means there's no bone and there's a root sitting in it. So that gets a 0. So this graft gets a 4. We've done a number of studies with these. The reliability is better than the other scales that we looked at. It's not as good as a Goslin scale yet. Part of that a lot of it has to do with the quality of the x-rays too. The x-rays will make these all over the place. So the Americlef project, swag method, Kathy Russell was the lead author of this, about to be published. But basically, here's a post-graft x-ray with no bone in it. So we call that a gigantic failure, 0. And then it goes to 4 to 6. But you can have a 1, a 2, a 3, 4, 5, or 6. Okay? 6 is pretty uncommon. That's bone all the way up along the side. But we did a study with this, and it, just like the Goslin yardstick, though, it enabled us to really sort out centers with good bone grafts and centers with bad bone grafts. So again, these are the 5s and 6s up here. This is a 4 right in the middle. We all kind of agreed clinically 4 is about as low as you want to go with a graft and still be able to call it maybe an okay graft. when you get down to 3, 2, and 1, you're talking about need to regraft or failed graft or modifications or something. But look at the difference though. So we have 2 centers here that had, center number 4 had like 95% success rate. This one maybe an 80-some% success rate. But look at these. This is a 3 and this is on like 65% of this center's grafts rated bad that had to be redone. Interestingly, all these centers were thinking they were doing the best they could. And yet we do this and all of a sudden, whoa, there's huge differences there. So big differences in outcomes of grafts. And the other thing that was helpful with this is because we rated by thirds, you can actually go in and look at the individual thirds and see where the defects were. And so when you look at the 2 best centers, this is the apical third, and look at, and they got their apical thirds were filled with bone. And the centers that did poor, the apical third was the worst. So it's an apical third defect, and all 3 centers had some defects at the crest of the ridge, which is not uncommon. To have a perfectly normal alveolar crest is really, really good, and maybe a bit of luck thrown in. So all of the ones had defects somewhere near the crest, but the ones that fared more poorly had major crestal defects and also apical third defects. So now, why is that interesting? So we go back and look at the protocols and features of interest, and this is what really caught our attention. The 2 centers that did the best, with their lip repair, they did primary nasal floor repair. The 2 centers that did the poorest did not do primary nasal floor repair with lip repair. Is that the cause of this? I don't know, but it seems to be associated with better apical third grafts, better grafting in the apical third if the nasal floor is not repaired just at the time of the graft, but it's repaired from the start of the infant. So maybe some of you surgeons out there would throw in some comments. Not being a surgeon, I don't do nasal floor repairs. We thought that was interesting. Here's another interesting one. The center with the worst results did the most pre-surgical orthodontic manipulation, most expansion, most alignment. The other ones did some, but not as much. Does that mean that that's too much? Is that creating a problem? Is the expansion making things too big for the surgeon? Question could be, there's no answers to these from this stuff. There's just a lot of questions that come up that make you start to look at what's working and what's not working. But nasal floor repair, those are the 2 big differences that we saw in the features of those. We did a long-term follow-up. We took the best and the worst center, and we looked at, and all those bone grafts were about 1 year and 3 months post-grafting. We looked at the same centers at 8 years, 1 month post-ABG, just to see what the effect was over time. Did those ratings stay the same? Did they get better? Did they get worse? Basically, the answer to that is, and this is published, just been published with CBCJ also. But basically, we didn't see with the group patients. Basically, if you started bad, you ended bad. 8 years later didn't really help. It didn't hurt. It didn't help. It just stayed about the same. Some went up, some went down, but basically stayed the same. This is another we looked at though, because a lot of these at 8 years, 1 month post ABG were done with their orthodontics. So we looked at how the incisor was managed in the cleft site. And what we found was that there was a tendency, it was not significant, but if you did a cuspid substitution in the cleft site, the graft tended to be a little bit better, rated a little bit better. The cuspid was substituted for the lateral incisor. If you held the space for a replacement, not implant, just a replacement, then it got a little bit worse. Which wouldn't be unexpected because now you're doing a graft and you're holding an edentulous space for 8 years. what's it going to do? It's going to atrophy a little bit. There's nothing in there. And when there was an incisor present, that was our reference. So if the incisor was present, that was held steady within this multivariate analysis. If you had a cuspid come into that space, it got a little bit better, not significantly. If you held the space, it got a little bit worse. So food for thought. Okay, speech group. So now we've burned through all the ortho stuff. Now I hear Kathy Chapman was here last year. Yeah. So this is probably old hat to you, and she probably explained it a whole lot better than I can. But we started a speech group about many more years than that ago. And this is the speech group now. Kathy's the head of it with Judy Cardamone. You may use speech pathologists, may recognize some of these names. This is really a hard-working group. They have done a whole bunch of stuff. It's still a work in progress, but the idea was to establish a standard methodology for this. And one of the first things that they had a kind of consensus on was what are the indicators of good or poor speech, and how are you going to measure it? What's your measurement tool going to be? What are your recording procedures, sample characteristics? And I just thought it was kind of fun to look back at some of the archives of the different ways that have gotten out there for looking at speech. Some of these from way back when, there's a nasometer and nasendoscope. But so yeah, you got all these things, just like with orthodontics and infants, all those toys to play with. Here, you take your pick, speech pathologist, and you can have all these ways to measure speech. But obviously, for this to go anywhere and to compare centers, you can't have one center using a nasometer and another one coming up with speech outcome data and using a nasendoscope, and another one using a listening tube, and expect to be able to compare those outcomes. So there has to be some standardization of this. And Kathy's group has come up with some basic standardization. They also, and this was at my encouragement, are trying to take a look at 5 to 6-year-olds. We thought that was a good age, mostly because now we have a 5-year yardstick, just like a Gosselin yardstick, so we can measure dental-arch relationships. And I thought it'd be cool if we had this as a multidisciplinary kind of intercenter approach, that we'd be looking at everything at the same age. Just take one age and say, we're just going to clean house and look at everything we can about the kids we're treating at that age. And it looks like this speech pathologists are going to be able to do that. Same rules, consecutive cases, English, non-syndromic, throwing out hearing loss, no adoptions, all treatment provided at the same center. But what they came up with was some standardized video recording. I'm sure Kathy must have shown you some of these when she was here. And these, they're really making a lot of headway on these. They devised a standardized speech sample. As you know, they're taking their samples and they're putting them into RedCap through the University of Utah. And then that way the SLPs can rate these at home, in their home computers, to rate them. And the deal is that you're not allowed to rate a patient that you made the recording on yourself, so they're all blinded ratings in terms of where they're from. And what they came up with is the CAPS-A, which was borrowed from the UK. That was Debbie Sell, who was helping to coordinate that from the UK. And they modified it for AmeriClef, so another attempt to stay in connection with Europe, but to come up with AmeriClef modifications. Looking at speech acceptability, hypernasality, 5-point scale, hyponasality, a 3-point scale, audible nasal emissions, 3-point scale, voice consonant production errors, speech therapy, and the VP function, and also the Golden Fist test. Now you can argue, if you want to, with, I like this and I don't like that. The speech and psychology people don't seem to be as agreeable as orthodontists are, I guess, is from my perch. It seems like there's a lot more haggling that goes on, more herding cats kind of a thing that has to take place. But they've come together on this one. And I think what needs to happen is they're in the process, I think at the ACPA meeting, they're actually having a whole day before the ACPA meeting starts where they're going to have an open session that you can sign up for to sit in and be trained and calibrated to do this kind of speech ratings for anybody that would be interested. This is Adrian Bayless from Nationwide Children's in Ohio, who's one of the leaders of the team also, accessing the recording at her home computer, so you don't have to be getting together to do this, and rating it independently. They're all calibrated, and then it's all recorded on RedCap. They've made numerous presentations, and they also Kathy mentioned that she has spoken to you guys here. I don't know how far you've gotten in trying to work out a collaboration, but hopefully that will be forthcoming. And they've got a couple publications in the works, as well as a couple grants funded. Then we have a psychosocial group that we got started a few years ago. This group is really just getting started and has a long way to go, but essentially they're trying to come up with the same thing, some uniform psychosocial measures for children with clefts that can be applied across centers. And the secondary is to look at differences in diagnosis, family history, environment, treatment, birth factors, demographics. This group, in my opinion, they've bit off a whole lot to chew here. So I'm not sure how quickly they're going to be coming up with anything that will be presentable. They're still looking for what to measure. And the way that we're going about it is they're kind of testing everything under the sun to see what they like the best. Which, you know, I don't like to micromanage the groups once I get them started. But I think it's a long way around. They also have given up on the idea of doing 5 to 6 year olds, so you're trying to get them to be in that same mold as the others. But they just don't feel that, that at 5 to 6 years old they can get enough information from the kids, because they want to do both parents and kids. So I think they're looking more at 7 or 8 year olds. And the other thing they're really wrestling with is, I don't know how you all do it here, but most of us, when we have our team days, and which is when most of these data are going to be gathered, you know, we've got our hands full just getting the families through the process. And if all of a sudden you've got to have your social worker or psychologist sit down with a 1-hour survey in the middle of a busy team day to collect, that's more like a research project. And this is not research per se. I'll get into the difference between research and audit. But I'm on the sidelines and watching. But they're in the process of choosing measures to meet the goals, trying to implement the measures, and then refining them as they need to be. So the measures that they're looking at, the self-perception measure, they're looking at the cleft cube. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but Karen Long in Toronto and a group of people up there have come up with something called the cleft cube that, in my opinion at least, is the thing to keep an eye on. That seems to be a psychological survey that has a lot of promise, and it's getting a lot of attention. And Karen is a physician, a surgeon, but they're spending a lot of time trying to winnow this down so it would be usable in a clinical setting on a team day, for instance, and be used kind of as a screening tool. For the behavioral, emotional, and social aspects, they're looking at the CBCL, the Child Behavior Checklist. Quality of life, they're looking at the PHQL and the family impact, and then cognitive learning, Colorado Learning Test. I'm personally not familiar with a lot of these other than the cleft cube, so those of you who are more tuned into this will have more meaning than for me. The group is looking at all of these, which is going to be a big undertaking, so I'm not sure they're going to have anything to report back for a while. Iowa has tried to do the full battery of these. At Toronto, they've done just as, and here in Lancaster, we're just experimenting with a couple of them, trying them out. The full battery had a 55% refusal rate. People didn't want to sit and do it. It took too long. I mean, that tells you something right there. The other ones, something that can be completed in a clinical visit, are going to have more promise, I think. So stay tuned on that one. That's a work in progress right now. The last group is the surgery group that we got started just a couple years ago. So here's our map again now with all the other groups that we got, and now we're going to throw in the surgeons. And I thought red is a good color for the surgeons, I thought. So there's our surgical group, and Tom Sitzman and Stephen Beals in Phoenix, Tom's in Cincinnati, are heading this group up. A couple from Toronto and from Duke. They've been part of the task force for a while. Some of the surgeons have worked with the ortho group. We've asked those lead surgeons to extend the invitation to others. Here was an interesting study that Tom Sitzman did with our ortho group. It is kind of a busy slide, but if you look at the total surgical burden of care from birth, let's say through age 20, these are the different primary surgeries that might be done at and about the age as they are. And then there's secondary surgeries. These are secondary surgeries. And this can be mind-boggling, look at all of these options. But what Tom did was just look at lip revision. And he came up with and talked to me about doing this thing that he called survival rate following lip repair. And the survival rate is not alive or dead. Survival rate is how long does a patient go after primary repair before a secondary revision is done. So in other words, when you look at the 4 centers that we did nasolabial ratings on, at birth, 100% survive because they haven't had any revisions. But then as time passes, each of the centers has a revision protocol that's different. So some centers did lots of revisions very early on. Where's my mouse? There we go. So nobody had revisions here, and then after a few years, so this center, which is Center D, started doing revisions here. So every time this drops, that means a few more patients have had revisions. So the line represents those that have still not had revisions. This is the line represents those that were still with just primary repair. But fewer and fewer percentage of them primary repair, and that keeps going down. Center D obviously liked to do all their revisions right around 5 years old. Did about 60% of their patients had revisions, and then it stabilized here. This is interesting. There's 2 centers here that didn't do revisions until quite older, and as you might guess, Lancaster was one of them because that was the longitudinal study. So Lancaster being yellow here doesn't show any revisions up until the kids got to be about 15 or 16, which was when at that time the protocol for us was to do. Now the revisions now we do are the same as everybody else, right around 5 or 6 or whenever the kids need it. But it gives you an interesting comparison, though, of the different procedures and protocols that centers follow, because then you can go back and look at their nasolabial readings to see how their treatment protocol dovetails with their nasolabial readings. And one of the things, they did a number of comparisons here, but the one I thought was interesting was this was the group nasolabial reading. These are real good, mostly good, kind of in between, and these are the poor ones here. And with primary surgery only, there was a cluster of very poor that still remained here, and not as many very good. But this small group here were the ones, by the time this was compared, that had secondary revisions. So they had an increase in the number of very goods and goods, and they eliminated the very poor. But there was no statistical significance, however, between the 2 groups, which probably speaks to the fact that this group didn't have revisions because they weren't that far off. And these didn't. But these are the kinds of, we're just scratching the surface with this right now and getting started with that. So the surgery group now, some objectives of doing some prospective measurements. And one of the things they're looking at right now is a multi-center prospective look at fistula rate, where they're going to compare in the different centers the rate of fistulas 6 months after palate repair. If you know anything about the incidence of fistulas, they're all over the charts. If you look at the reports out there, there are reports rated as high as 40% fistula rates, and some saying no fistula rates, which is unheard of, I think. But because of the variability in fistula rate, the surgery group is now they're doing this prospectively, looking at babies before palate repair and then giving them the routine care of the center, which is normally cleft repair somewhere before 2 years of age. And then 6 weeks after that, they're going to look at fistulas, and then they're going to compare the fistula incidence between the teams and see how that comparison then stacks up to the surgeon and the surgical techniques as a first step. And then once they do that, then they're going to propose some steps of learning from that. The groups that maybe had a lower fistula rate, what were they doing that gave them a lower fistula rate in the center that maybe had a higher fistula rate? Try to incorporate those protocol features into the less favorable one and see if they can change that rate, which is a very focused but minimal attempt. So I think probably I should stop. 5 more minutes? Okay. So let's look at another role for AmeriClef, and that is an audit role for centers. World Health Organization said that professionals entrusted with the provision of care have an obligation to review the success of their practices and where shortcomings are revealed to take remedial action. Efforts should constitute a continuous cycle, sometimes known as a clinical audit. What is an audit cycle? You all probably know this, but I'll do this anyway. So the first thing is within your center, you kind of look at an issue or you look at an outcome, whatever you want to focus on. You've got to have some standards within the organization. So you set some standards, you identify the standards. You collect data that will report on those standards and give you an idea of how you stand, understanding how you compare to that. You compare your performance then to those standards. You make changes if changes are indicated, and then you're back where you started from. And you do this cycle over and over again for one measure or one feature or one issue after another. Fairly simple. The problem I have with it, and this is really what we're mostly about, we're just auditing our own outcomes by doing these comparisons. But when you do it internally, that's what we were all doing before AmeriClef. We were all looking at what we were doing, but that's as far as it got. And none of us knew how that stacked up, because the standards that we had were internal standards. We set them for ourselves. Maybe we could look in the literature and see how we stacked up, but historical controls are historically bad. So I think that the way to get around that, and what we've been doing, is to use these multi-center comparative outcomes to take it to the next level. So for instance, when you get to data collection and analysis, what if we had standards across all centers? Like we're all going to take models at age such and such, or we're all going to take SEPs, or we're all going to take speech recordings at age 5, or whatever. We're all going to take the same thing. Every center agreed to take the same thing. Now we have a pool of data that's enormously larger than just our own little centers, and we all start gathering that information. And it's got to be clinically useful information. In other words, it becomes a big research project. It's got to be stuff that you normally use, just like SEPs and models, speech recordings that you are going to use as part of your diagnosis and treatment planning procedures. But you can also then, if they're standardized, compare them from one center to the next. So now you've got these standards of records being collected at multiple centers. Now you can start to compare those records from center 1 to center 2 to center 3. From that, you can identify best protocols, exactly what I've been showing you, trying to show you all along here. And we've been lucky because we've had a couple centers that just by good fortune had standardized records, mostly with orthodontics. You identify the protocol features of interest. You can develop clinical trials from those. You can generate enough question about the information we don't know to develop a trial, then go back and identify it and set new standards and implement changes. So the red arrows are the cycle outside the cycle that bring this to the next level of instead of just an internal comparison to an external multi-center comparison. So what we've learned in AmeriClef is just some lessons to write down or to think about. If you get the wrong people on the bus, you'll never get the bus started. So you've got to make sure the right people are there. The people that we've tried to engage in this have run into resistance from their home teams in terms of certain people not wanting to reveal their outcomes, certain people not feeling comfortable, which is unfortunate, but that's a deal breaker. Lack of financial support. We mostly have done this with a little bit of support from the Cleft Palate Association and the Cleft Palate Foundation, but the bulk of the funding we all pay for ourselves. All of the ones that have participated in this, either with local grants that we can come up with or out of our own pockets. Standardization of records is critical. If we don't have that, this doesn't get off the ground. So that you have to start somewhere, and that's a good place to start. Getting sample sizes of sufficient size. I can't imagine in Peru you'd have a problem. You could probably we could borrow some of your sample to make ours bigger. Lack of time for record collection, that's always a complaint that people have. IRB issues, this is a delicate one. When you do an internal audit, you don't need an IRB for that typically. You're just looking at your own outcomes. Once you take that to the next level, though, then that's going to require IRB because now you're comparing and sharing data. Making sure that the centers remain anonymous. This is not meant to have any legal repercussions or public relations problems. You all have to agree on how you're going to publish and present data, ownership of the data, and reaching consensus on what outcomes are important. So, how about I stop now? Is it a good time? Okay. I got a little bit more, but you said I can do a little bit more later, right? Or am I done? Yeah, okay. So I can stop now. Okay. Because you have, what are we supposed to do?
Gostaria de fazer perguntas para o Dr. Rosnon. A gente pode ajudar, né, a traduzir, podem ficar à vontade.
Deixa eu só perguntar aqui. Eu vou fazer. I'm going to make in Portuguese and then she will translate, okay? Não, mas eu não quero. Bem, eu gostaria que o senhor falasse o exato protocolo lá de Lancaster, o protocolo. Cirúrgico. Para a gente saber, porque é tão bom assim os níveis dele que a gente agora.
Dr. Ellis is the head of the plastic surgery in the hospital, and he would like to know about the Lancaster surgical protocol.
The surgical protocol? Yeah. That's a surgical protocol that we used in 1964 to 76. There was a surgeon named Bob Harding, who was our chief surgeon at that point. He did a triangular flat lip repair at 3 months. With bilaterals, he did that in 2 stages. He did right side, then left side. He then repaired the hard palate with a vomer flap about 12 months. And then he did the soft palate with just usually a midline closure with a muscle reconstruction about 16 months. So he actually had a 2-stage palate repair, hard palate with vomer flap and soft palate. He didn't do, if he needed it, he would do a VY flap extension if he thought the soft palate was short. Now, what happened then, and we've interestingly done an internal audit of our own outcomes. Our surgeons decided that they didn't like the multiple surgeries for lip repair, and they didn't like the 2-stage palate repair when they thought they could do everything in 1 step to reduce surgeries. So they switched to Van Langenbach for the hard and soft palate, and 1-stage lip repair. I think they were using a Nakajima. One surgeon used Nakajima, the other just looking at dental arch relationship. And so all of a sudden our really great dental arch relationships are now down with everybody else's. So our dental arch relationships were worse than when Dr. Harding was doing vomer flap and
two-stage closure.
And two-stage closure.
So before 76, it was better than now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We're not doing as good as we. Yeah. It's kind of disappointing, but truth be known, I can show you that data. I have it.
Alguma questão mais?
Just to check about the nasal floor, because you showed the two center without nasal floor repair and two other center with vomer flap. When you do the vomer flap to close the hard palate, don't you repair the nasal floor together?
Yes. And when Dr. Harding was doing his surgery with the vomer flap, he was repairing the nasal floor, but we only started doing bone grafting when I got back to Lancaster in 1977. By that time, the longitudinal study was over. So the kids that were in the Americlef study were not the same ones that we did in the bone graft study. They were done later when the surgeons had switched their technique away from the vomer flap to doing just doing a VY push backward, but long and back. And that's where our bone grafts. So and everything got worse when we stopped doing the vomer flap. And I don't know what Bob Harding's bone grafts would have looked like because all of those patients were past bone grafting age. So yes, the answer to that is yes. He most likely, I assume he did nasal floor repair when he did his vomer flap, but those weren't the kids that were included in the bone graft study.
Please, another one.
I would like to know, because I could not understand very much, I was kind of sleepy. Sorry. You said that the best results with the bone grafts were with those that had fistula repair in the beginning or later, because I could not understand that very well. Which one was the best, the best take of the
best take of the bone graft?
The bone graft.
Of the bone graft. We didn't look specifically at fistulas per se, and that I guess depends on whether you're talking about intentional fistulas or unintentional fistulas. So the unintentional fistulas we have not looked at. All we looked at was primary lip repair. At the time of primary lip repair, the centers that had the best outcomes with bone grafting later, in their primary lip repair, they had done a nasal floor repair. The center at the time of primary lip repair.
They closed the nasal floor
with the lip.
With the lip.
Yeah.
That was the best.
That was the best.
Okay.
They closed the nasal floor with the lip.
All right.
Yeah.
Eu acho que a gente vai ter também mais o Dr. Ross vai acompanhar todo dia, então se alguém quiser conversar com ele nos intervalos, ou mesmo a gente ter outras oportunidades para fazer mais perguntas a ele. E Dr. Ross, we would like to express our gratitude for your presence here and congratulate you for the impressive and magnificent lecture. I'm sure the Dr. team will never forget all these tips and also this information that you teach us, and we think the Americlef has it's so clear, the information is so well done and clear, like the SWOG scale, and seems just perfect for the bone graft evaluation. So we would like all to show our gratitude to call a interdisciplinary team to hug you 3 hugs. And Dr. João Henrique, the director of Administrative and Financial Department at Centennial. Also Dr. Eils, the head of plastic surgery, and Dr. Aracima Lagos, the chief of the orthodontic clinic, to give you the certificate and a gift from Profis and the foundation that supports the family of the patients with plaque. A gente vai fazer 5 minutos de intervalo enquanto o apoio técnico se liga, né, com o Japão, e tem um cafezinho lá fora. Vamos em 5 minutos voltar mais rápidos.
Nós vamos iniciar agora, então, a videoconferência com o Japão. Eu gostaria de estar apresentando o professor Takafumi Susami. Dr. Susami, ele foi professor meu durante o meu período de pós-graduação em Tokyo Medical and Dental University, e agora ele está na Universidade de Tóquio. Ele, desde a época que ele estava na Universidade de Tóquio, ele é uma pessoa extremamente dedicada, e hoje ele é um dos líderes do Japan Cleft. Vocês sabem, na realidade o Japan Cleft, assim como a AmeriCleft, iniciou com a iniciativa de alguns centros, e eles têm realizado também trabalhos maravilhosos, tal como o que o Dr. Rosmond mostrou nessa manhã. E, gentilmente, o Dr. Susami aceitou em participar dessa videoconferência. Normalmente, o nosso simpósio, nós trabalhamos com vários professores internacionais. Então, gostaria de estar apresentando o Dr. Takafumi Susami. Dr. Susami,
yes.
I would like to thanks for your all Japan Cleft team.
Yeah.
You, Dr. Saito, Dr. Asahito, yes, and all Japan Cleft team. And usually we do this congress and symposium with many foreign professors, but this time our country is in delicate situation, and it's difficult to invite many people. And then we decided to do the video conference. And then our round table will start now with your conference. After then, Dr. Joyce from India will talk. And in the afternoon, you show from Manchester, and Dr. Felicity. And after, in the end, the Brazil Cleft team will talk a little bit.
Yeah.
That's okay?
I see.
And thank you for all organization committee to accept and participate in our symposium. And then last night we received your PDF and all presentation, but I think your presentation will be very nice, because the image and the connection is very good. And then you can start your presentation, and after your presentation we will have some questions for our participants.
Yes. Okay.
Participants. That's okay?
So, good morning. May I start my lecture? Okay?
Okay. Okay. Can you start
Yeah,
your presentation?
Good morning from here. My name is Takafumi Susami. So I hope screen sharing is successful.
Okay, doctor, let's do it. All right, screen share is okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Takafumi Susami. I am the chief orthodontist in the University of Tokyo Hospital. University of Tokyo is one of the oldest national universities in Japan. Today, I'd like to talk about the history of inter-center collaborative study to improve cleft care in Japan, Japan Cleft. I am a representative of the Japanese Cleft Palate Association. I made this presentation with my colleague, Professor Saito and Dr. Asato. They are the member of Japan Craft Committee. First, I'd like to introduce the Japanese Craft Palette Association, JCPA. JCPA was established in 1977 and has been growing for more than 30 years. We have more than 3,000 members from a wide variety of specialties. Inter-center collaborative studies in Japan are being performed under the leadership or with support of the JCPA. Before talking about the inter-center collaborative studies, I'd like to talk about the characteristics of closed care system in Japan. More than 10 years ago, we made a nationwide survey on the primary treatment. Primary closed repairs between 1996 and 2000 were surveyed. Data of 4,349 patients were collected from 107 institutions. The number of the patients was 37% of the estimated total newborn patients in Japan. Investigated items were breast types, timing and methods for primary surgeries, and pre-surgical orthopedics. This survey high volume institutions are few in Japan. The most have less than 10 new patients annually. This is the palate closure in patients with closed lip and palate. Cleft palate was closed in one stage in 68% of the patients with cleft lip and palate. The method used was mostly the pushback. Conventional surgical methods have been preferred in Japan. This is pre-surgical orthopedics. Pre-surgical orthopedics were performed in about a half of patients with cleft lip and palate using a palatal plate such as a hot plate. It was not performed in the majority of patients with cleft palate. Then we carried out a survey on teen care in Japan. A questionnaire was sent to 334 hospitals and 132 replied. This is form of teen care in Japan. Only 44% of the patients were treated in a single center. Many patients were treated in collaboration with several hospitals. This is the problems found in teen care. 60% of teens had problems. Major problems were small number of patients, poor access and availability, and poor collaboration with other specialists. The information about hospitals got from this survey was published as a booklet similar to the Eurocraft project. Items listed were annual new patients, prenatal diagnosis, pre-surgical orthopedics, lip closure, palate closure, speech, orthodontic treatment, and alveolar bone grafting. So, characteristic of the breast care system in Japan, we have many hospital clinics, maybe too many. Birth centers are few in Japan. Our strengths, good access and availability. Patients can choose their hospital. High quality environment for treatment. Treatments are mostly covered by the National Health Insurance and other social supports. Weakness. Difficulty in the accumulation of experience due to small caseload in many hospitals. As a result, treatments prone to persist on the conventional methods. Due to the small number of the patients in individual hospital, the intercenter collaborative study is essential to obtain large sample size. Now, I'd like to talk about the history of the intercenter collaborative studies in Japan. Our first collaborative study was Japan Cleft Trials. It was carried out after the Euro Cleft study from 2002. This study was performed by orthodontists in 6 university hospitals. Facial morphology, dental arch relationships, nasal forms were evaluated using cephalograms, dental models, and facial photos. This is the result of dental arch relationships evaluated using the Gaussian yardstick. Although the number of patients was small, significant difference among centers were found. This is nasal form. Significant differences among centers were found, but these were not coincident with those in the dental arch relationships. Problems in these trials are here. The most serious problem was small sample size due to small annual case load or lack of records. Large sampling bias was also found. A large volume center presented few cases. So we gave up publication as scientific papers. After these original Japan Cleft trials, outcome surveys have been planned both on surgeries and on orthodontic treatment. For surgical outcomes, we had gathered information about the intercenter collaborative studies worldwide. We invited Professor Shaw, Dr. Ang, Professor Kaipa Syastman, and Professor Okada Ozawa to our annual meetings and learned about the Eurocrest study, about the WHO meetings to reduce the healthcare burden of the patients, about the American study, about Dutch Cleft study, and about the Brazil Cleft study. We had also learned about the global standard methods for evaluation. The first was Gaussian yardstick. A 3-day seminar was made by Dr. Morris in 2009. 109 doctors from 35 Japanese hospitals participated. The second was the 5-year index seminar for the evaluation of occlusion in the serious dentition. We invited Professor Sandy and Dr. Tak from UK. Professor Terumi Okada Ozawa joined us in this seminar. We also held a speech seminar. In the last January, we had a seminar for speech evaluation, inviting Dr. Sarah and Dr. Sweeney. CAPSA left audit protocol for speech augmented relearned. After this seminar, the core members started on making a suitable method to our language. This is the result of both linguistic evaluation. In general, dental arch relationships in Japanese patients were not good. Much dead area. This might be partly due to the facial characteristics in our face. However, 2 hospitals in the left circle showed better results. The best hospital, Hospital J, used an early 2-stage parental closure similar to that in Gothenburg, Sweden. This is the result of 5-year-old index evaluation. Comparison with models in UK. The considerable amount of Japanese patients were categorized into group 4 or 5. Distribution of dental arch relationships of the Japanese models was almost the same as that before the reorganization of the craft care system in UK, namely CSAR. For orthodontic outcomes, a voluntary association of orthodontists to consider about the inter-center converged study of craft care had made law. The number of participating institutions at the moment is 36. We have 2 meetings annually. Through this association, we have made several studies. First, policy for orthodontic treatment in each hospital was asked using a questionnaire and 12 centers answered. The questions were divided into the following 8 parts, namely annual case load, first orthodontic examination, commencement of the orthodontic treatment, maxillary protraction, alveolar bone grafting, maxillary arch expansion, maxillary destruction, and evaluation of treatment outcomes. These are representative results. First orthodontic examination and commencement of the orthodontic treatment. The most popular timing of the first orthodontic examination was in late deciduous dentition. It was performed below age 1 in 2 hospitals. In these hospitals, orthodontists played a role in pre-surgical orthopedics. On the other hand, the majority of hospitals commenced orthodontic treatment in early mixed dentition. These are use of maxillary protractor and use of maxillary distraction. Maxillary protraction was popular in Japan. 10 of 12 hospitals used frequently. The use of the maxillary distraction was not agreed. Next, opinions of the patient after active orthodontic treatment were collected using a questionnaire. It consisted of 33 questions in 5 categories, namely respondents about before, during, and after orthodontic treatment, and about overall treatment. 182 patients in 6 centers answered. This is the reason for the need of orthodontic treatment. The main concern was tooth alignment, and the next was difficulty in speech, and then chewing and facial appearance. This is about after orthodontic treatment. Many patients felt improvement in mastication, but not only in mastication, but also in speech after orthodontic treatment. So, orthodontic treatment seemed to have positive effect in speech. These are also after orthodontic treatment. Almost all patients were satisfied with their orthodontic treatment. However, about 3/4 of the patients claimed problems in the access to their hospital. This is the result of survey on the alveolar bone grafting in patients with UCLP. This is average age at alveolar bone grafting. Many hospitals have performed the alveolar bone grafting in mixed dentition, mainly before the eruption of canine. However, several institutions also performed in deciduous dentition. Iliac cancerous bone was basically used in all institutions. Chin bone was sometimes used in one hospital. This is the parameters for outcome evaluation. Popular parameters for outcome evaluation was the level of bone bridge and the X-ray film. The capability of tooth eruption and the alveolar shape were next. Recently, we examined the occlusion after orthodontic treatment in UCLP. 465 dental models after orthodontic treatment from 32 clinics in Japan were examined. The most popular alignment was the central incisor, canine in contact. The next was the alignment of lateral incisor. Some patients were treated by the tooth transplantation. So 84% of the patients have got final occlusion without orthodontic space closure. These are surgeries used for orthodontic treatment. Orthodontic surgery had been performed in 19% of the patients. Almost all patients underwent the alveolar bone grafting. The continued occlusion after orthodontic treatment were also evaluated using a modified PAR index. Nearly 90% of the patients had positive overjet and 9% was H2H. About 3/4 of the patients had good upper and lower dental midline relationships. So, occlusion after orthodontic treatment were good in the majority of patients. Now, we are performing a survey on the key care for other craniofacial anomalies. The first is on the syndromic craniosynostosis. 26 hospitals and clinics are participating. Information about the surgeries in the cranium, midface, and mandible, and the surgical orthodontic treatment will be collected. We'd like to gather information of more than 200 cases. To promote the intercenter collaborative studies officially, JCPA launched the Japan Cleft Committee in 2009. This plays an important role today, especially in the evaluation of surgical outcomes. Through our studies presented, we consider the purpose of intercenter collaborative studies is not hospital ranking, but sharing information about treatment outcomes. The main purpose is the elimination of the poor outcomes and to seek suitable treatment procedures for Japanese patients. Summary. Intercenter collaborative outcome studies like the Eurocleft and the Americleft have not been successfully performed in Japan yet. However, the collaborative spirit have been cultivated through the intercenter studies. Sharing the information about the treatment outcomes in other hospitals is the most important effect of the intercenter collaborative studies. Presentation of good and bad outcomes leads to the improvement. Indeed, some young surgeons and orthodontists in Japan have changed their treatment spontaneously. The standard treatment might have variations. It might be different among regions, even in Japan. We are looking for the most suitable way for Japanese patients. Finally, we thank these teachers for their kind instructions for intercenter collaborative studies. Thank you for your attention. Obrigado. Thank you. Okay?
Thank you, Dr. Susami, for
Yeah.
great presentation. And now I would like to ask for our participant to, if there is a question for you. Dr. Arasi, she is the head of the orthodontic session in our hospital. vamos falar em inglês, eu já estou mesmo. Eu queria primeiro saber se o sistema é público ou privado. E segundo, se ele usa a desjunção maxilar antes da máscara, porque como é muito comum o uso de máscara lá, ele não falou.
Should like to know if your hospital is public or private. The system is public. And another question is about the because you use a lot of face mask therapy, and before face mask therapy, do you use the maxillary expansion?
Oh, first question is about our hospital. Our hospital, National University. So, owned by government. Okay? So, is it the answer for your question?
Hello, doctor. I'll
Yeah.
be here. Can you stop the screen share, please? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Could you stop the screen share?
Screen share.
Yeah, stop it, please. Explica. Ele esqueceu do cara. Alright. Go to Skype at the top menu. Alright?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Your voice is very clear.
Okay, then you go on call menu. And there you will see stop screen share. Screen share. And you
So, once I close connection, and please call me again.
Okay. Loud and clear. And we're back.
So, I'm very sorry, I'm not familiar to Skype.
Dr. Susami,
Yes?
could you explain again about your system?
Health system.
Health
Oh.
system, and after then about the expansion.
So, I'd like to confirm the question. The question about our university or our healthcare system.
Yes, about the healthcare system.
Is it public?
Is it public?
Yes. So, National Health Support System, health insurance, covers orthodontic treatment and surgical treatment.
They
So
pay
that-
all treatment for
Yeah. So,
patients with balance patients.
so I think next question is about maxillary expander. When we use maxillary production, is it okay?
Yes, but do you expand using what kind of expansion or maxillary disjunction?
In my opinion, maxillary expansion should be minimum because it causes relapse. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So your voice is not so clear. I'm sorry. Yeah, because when we expand the maxillary arch, it is against the scar tissue. So it will relax. It's so after text. So, in my opinion, maxillary expansion should be minimum, and if we need to get harmony in maxillary arch, we should perform orthognostic surgery, I think. So, I seldom expand maxillary dentition. This is my personal opinion. Is it the answer for the question?
Yes, that's okay. And Dr. Susami, our students and professionals, we saw your publication about the face mask therapy, and what's your idea and suggestion about the face mask results and about the relapse?
Yeah, long-term results. So I published a paper in the Proliferation Journal about maxillary protraction. Half of patients need orthognostic surgery finally, but the social effect in the young children is prominent, and half, in other words, half of patients could avoid orthognostic surgery. So we perform face mask therapy after consultation of the good and bad effects of its treatment, and the patients decide the use of face mask. Okay.
Could you explain the percentage of need of orthodontic surgery after use of face mask?
Yeah, in my presentation today, 90% of the patients need orthodontic surgery. But in our hospital, 30 or 40, because we recommend 30 or 40 higher. So because we recommend orthodontic surgery in borderline cases. Okay.
Dr. Thelma, she's our plastic surgeon, and she would like to do a question.
Yeah.
Thanks, doctor. I would like to ask you about your protocol in Tokyo, your surgical protocol. The age you operate and what kind of surgery you perform, please.
Oh, in our hospital in Japan.
Japan and your hospital.
Yeah, very, very large variety. From two-stage surgery and all in one set, including breast lip and breast parent, at the same time closure. So we have many variations.
And in Tokyo University, what kind of surgical procedure you perform?
Historically, we used to the conventional pushback, but now we are changing to early two-stage parental closure using furlough.
Furlough. And you operate with 3 months, the leap, or 6 months, and the technique you use?
I'm sorry, the voice is not clear.
Age for cliff lip closure.
The age for cliff lip closure. Age. 3 months, 6 months.
Age. First reach 3 months, and usually if we perform one stage closure for breast parade, one way is 12 months in average, on average. But other hospitals use another protocols.
In your presentation, I saw that there are much more one-stage palatal closure than
that is more than 10 years ago.
10 years
Now
ago.
many hospitals changing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we believe our intercenter collaborative study is effective. Young surgeon changes.
Yeah. And the two-stage palatal closure is lip and soft palate or lip and hard palate before?
First rate and soft palate and then hard plate.
Lip with soft palate repair in first stage.
Yes. Now, for breast palate, first soft palate and then hard palate.
Similar to Gothenburg.
Yes.
Protocol. But do you close the hard palate before? With how old you close the hard palate in this case?
Oh, about 2 years old.
Okay, that's okay. Any question? Dr. Susami, we are so grateful to your presentation, and
yes,
I'd like to introduce Dr. Daniela. She is the coordinator of the president of this symposium. Could you come here?
Thank you, doctor, for your time.
Thank you.
For delivering the lecture at night. And for us, it was a great honor having you in our symposium.
Thank you inviting me to join your symposium. Thank you.
どうもありがとうございました。
No. Japan tonight.
はい。
Não chegou ainda.
Não chegou ainda?
Não. Quem vai agora?
É aí, ó.
É a Joyce.
Ela tá online.
Vou chamar ela.
Ah, arquivo recebido com isso.
Ah, agora chegou. Chama ela primeiro. Pode copiar depois?
Não copia agora, por
Tá.
favor.
Então vai, congela aí.
Liston por. Foi.
acompanhar o japonês, então.
Hã? O quê?
Vamos acompanhar o japonês. Ai, 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 ai.
Nem todo mundo assiste a conferência anual da Sony.
Oi?
Nem todo mundo assiste a conferência anual da Sony na E3.
Ó,
Para acostumar com isso.
tá, chama Brasil.pptx.
Thank you.
Então aí tá pensando, são 190 megas. Então você imagina, né? Ó, do Bill não chegou ainda não.
O Bill tá. Mas a gente vai.
Mas ele é inglês, cara, então é tranquilo.
Dentro de alguns instantes, nós faremos conexão com a professora Yoshina Murthy, que está na Índia.
Nossa, grande.
190 megas.
Só para adiantar um pouquinho, a professora Joyce, né, ela é cirurgiã plástica da Índia.
Brasil,
ela tem
final.
feito um trabalho também bastante árduo, né, para unir os centros, para padronizar também os atendimentos e melhorar o nível de atendimento na Índia. E ela será a presidente do próximo CLEFT de 2017, e por esse motivo ela também gostaria de estar fazendo, né, um contato com todos vocês, para convidá-los a participar do CLEFT. Hello.
Hi, Karumi.
Hi, Yoshina. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Can you see?
So,
Can you see and hear us? Hear
yeah,
me?
I can see and hear, yes.
Yes. Dr. Yoshina, thank you for accepting to participating in our symposium by video conference. Our organization committee would like to thank you for your effort.
Shall I put up my presentation now?
Yes. And we can start now your presentation. And before I would like to introduce you for our participant. Dr. Yoshina, here we have professionals and students of our hospital, and this presentation we will sharing by video conference for other centers from Brazil, and then we have some participants here, and others is participating by video, okay, video conference.
Okay, I just want, sorry, go ahead.
Then, Dr. Yoshina, you can start your presentation now.
Is it okay? Can you see that?
No.
Not yet?
No, doctor.
No? Okay. You said, okay.
Esperar.
I need to add and share, isn't it?
All right.
All right.
Now you see your desktop. Can
I
you?
remember last time we did it.
All right. It's working.
Can you see now?
Yes?
Yes. Can you start now?
Hello?
Hello? Dr. Rosna, can you start?
Can you see now?
Yes?
Okay, perfect. Okay. Good evening, everybody, and I'm going to share our experience, the management of cleft palate in our institute. The thing with the cleft palate management is like we use the same surgical procedure by same surgeon on the same type of cleft, and you still have a different outcome. And this is what makes that we have to, it's necessary that we study our outcome. The protocol which we use in our institute is after the birth, of course we counsel for feeding, and when the child is about 5 weeks, it happens about 3 to 5 months, we do the lip repair, followed by the palate repair 6 months later, and then follow it up for the speech, till the child develops normal speech if necessary, then we do BPI correction, and then orthodontic treatment and alveolar bone graft by 8 to 10 years, and then other surgeries. The orthodontic protocol in our institution is we don't have a NAM or any orthopedic molding. When they're about 5 to 7 years, we do sort of studies by lateral cephalogram to move for the records. Before the alveolar bone graft, we will have a consultation for orthodontists, but most of the time we are not able to manage the orthodontic equipment for various reasons. So often we do bone graft without the orthodontic treatment, and then it follows by the realignment and then aesthetic correction if demanded by the patient and if they can afford. In between, of course, there will be a BPI surgery if it's necessary, and if there is a maxillary retrusion, then we do anterior maxillary distraction by 12 to 14 years, which distracts the anterior segment of the maxilla. If necessary, later than orthodontic surgery by 16 to 18 years. Now let's come to the unilateral cleft palate. We all understand the cleft palate anatomy, but the most important is the embryology, because that really guides us for the surgical correction particularly. The best way to learn the embryology is to really study the anatomy of the cleft lip, especially the incomplete cleft lip, which really teaches us how this cleft happened. I mean, it's obviously which shows how this lateral segment comes down and this medial segment goes up. We also pay a lot of attention to the nose correction, which shows how this nasalis muscle has been dislocated, and when you reposition this muscle, then you need to really get into the nasal muscle to the anterior nasal spine, otherwise it also forms a nostril web. The technique which we use is more or less modifications of Millard's technique. We don't take any peri-alar incision. We do operate the anterior palate repair. We do the submucosa dissection without cutting the mucosa, and we cut the periosteum under it, doing the subperiosteal dissection, which extends laterally, sometimes as laterally as zygoma. And we also separate the nose from the piriform fossa by subperiosteal dissection. Medially, the dissection normally extends up to the midline. And after the lip repair, up to 6 months, we do two-flap technique, which we later changed. I will tell you as we go through the presentation. And these are some of our early patients which we have done a lip repair and the tooth flap technique. You can see the scarring of the tooth flap. And we study our outcome. Of course, in the beginning, the lip repair in first 500 patients, and this is after the 500 patients. There was some improvement with the lip repair. We don't have to have too many major revisions. As far as the nose correction, first 500 patients we didn't do it, but if you do analyze that, did they require a revision? Yes. And even up to 900 patients also yes, and this were all closed dissection. And then we started the open tip through the marginal incision. We improve our aesthetic results. Later we also changed our technique to the dissection of the anterior nasal septum to reposition the septum in the proper position. And this is some of the results after the change to the change of nose correction technique. This is even in the wide cleft, if proper reposition of the septum. And this is a tooth flap technique. This is some of the results. I haven't showed all the speech results, but just the last side of our speech results. We did have a reasonably good speech in about 64% of the patients, but then remaining did require some speech therapy, and about 20% of the patients will require some VPI surgeries. However, when we analyzed these patients, we found that our results as far as the growth was concerned, because the tooth flap technique was not excellent. And so we started a randomized control trial with a Homer flap and non-Homer flap, which basically means a tooth flap technique. So after the Homer flap, once we do the lip repair in the Homer flap, you can see the only remaining was a soft palate, was of a various length. And if the soft palate, either we operate with just a soft palate repair with a good muscle dissection, or sometimes with the furloughs technique if there is soft palate is of unequal size. This is a patient who has been operated this Homer flap. We analyzed statistically by independent examiners the Gosling score by 2 independent examiners who were not the part of our team. And this is our results about the tooth flap technique. It's non-Homer flap, where we had a Gosling score grade 4 compared to when we have a Homer flap. We didn't have grade 4, and we have much improvement in the grade Gosling 1 and Gosling 2. In the mean Gosling score in the Homer flap was 2.15 compared to 2.49 in the tooth flap technique. Comparing with the sort of Euroclef studies, the Homer flap was much better results of 2.15 Gosling score compared to tooth flap technique, and compared to Americlef, we were 2.1 here, and this is a tooth flap technique, which is 2.49. So we have reasonably good result on a long-term outcome studies, and this is a comparison of speech result of a Homer flap and tooth flap technique, that's non-Homer, and we didn't have much difference as far as speech was concerned. I'll just show you some of our 10 consecutive patients of the Homer flap technique, and I'll just pass through the slides, and you can see this. Sometimes you can see some scarring here, because if the cleft is wide in the palatal, we might have to put a small incision here. This is again the Homer flap. The Homer flap does give a good palatal shelf with a very minimal scarring, which definitely show much better growth outcome compared to the tooth flap technique. Okay, coming to bilateral cleft lip and palate, In the bilateral, of course, the premaxilla plays a very important role, and the most prominent and the visible component of the bilateral cleft. We all know about the premaxilla, but we haven't understood much about how it really grows and why it comes down and anteriorly. The protocol which we follow, we don't have much preoperative orthopedics or for the molding of the premaxilla. We do the lip and nose repair around 5 to 12 months and the palate repair after the 6 months with 2-flap technique. In a bilateral, I haven't been able to manage the homoflap. We still do the 2-flap technique in bilaterals. We analyze 324 patients who were operated before the age of 1 year for bilateral cleft lip and palate, the complete cleft lip and palate. The lip is simple like any other, most of the center do the same procedure. It's a Millard's technique. We tend to achieve a good symmetry with a narrow filtral column, good muscle repair, and the lateral vermilion is used to form the tubercle. We do closed nose dissection and the cinching stitch for the alar base to make the base narrow. As I mentioned, the palate repair, we normally do the classical 2-flap technique after the lip repair, and this is some of the palates. And these are some of the long-term results which I can show you. This is a child, of course she had a deep bite around the time when we start doing the allular bone graft. And we started doing a bone graft one after another in this child. And here she is at the age of 13. You can see both the canine has come down. Of course, she has a premaxilla of just 2 teeth. The canine has come down. She had no orthodontic treatment. She has just 4 surgeries, lip, palate, and allular bone graft one at a time. Now we leave these patients up to them if they want to do or if they can afford to do any realignment or any cosmetic correction for this patient. This is another child with a large protruding premaxilla, and this is after the lip and the palate repair. Of course, he had a very big premaxilla with a deep bite. He also couldn't come for the orthodontic treatment. We would love to expand this 2 segments. We tried to call him back for the putting a expansion screw, but he just didn't turn up. And finally, we decided to take it up for an allular bone graft, and this was a deciduous canine which we removed, and you can see here we have done a bone graft on one side and the same thing which repeated on the other side. And this is the same child. The canine is descending. You can see in this bone graft. This is the allular arch has become complete. And this is the age around 13 when the children are more cooperative, or actually they demand from the parents that they do want to do some correction of the teeth, and that's the time we have put this the realignment for this children. So this is a stage he is now. I think the canines are just going to descend into this bone graft. This is another child which you can see at the age of 5-6 years. You can see there is a deep bite. And the same way, as I mentioned, we do bone graft without much orthodontic treatment. And here is the canine has started descending both sides. Of course, she has a supernumerary teeth. She will get benefited with a good realignment. You can see here, this is allular bone graft is completed, this and this, both the sides. And orthodontic treatment. But either they cannot afford to travel to the hospital on a regular basis, or they cannot afford the treatment. This is a child with a small premaxilla. We just did the lip and palate repair. And at the time of the bone graft, she is a small premaxilla with just 1 tooth, really, not much. But we wanted to preserve that bone, and the small tooth. So we did the bone graft on either side. And here, sorry, you see the premaxilla is nicely incorporated in the alveolar arch. Of course, the tooth is the same. She has a class 3 occlusion, and she will require some correction or some orthodontic surgery at a later date. But this is a stage she is at present. Premaxillary setback we don't do very often. I've done in 2 patients of the children who had a very, when after the surgery, the premaxilla really descends in front, and then we have done a setback just before going to the school. But as we know, once we touch the premaxilla, more or less they will go into class 3, and this is the child at the age of 9 years. He did come for the bone graft, and we finally gave him a date, but then he has again disappeared. So after that I haven't seen the child. He was at this level, and we were planning to do bone graft for this child, but we haven't seen him after that. So out of those total number of patients of 160, we could follow up 98 with good records to allow us to analyze the occlusion at the age of between 7 to 9 years. And we did the Gosling score of this bilateral cleft lip palate, and we had about 52% of the patients were class 1 and 2, because that's a good occlusion. Most of them have a protruding premaxilla, 47%, and 4 had well-aligned premaxilla with a Simonard band. In 48% of the patients, the 47 patients, we had sort of Gosling score 3, 4, and 5, and out of those 47 patients, 20 had a small premaxilla, 17 had well-aligned premaxilla, 2 had a probably we felt that these 2 children had a premaxillary ischemia during the surgery. 2 had a setback, 4 were acute syndromic, Vanderwood and ectodermal dysplasia, and 2 had a multiple surgery. So these are the main reason why we had basically class a poor Gosling score in bilateral cleft lip palate. So what our experience basically shows that the size of the premaxilla does matter, and of course we all know that is one of the critical factors which gives a good prediction of the long-term facial growth. However, it's not very easy to predict growth potential in the bilateral, especially for the smaller premaxilla. The speech outcome, we had a reasonably good result, almost normal speech. About 44% patients did have some articulation of the resonance. We had a normal resonance to mild hypernasality in almost about 60% of the patients, and the remaining had a moderate and severe, which will require some further management. This was a nasal air emissions, 69 and 31% of the patients, and articulation was normally 31, but some articulation error were present in 68% of the patients. If you look at the speech intelligibility, it's 1, 2, and 3. More or less up to 3, we had almost about 70% of the patients, and remaining had a very poor speech. Coming to some of these patients which were doing earlier, is very severely protruding premaxilla in older patients like this, some of the syndromic patients. Then we used to do palate repair first and do a setback at the time of the palate repair. So we do 2 flap, and you can see the nice vomer premaxillary suture. Before that, in front of that, do the premaxillary osteotomy, set back the premaxilla and complete the palate repair. And these are some of the examples we have done. This is a palate repair with the premaxillary setback and the lip repair later. This is the same child which I shown syndromic. This is after the palate repair. The premaxilla is a reasonable position, and this after the lip repair. Another child, she was 12 years when she came with a premaxillary position which really inferior and in front of the lower lip. So we did a setback with the palate repair and then followed by the lip repair 6 months later. But these children never come back. I mean, once I got her the lip repair, I haven't seen her after that. This is another child severely protruding premaxilla. Same, somebody has done a palate repair, so he just came with like this, and they did a setback and followed by the lip repair. And this premaxillary setbacks are not without problem, like this patient gentleman. You know, when we tend to set the premaxilla, we tend to align with this teeth, which sometimes are at a higher position and then sort of can create an anterior open bite. We could manage to treat with the over denture that, and of course the class 3 occlusion, which we normally see even when we do premaxillary setback at a later age, like in this patient, he came back after 5 years, he is in class 3 now under the treatment. So this is what our experience of managing the unilateral and bilateral cleft and palate patients, and of course I like you to all invite for our Congress 2017 in February. Please mark your diary. It's located in one of the beautiful sea resorts. I'm sure you will enjoy. And the sea resorts is located in one of the heritage towns near Chennai. So thank you very much, and we are looking forward having you in Chennai. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rosna. Here, Dr. Roswong is here. He is our invited lecturer.
Yeah, my got disconnected. Yeah, go ahead.
And he would like to say hello.
Hi, Jyotsna. It's Rusty. How's your stress levels getting ready for the conference?
Oh, don't tell me. Yeah, I know, we are just getting ready with it, yes.
Are things going well?
Yeah, going well, yes.
That's great, we're all looking forward to it. I had one question for you, actually. Is your lack of orthodontic treatment, is that mostly an access problem for your patients as opposed to your protocols?
You know what, I would prefer to do a little bit of expansion just before the alveolar bone graft. But what happens, you know, we send the patients to the orthodontic department, and 1 or 2 visits before they really set it up. And our patient just gets dropped out very quickly. You know, they don't like to visit 2-3 times because they don't really, how much you make them understand, they don't realize the importance of the whole treatment. But if you want them for surgery, it's okay, because they can see the quick result. You know, they get admitted, they feel something has been done, and then go out. And of course, some of these patients we try to do pre-operative pre-alveolar bone graft orthodontic, especially when I had a premaxilla were very down, and we just lost them because, I mean, they don't really come back for follow-up. They don't like to be coming just for those wire twisting and all. So that is why then we discussed with our orthodontist, and I said, if we are going to lose the patients, we rather functionally make them all right. Of course, there may be some, it may not be well-aligned arch, but the canine will descend in a proper position. You know, my only worry is the canine descends in some awkward position if we delay the bone graft, and then we have to do alveolar bone graft, then our success results may not be that excellent.
Maybe a blessing in disguise, because I just reported on one of our comparisons, a Americlap that we did, bone graft comparison, and one of the centers that had the worst bone graft outcomes also was the center that did an enormous amount of orthodontics before bone grafting. So maybe there's a happy medium that's just right. One other question, you mentioned for bone grafting bilaterals. Do you, I think you mentioned that you did, at least the one patient, you did one side first and then the other side.
Yeah.
Do you do that?
We always, I never do bilateral together. Always only on the one side and followed by 6 months later the other side.
Okay, good. It was very nice seeing you, and we'll see you again in a little over a year, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you.
Another question? Dr. Yoisna, you showed, you said that the two-stage palatal closure is present better results. And do you use lip and hard palate closure with in what age?
For the unilateral you're saying or the bilateral? I think I didn't get your question well.
In unilateral and bilateral also?
Yeah, in a unilateral, once I started doing the Vomer flap technique, we do the lip and the Vomer flap. It depends, but usually by 6 to 9 months, I mean whenever the patient comes. But the smile trend doesn't allow us to operate before 6 months, so we do around 5 to 7 months. But if the smile trend allows, probably maybe I'll do about 3 to 4 months. And then after 6 months, whenever we do the lip repair, the palate repair happens after 6 months. We just feel that, you know, it gives a child to recover from one surgery and build up the nutrition and hemoglobin. So we just give a gap of 6 months.
Dr. Eldis is the head of plastic surgery. Like
yeah.
Did you also change your protocol for Vomer flap because you saw improvement in the growth of the?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
That's the tendency here, Joe. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Yoshna, thank you so much for your
pleasure.
Excellent presentation, and as soon as possible we would like to contact you and have a nice night. I think we have 80-hour difference from Brazil and India, yes? What?
Yeah, more than that. We are about 8:30 here now.
8:30?
At night?
Yeah, at night, yes.
And here is 1 o'clock.
Okay, so it's about 7 hours. Okay.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
so we see you, all of you in India, 2017.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Congela aí para nós.
Então, nós vamos finalizar a parte da manhã e às 2 horas o Dr. Bill Shaw, ele já estará esperando aqui na videoconferência, né? Depois o Dr. Bill Shaw é a doutora Felicity, da Escócia, e teremos também Obrigada a todos. E nós temos um lanche agora, né? Retornaremos às 2 horas.
years there have been enough reports in the literature to suggest that that's not so, and some people favour it because it appears to lay a good foundation for doing better bone grafts. Early bone grafting is a no. That's been tried and it failed. Pre-surgical orthopaedics seems to be neutral. It doesn't do any harm and it doesn't do any good, but it does place an extra burden on the child and the family and the system. The latham appliance is definitely harmful, and I would think it shouldn't be done on any children whatsoever. Nasoalveolar moulding is highly fashionable but highly doubtful in the long-term benefits, and it certainly places an extra burden. Gingivoperioplasty has also become quite popular, at least in some European centres, but there's now a suspicion that it does have a growth problem. And the last one is high volume surgery or high volume surgeon. And the answer from that isn't very clear in the cleft lip and palate publications, but it does seem to be the case for there's been in fact a lot of studies now done showing that higher volume surgeons mostly will be more successful surgeons. So the next level of evidence would be, as Rusty I think spoke about, inter-center comparison studies where you don't know whose cases you're looking at, so they're blinded. And so this probably goes back to 1985, which is when the Euroclef group got started. And you've seen these slides before of working out ways to make the measurements and compare the centres. And this was the bad, terrible results of the two British centres compared with better results from the Scandinavian centres. And this is all part of history now. But we did follow up that same group of children examined in 1986 until they were, I think they were 17 or 18 years old. And by this time we learned lessons a little bit in the methodology for inter-center comparisons. We learned that the surgical results, the surgical outcome can vary dramatically. The burden on care and the child burden of care can vary dramatically, and that even if we're going as early as 5 years to measure records, it seems that early predictions will be reliable, and at least for groups of patients, they will give you a good indication of how things are going to be in later years. An important lesson is that more treatment did not mean better outcome. So we don't have to be complicated and over-industrious and hard working on single patients, because it doesn't seem to provide better outcome in the end. The exciting lesson was that simple protocols, but skillful people doing them, seems best. So quickly then, to remind you, and I know you've had a question, you've had reports on some of this already this afternoon. This is my good friend Takafumi, who spent some time in Manchester. This was India Cleft, a group who began inter-center comparison in India. You can see Yotsnamurti in the background there on the left slide. This was a new group that got started the last 2 or 3 years in Turkey. Americleft, you've heard something about, and I'll come back a little bit to some of their work later. And it hasn't just been unilateral cleft. There's been at least one good inter-center comparison study on bilateral cleft lip and palate. And Terumi is somewhere in the photograph because she joined in that effort. So over the years, lots of people have come, as Rusty Long did, for example, and said they would like to compare their cases with the sample from Euroclef, and you can see in that list they've come from different parts of the world. And similarly, when we had some research support, finance from European Union, we were able to bring additional countries and help centres there to compare their cases in a blinded way with the Euroclef sample. So this means that over the years we've now got a lot of centres using the same methodology to allow comparison of the outcome for dental facial growth. And the findings of putting all of that together are that some were worse, some were similar, but none was statistically significantly better. We found that bad outcome teams sometimes use the same protocols as the good outcome teams. We found good results were sometimes achieved or could be achieved by very different protocols. But as we said before, some protocols have a heavier burden. And again, this overview seemed to raise the question, is skill not just important, but is it more important than protocol? So here's a group of, among what could be many other, but these are quite different ways to fix cleft lip and palate, and they're all the same, at least the results they've had, these different techniques, different protocols, the results have very often been very good, but equally good, and nobody statistically significantly better than anybody else. So here you have a popular one from Scandinavia, lip and volar flap in the first operation, one Langenbeck closure of the remaining palate, the soft palate, in the second operation. Pre-surgical orthopedics followed by lip and soft palate repair. That's the one that Yoichnamurti would probably have described earlier. And then, sorry, so this was the lip and the soft palate. So then the hard palate was delayed, the repair of the hard palate was delayed. This would be the lip in the first operation, the hard palate in the second operation, and the soft palate in the third operation. This was popular in France and Italy. It was pre-surgical orthopedics, a delayer type of lip-nose surgery, that's with extensive muscle direction, and then hard palate closure and gingival alveoloplasty, which all seem to be pretty good, though more lately there's been a suggestion of growth problems with this. And indeed, one centre in Poland has demonstrated that one-stage closure, so that's all-in-one technique, but done at age 9 months, also gives very good results for growth. When we compare the Euroclef, the red one is Euroclef, the yellow is Americlef, then you can see the spread from here, around about 2.5, average score for Gosling, up to there, about 3.5. It's rather similar in both studies. And one of the interesting things that I think has come out of Americlef, among many other interesting things, one is it's really given us the first unbiased view of nasal alveolar molding, because this was the best centre for growth. This is the best score for growth from one of the centres in Americlef, Centre C. This is a different centre in the Americlef original group, which had the primary bone graft, and you can see that was a much poorer score. Another different centre, these are centres then that were subsequently looked at. Pre-surgical orthopedics in Centre B actually was even more badly showing growth there. And here was a centre that was later looked at that had NAM with gingival perioplasty, and this was when the cases had no gingival perioplasty. And you can see all of them are still worse than this centre which didn't have any pre-surgical treatment at all. So that was interesting, and it starts to raise doubts and questions for clear, objective, honest research in nasopharyngeal moulding. The good thing about one of the good things about these early studies in Europe was that it encouraged the Euroclef speech group to form. They had different languages to deal with, and by the time we got this scientific support funding from European Union, the centres were able to work together, the countries were able to work together, so that now we can all take part in the same studies, even though some children are speaking Portuguese, as in the case of Brazil, and others are speaking English or Norwegian. And that's been a very good development from inter-centre studies, because it will help us launch new potential studies, including one that's already begun called the TOPS trial. Now, for England, one great success, or for Britain I should say, one great success of working together in collaboration and doing inter-centre studies was that after a great deal of waiting, because you remember we already knew we had bad results back in 1986, but eventually it changed the whole face of cleft care in Britain, because the government, when it was shown the evidence, could do nothing else but to recommend that there should be specialised regional centres. There shouldn't be lots of hospitals doing some cleft care all over the country. There should be just a few who are designated to specialise only in cleft lip and palate care. And it's nice in your own lifetime to have seen something really big and exciting happen. And the last group I'll talk about, the last approach to evidence, is the randomised controlled trials. One of the spin-offs, one of the developments from the first Euroclef was that the centre that was taking part from Amsterdam was disappointed that its results weren't as good as the Scandinavian ones. And so they were already doing an extra burden. They were already doing pre-surgical orthopedics, and so they decided that they should compare that in a randomised trial. And they did that trial. 2 other centres joined them, Nijmegen and Rotterdam, and they found that there was no benefit, no beneficial effect on feeding weight gain, psychological well-being of parents, growth and aesthetic outcome. It was, of course, 3 times more expensive. Now, the work done in Scandinavia as part of the Euroclef and related studies eventually led these orthodontists and surgeons, and Gunvar Sen, who took this photograph, into debates about, it seems like we can't really answer the question about protocols through our inter-centre studies. We're all doing quite well, and yet we all have strong feelings about what would be the best protocol. And so this was the start of what would become the ScanCleft randomised trials. However, before they got there, Centrinho had beat them to it, because Centrinho with the University of Florida had the Florida project, and they compared primary surgery for unilateral cleft. They compared Furlow versus von Langenbeck. And what they found, the bottom line seems to be that there were better scores for speech with the Furlow technique, but there were many more fistula. And we just say hello to Marie-Ines and dear Dr. Gaston as we pass. So, an interesting thing, I looked at some of the tables in the Florida Project report, and I noticed that the difference between the 2 protocols in terms of the number of fistula it was 23% of fistula in the Langenbeck, and it was only 14% in the Furlow. So that's quite a big difference. But this is the difference between two of the surgeons in the same study. The number of fistula was actually 40% for one and only 9% for the other. So for me, this is telling us, yes, surgeon skill is more important than protocol. So coming then to the 3 scan-cleft randomized trials who caught up and had their first report in 2013, and now the definitive reports are being prepared for publication. So these were 3 trials, and roughly speaking, they had 150 babies in each trial. It's quite a lot to remember. It's quite complicated having 3 trials at the same time, but I thought if I have these pictures I can explain that the first trial used what we'll call the common method. So this had a lip repair together with soft palate repair as the first operation, and then when the baby was 12 months, the remaining hard palate closed. And that was compared with exactly the same protocol, except the hard palate closure was delayed. And this was done because there was a theory that delaying hard palate closure would be better. It would certainly be better for growth, it was thought. But in fact, in this trial, there was no difference in growth at age 5, but the delayed hard palate closure did produce more cleft speech characteristics. It was measured in the study as % correct consonants. So articulation was harmed, was less successful when palate closure was delayed. And this was a very clear way of answering this question, because the surgeons who did that and that, of course, they were the same surgeons, but they were already very familiar with the surgical technique. There was no difference in technique. In this instance, the only difference was time, the timing. So that's rather a clear lesson, I would say, saying don't do delayed hard palate closure. The common method, again, was done by half of the operations, done in half of the operations in number 2 trial, the second trial. That trial was one where, again, around 3 or 4 months, the lip was closed, and then at 12 months in the 2-flap procedure, the remaining hard and soft palate was completed. Now again, that didn't show any difference in growth or speech at age 5, but the surgeons were not familiar with the common method. This had been the traditional method for the centres taking part in this trial, but everybody had agreed to try this method, which somebody had a theory is that it would be better than all the other methods. But even though there was a year lead-in into the start of the study, the surgeons who were not familiar with the common method, the ones who always did that, they showed learning curve problems. So they had more airway problems at the time of operation recovery. They had more fistula. They had more operating time. So this would be the first warning to say, don't change to a new technique without giving it a lot of thought, because you're probably not going to do it very well, at least in the beginning. The last trial, again, had the common method for half of the children, and for the other half, they had the lip and vomer flap in the first operation, and then at 3 or 4 months, at 12 months, sorry, they had the lip and vomer flap at 3 or 4 months, and then they had the remaining closure of the soft palate at 1 year. So that would be what some people might called the Oslo technique. And again, there was no difference in growth or speech at age 5. But again, the surgeons doing that for the first time were not familiar with the common method, and again showed early learning curve problems, which was more airway problems, more fistula, more operating time, and by the time the child had reached age 5, they had got good speech because they'd already had their pharyngoplasties. So there was a need for more pharyngoplasties. So, that's the lessons from the scan cleft trials. If we look at something that may have been touched on today by Yotsnamurti, and that was her report of a randomized controlled trial comparing 2 techniques for unilateral cleft lip and palate, again for growth and for speech. And these children were, I think, about 8 years old when the follow-up was done. About half of the group who received the operation returned for follow-up, and so there was about 85 in total, 40 or so in each side of the trial. So what they're doing is comparing, if you like, Oslo technique with the other technique in scan cleft, which is the lip first and then the remainder of the palate at the second operation. But this is interesting because it was done by just one surgeon. She did surgeries on all the children herself. And she found the volar flap was a bit better for growth, but the double flap, the 2 flap approach, had slightly better speech. So it seems there wasn't a big difference here, though she does have what is probably the highest or the second highest score for growth with that group here. And therefore it brings us to the question that I think we need to address as an urgent matter. What is surgical skill? Can it be defined? Can you rate surgical skill? And if you can define it and rate it and identify it, can it be transferred from one surgeon to the next? And of course, it's not just surgeons where individual mastery of techniques matters. It's also the case, I just take this just to show that it also happens very much so to orthodontists. In this comparison of 2 different centres, in the best centre, 52% of patients had a result that was judged greatly improved, and in the worst centre, only 18%. So this, of course, isn't an issue just with surgeons, but unfortunately, more responsibility lies with the surgeon, and their technique will have much more force and much more effect on the overall clinical outcome for the child. The orthodontists don't have that much importance. So, how about this? This is a paper not long ago in the New England Journal of Medicine where a study was done looking at surgical skill and complication rates in bariatric surgery. So this is surgery for the stomach, doing a kind of bypass, which is quite technical, keyhole surgery. And it's now done by an increasing number, for an increasing number of patients. What they did in this study to look at surgical skill was they asked 20 surgeons to give a video, each to give a video of what they thought was a good job doing one of these kind of operations. So they had 20 videos, one each from 20 surgeons. They sent them to other surgeons, completely different surgeons, who were blinded. That's to say, they didn't know who the surgeon was, where the surgeon came from. And the second group of judges then, they were asked to give ratings of skill. And they weren't told what skill was, they were just asked to look at that video and give some ratings on how good and skillful they thought the surgeon was. The complication rate was what they then compared it with, and they found that complications were strongly associated with skill. And here was a graph from their study. So they showed that for any type of complication, this was the blue color are the ones who weren't rated so highly by the judges. The yellow one were the ones who were highly rated by the judges, and then there was a group in between. But it showed that for every complication you could get, the judges were right. Those who looked at the with blinded ratings were identified that if you were treated by a surgeon in the bottom quarter of skill, then, well, you would have more than twice the chance to die, but you would also have much higher scores for the list of different surgical complications and medical complications they looked at. This was it again. Number of patients who needed reoperation, it was twice as high as for, it was twice as high compared to the centres, the surgeons who were skillful. And it's the same all the way through. Emergent, having to go back as an emergency was 3 times as high, and it was 3 times worse, yeah. Top quarter, it swaps it around. Anyway, I don't want to confuse you and myself by looking at that graph or those graphs anymore. If you read that paper, it's a very, very good lesson, and it's the only one that's ever been done of its kind. But wouldn't it be great if we could do that? Let surgeons do that themselves, and no disclosure of names and all of that kind of business, but do a thorough study of skill and its consequences. And so, my conclusion for the question that Tarumi asked me is about evidence for choosing a type of surgery for primary repair. I think if surgeons are concerned about their results, the first starting point would be to compare their results in an inter-centre study. For the reasons that Rusty will have explained and others, the lack of bias there gives you a chance of a really honest answer. But I would suggest they think about change only if the results are bad, or if their protocol is very complicated. There's no point doing a protocol that's got a big burden of care if you can do one that's simpler. And if you do think that somebody has demonstrated a good protocol, I think you should visit that place, visit a successful centre, and watch them doing it. And maybe then come and have them watch you doing it, because you've got to remember that learning curve. So as I said before, I think we really need to have a similar study in cleft surgery that would help surgeons, and maybe we can define better the skills that separate the really good from the middle from the poor. And I think that's the direction. And I'm not going to give my support to any more studies right now on different protocols and different protocols involving surgery, because I think it's very tough work, takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of time, and I don't think it will help us very much. I'll mention, however, on my last slide, that I think it's great if Brazil Cleft pushes forward as it's doing and continues to be very open to the outside world and honest about its own progress. And so I'm very thankful that they're taking part in the clinical trial we have just now, the one that is on the timing of primary surgery for left palate. Bauru contributed more patients than all of Britain, and also contributed more patients than all of Scandinavia. And so there's a lot of work to be done in surgical trials and evidence, but it would be fantastic if Brazil as a whole could help with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill, for the great conference. And now I will ask two participants if there is any question. Dr. Rodrigo is our new surgeon, and he would like to ask some questions.
Hello, I would like to know if you think there is a real difference between doing the first operation of the lip and hard palate at 3 months or 6 months. You think for the growth of the maxilla or the facial growth, you think that there is a real difference doing the surgery in this difference in months, 3 or 6?
I didn't really get the question, but I think you might have been referring to the timing difference in when the surgeries were done. And in the scan cleft trial, they were all done with the lip was 3 or 4 months, and the second operation was at 12 months. But I think Yotsna had a wider span of timing.
Yeah, but now we are doing the surgery with the lip and the hard palate at the same time. Before, you used to do only the lip and then all the hard and the soft palate. We are doing the lip and the hard palate at 3 months. And we are thinking about start doing the surgery at the 6 months. I want to know if you think it's a good thing to do, or it's indifferent for you.
Okay, again, I'm not sure if I heard properly, but certainly in the scan cleft trials, I can't really speak about Yotsna's because you would have to ask her. But certainly the second scan cleft trial had also had lip repair 3 to 4 months, and then half palate and soft palate together at 12 months. And their results were very good. They were as good as any of the other centres.
Dr. Bill, we have the question sent to you by message. Are you receiving?
No, I can see the picture, but I don't have any messages.
The last text.
Onde que liga o microfone aqui?
Já tá ligado.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
But
look,
read.
I sent you a message in the chat. If you click on the bubble for chat and Skype.
Okay, gotcha. Yep. Okay. So he's asking about the difference between operating lip and half palate at 3 months or 6 months. Yeah?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so in scan cleft trial, the Norwegian way was followed for one group. So they had the lip and half palate with a vomer flap repaired at 3 months, and then the whole remaining palate at 12 months. So nobody in the trials we've been doing has done any palate repair at 6 months, any hard and soft together at 6 months. Do you think the timing matters?
No, maybe you did not understand the question. It's because since we are now doing lip, nose, and hard palate at once, we think it would probably be better to postpone to 6 months these 3 operations, because we began only operating lips with 3 months, and then doing the whole closure, because we think we would be how do you say prejudicado, jeopardize the development of the growth if we do a hard palate closure with only 3 months. That's our question. What do you think about it?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's evidence, but the experience of using the vomer flap at 3 months hasn't been bettered by any other technique for growth, or for that matter, speech. If we look at the ScanClef trial. So the Oslo technique, they don't have the best score in the world for growth, but so far there's been no statistically significant difference between them and anybody else. Probably the Norwegians would say, but the families want something done sooner. And so that would be the balance, would be striking the social urgency against the hypothetical growth question.
Bill, this is Terumi. I have a question about the sample. You operated lip and soft palate, and the hard palate operating with 12 months and
12 months,
and 36 months. And you didn't find any difference in growth and speech?
No. They didn't find any difference in any of those trials. What they did find was a tendency for more surgical problems when surgeons were doing a new technique. Even if they'd been practicing it for 1 year, they found. So it was a kind of lesson in saying, don't hurry to change protocol if you're doing okay.
Ok. Alguma pergunta mais? Doutora Thelma?
So, Will, we're left with the dilemma of randomized trials being a more definitive level of evidence. But obviously, you and I are running out of time to carry out a randomized trial. So I have a couple of questions about it. You sounded somewhat lukewarm about continuing our comparisons at that level of evidence. And yet it seems to me that there's not all questions we're going to be able to answer with a randomized trial.
Yeah.
And
can I answer that? I think I've not explained it properly. I still think we should do inter-center studies for as long as the day is long. All I'm saying is that we shouldn't embark on trials, randomized trials, which are so expensive and complex and time-consuming.
Gotcha.
To address that question for now.
I misunderstood it, I'm sorry. But I do have another question about a randomized trial, and it's the cynical side of me. Is there any evidence when trials are done and you get highest level of evidence that anybody pays any attention to those? And I'm being cynical, but for instance, if I'm a NAM believer and a trial was done on NAM, what do you think would be the likelihood, if it came out that it wasn't doing anything, that true NAM believers would give it up? Or another way of saying it, with Dutch clef, do we have any evidence that people who really believe in influence, except for the people in the trial, has anybody given it up, or did they just keep doing what they always did?
I think the latter. I think often, despite the evidence, people keep doing what they used to do. But I think we're entering an age when that's becoming less and less acceptable, and there's going to be more demand for people to demonstrate what they're doing by evidence. But at least the people who have been in the trials, they will change.
Hey, by the way, it was good talking to you, and we'll chat later. Catch up.
Okay.
Mais alguma pergunta? Bom. Bill, I have one more question. Because we are evaluating in long term the patients operated here in Centrinho using 2 different protocols, lead and hard palate, and after soft palate, and another lead and soft palate, and after that hard palate with until 24 months, and another group in later. And when we compare with groups operated in one stage palatal closure, usually the group operating 2 states showed better results. Both of them, lead and hard palate and soft palate, and lead and soft palate and hard palate. Both techniques present better Gosling in mixed dentition phase and in permanent dentition phase when we compare with one stage palatal closure. I don't know, because the result is different from your evidence in your presented study.
Yeah, and I didn't get all the details. Rusty, you were listening there, and is this anything we've looked at in the context of the other comparison studies?
No. We can't help.
Bill, I will send you by mail after, because it's evidence we are evaluating in 40 years of our results. And
Yes.
After then we can discuss about this.
I would love to talk to you. I'm sorry I couldn't be there today.
Yeah.
I'd love to talk to you.
I will
but-
send you.
Yeah.
Right. Bill, thank you so much for very nice presentation and to clarify many questions. And Dr.
Not to bed yet.
Dr. Daniela would like to say
Bye-bye, Dr. Shaw. It was a pleasure having you here and seeing this outstanding presentation.
Okay. Bye. Bye, Thelma.
Yes, thank you a lot, Bill. All the time we are learning with you, and we hope that we can improve a lot to stay sometimes speaking about our better results. Okay? Bye bye. Kisses to Gumber. Kisses to Gumber.
Hi Bill, this is John. Thank you to participate with us. Every time it's an honor to us to see you and send my best regard to Lord. Thank you a lot.
Vai atender lá?
vai, eu.
Já tá na.
Tô tentando aqui.
Que atrasou um pouquinho, né?
Um pouquinho não, acho que foi 1 hora quase. Não, 15 minutos. Bom, não tá coletando. Tá bom. Você congela a coisa aí? Era.
Enquanto o Álvaro está contactando o próximo palestrante, eu só queria pedir uma salva de palmas para o Márcio e para o Álvaro, que estão se debruçando tanto com esse trabalho dela. Nós agradecemos demais, viu, o trabalho e a dedicação de vocês.
É Felicity, né?
Felicity.
Ela.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Felicity.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I can see you all. Hi. Hello, Brazil.
Hi, Felicity. It's Rusty.
Hi, Rusty. See you there.
How are you doing?
Very good. Good to see you all.
Dr. Daniela, she's orthodontist and she's the coordinator of the Simpósio.
Hello, good to see you.
Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Alvaro. Hello.
Hello. Dr. Felicity.
Is it clear?
Dr. Felicity, thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. During your night also. Are you hearing us?
I heard the first bit. Hello.
Hello, are you hearing us well?
Hello? Hello? Can you
Yes,
hear
hi.
me? Hi.
Hi, Terumi.
Hi, Felicity. Thank you so much to accepting in the conference by video conference, and I would like to introduce to our participants. And after your presentation, some people can ask some questions for you. And,
Sure.
Dr. Felicity, ela é cirurgiã plástica, ela coordena o centro de Edimburgo, na Escócia. Ela tem trabalhado ativamente em prol da melhora da qualidade dos tratamentos em fissuras também. E ela também está organizando, ela será presidente do CLEFT de 2021. Né? Então, ela tem trabalhado também com todas as equipes dos 5 continentes para melhorar a qualidade dos atendimentos. Felicity, you can start your presentation. Yeah?
Sure. Alvaro, do I need to hit screen sharing at all?
Yes.
Okay. Right, I'll do that. And please shout and interrupt if you can't hear. I will try and get the presentation up and.
Okay.
Is that all right?
No screen share yet.
Okay. Let's go back to Skype. There we go. Share screens. Start.
All right. Almost done.
Great. Is that okay?
That's okay?
Yes. Can you close the Skype chat window?
Okay. All together?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right, well, hello everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this. And it's very impressive to have organised something like this across so many continents, and I'm excited to be part of it. I'm based a long way away in Edinburgh, and I hope you can see, and there we go. I don't have any disclosures, and I'm based here. I'm not sure if you can see the cursor in Edinburgh, and I cover this area, which seems a big area to us in the UK, but to you in Brazil, it's still a pretty tiny area. We cover 6 health boards, and I currently treat about 50 new babies a year. Initially, when I started, I wasn't covering this area, so we had about 40 new babies a year. I wasn't covering Aberdeen. Most of our babies come to us antenatally. Almost all our babies with a cleft lip present soon after a 20-week scan, and we treat those referrals as an emergency referral and see them. Just a very brief summary of the protocol that we follow here in Edinburgh. A unilateral cleft lip and palate doesn't have any pre-surgical orthopedics, and at about 3 to 4 months I carry out a lip-nose repair along with a bovine flap to repair the entire hard palate. 3 to 4 months later I carry out a palate repair. For a bilateral, we almost always use taping of the lip, but we don't use any orthopedic plates. Again, at 3 to 4 months, I carry out a bilateral cleft lip nose repair and bilateral bovine flaps. One side I do a radical bovine flap, and the other I do a slightly more conservative bovine flap. And again, after a gap of 4 months, I repair the palate. For palates alone, we usually try to repair the isolated cleft palates between 6 to 8 months. Of course, if they have clear band sequence, then depending on what their airway is like, guided by sleep studies, I repair the palate anywhere between 7 to 12 and occasionally slightly later, 7 to 12 months. We are part of the top study that I think Bill was talking about earlier. So obviously if we randomize to 6 or 12, we repair according to that time scale. Technique I use is that described by Brian Summerlad, with radical section using the operating microscope and avoiding the lateral release incisions if possible. I know it's a mixed audience, so I've got some surgical pictures, so I hope people aren't squeamish. I know it's a fairly mixed audience. I thought it might be helpful just to summarize some of the key steps in the procedures. This is a little boy with a complete unilateral cleft lip and palate. There's a nice view of his vomer and his inferior turbinate just here. The markings, as I think most surgeons, it's a little bit of a combination of different techniques, but I've highlighted the things that I think are important. I do use usually quite a big little triangular flap, as Nordhoff described, and you can't see it very well here, but I do use a little triangular flap here just above the white roll hole. Here I've lifted up the bovine flap. This edge was at the oral nasal mucosa junction, and this helps get the hard palate closed quite nicely. I free the muscles from the overlying skin and mucosa, and free them fairly radically so that I can actually overlap the muscles when I repair them. The other thing that I almost always do is mobilize all the soft tissue of the cheek off the maxilla, and I work in the subperiosteal plane. Especially helps to get that alar base anteriorly and medially. I start suturing. The bovine flap continues into the nasal floor repair, and then I work anteriorly. You see the nostril coming together. This is what I was mentioning, and I learned this from Brian Summerland, to overlap the two muscles, and I use a non-absorbable suture. And this is just before I put in the sutures in the nose as well. This is the part I was talking about. We can't change the relative hypoplasia of the bony maxilla on the cleft side, but we try and disguise it by lifting up all this soft tissue. Post-operatively, we tend to feed our babies in recovery. I don't use these sponges now, I bury the stitches, but I used to use these sponges, stopped doing that about 6 years ago. I used Ato Echelon to suture the skin, and we give the babies a short general anaesthetic on the 5th day after surgery to remove the stitches. We put little mittens on their hands and get mums and dads to keep the nails nice and short, and we don't use any nasal splints, don't ask them to massage the lip. Trudy, does anyone want, if anyone wants to interrupt or anything, please do.
Okay.
Oh, I think you're muted.
That's okay, Felicity.
Okay. In terms of palate repair, I thought maybe just to touch a little bit on the anatomy and surgery, and then on outcomes, and something that I think sometimes doesn't get talked about enough, which is the burden of care. Really, the whole aim of our palate repair is to get this velopharyngeal valve working as well as possible. And it's not just about restoring continuity, but it's also about restoring very rapid dynamic function. Now, I think this may be a little bit ambitious. I don't know if these videos are going to play. If they don't play, Terumi, I can see you. If you put your hand up, I'll just move on if they don't play.
Okay.
Is it playing?
Yes.
Oh, great. Technology is wonderful. So this is, we're looking at the little baby upside down. Here, where my cursor is the nose. That's the uvula that I'm just suturing there. I've freed the oral layer. I've now repaired the nasal layer, and this bit's important. I'm zooming up to try and show you the muscle. So here's the tongue sitting underneath the mouth gag at the top of your screen. And if you, I hope you can see the muscle oriented anteriorly and in its tethered anterior position, united in the midline but running anteriorly. So I'll move on to the next bit, which this is after I've finished the muscle dissection. Apologies if it's a bit jerky. So here in the midline is the little wedge that I leave of soft tissue. This greyish area is intact nasal mucosa, and the muscle is very, very free. From being very anteriorly, I've moved it so it's sitting posteriorly. I'm about to lift up the left side muscle and show you how free and mobile it is. It's happy to reach the midline, to be sutured together. So I'll try and show you where that muscle was. So that muscle was way forward here and attached all along the back of the hard palate there. And you can see it's really happy, and it's got an elastic mobility that will allow me to suture it in the midline. Very posteriorly, you can see it's near the base of the uvula. And one thing that I think sometimes gets forgotten is what, as Brian Summerland described the operation, we're putting the muscle in what I like to call a supranormal position. It's further back than most of our levators would normally be sitting. I'm currently using a 4-0 echelon there, but I currently now use a 5-0, a slightly smaller needle, because I think that needle's rather large. And I usually try and line up the palatopharyngeus to palatopharyngeus and levator to levator, and the tensor aponeurosis to the tensor aponeurosis, I probably end up putting about six or so sutures in the muscle. That's just after the first suture, and the white bit you can see me holding there, that's tensor aponeurosis. So much, but at the end, if I haven't made, you can see that muscle is quite happy to sit where I want, and now I'm making just a little hole in the nasal mucosa. If I haven't made any perforations while I'm doing the muscle dissection, then I just make a little hole to allow for drainage of any blood. And I'm sure there's been a lot of talk about different outcomes that we look at. In the UK, as Bill probably explained, we audit our babies at 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and we look at a lot of outcomes. But I think there's one other outcome that sometimes maybe we don't look at as much as we should, and it's the burden of care in terms of the morbidity of what we as a group of clinicians do to our patients, in particular the numbers of operations and the time off school and time off work for parents to bring children in for therapy and orthodontics, and actually something that I've not seen much work done on, the impact on other siblings, and not least health resources. So I'll come back to burden of care in a bit. One of the things that is quite... Are we connected? Skype window has just disappeared.
Yes.
Oh, good. Sorry, your Skype window has just disappeared. But we're still connected. That's great. Thank you. One of the things that makes comparison of outcomes quite difficult is quite often there's bias in our assessments, and we don't have a range of consecutive cases or standardized outcome measures or a way of presenting our results in standardized form. So I'm going to try to address some of these things with some of our speech outcomes. One other caution about an outcome that surgeons often love to talk about, which is pharyngoplasty rates. And pharyngoplasty rates, like orthodontic surgery rates, they're influenced by a lot of variables, and I've listed some of those below. As always, the inclusions and exclusions matter, but people's thresholds at which we decide to do a pharyngoplasty or decide to do orthodontic surgery can vary quite a lot, as can parent and patient choices. So I just was going to present the first 57 consecutive palate repairs. So this is a mixture of patients who've had both cleft lip and palate as well as cleft palate. We've included all our syndromic cases, and all these children are under ongoing follow-up with us at the moment. I was going to present two outcomes. One is the incidence of VPI surgery with a minimum follow-up of 9.5 years. And the other is our CAPS-A speech assessments at our audit time point of 5 to 6 years. The next audit time point will be 10 years. You may know in the UK, we record all our children's speech. They get listened to by calibrated speech and language pathologists. They have to be trained in the use of the CAPS-A, and we usually have to include a certain proportion that are listened to by an independent speech pathologist. Just to summarize the CAPS-A, for those of you who may not be familiar, this is what we use to measure resonance and airflow. And if we have abnormal resonance and airflow, it really is a surgical, the cause is generally surgical. It's not something that can be remedied in speech therapy. And we use a traffic light system with dark green or light green being a good or a normal outcome, and yellow borderline and red is a bad outcome. We also use this for cleft type articulation errors, which I won't talk about because some of those are more related to speech therapy. In our series, we had 3 exclusions: 1 baby who had no verbal communication, 2 who moved outside the UK, so we couldn't follow them up, but all the rest are under ongoing follow-up. In terms of our recorded CAPS-A scores, if people don't turn up within the age group 5 to 6, or if we have a recording failure or equipment failure, they can't be listened to independently and externally. So we had a few more exclusions there for these reasons. And I think some of this represents what happens when you have certain pressures in the NHS. So this is a common way that we present our outcomes. Each line across here is a single patient. These parameters, this is hypernasality, this is hyponasality, and I think it's really important that we don't just look at the closing function of the BP valve, but we also look at whether the children are blocked up because of large adenoids or if they've had an obstructive rhinoplasty. So I think we should always be reporting hyponasality or blocked up symptoms as well as hypernasality. Nasal emission is the nasal airflow either through a huge fistula or through an incompetent BP valve. Nasal turbulence is a more snorty noise that you get where there's actually just a really small gap and there's turbulent airflow through it. And passive type errors are when the children are articulating properly, but because they've got a poor structure, which is a surgical problem, they have weak nasal consonants, or they can't say some pressure consonants. So this is a light green. I don't know what it's showing like on your screen, but it is a light green. We've got one child who is red from nasal emission here, and this child failed to attend for his audit, but I've kept him in, and you'll see why, because I felt it would give you a falsely good picture if I excluded him. But he didn't turn up for his audit assessment, but did turn up for his next assessment. This is what I was talking about in terms of burden of care. We've coded them as green if they just had lip, nose, vomerine flap, and then a palate repair. And if they've had any other intervention, such as surgery, they're coded red if they've had a fistula repair, red if they've had BPI surgery, and light green if they've not needed surgery, but if we've been a little bit worried about their velopharyngeal function and carried out a BP function investigation. And they're certainly ones to watch because we think that in the future this child may go on to need BPI surgery. And then again, I'll go back one. And what we've done is up down to here are patients with a unilateral cleft. Sorry. All these patients have a unilateral cleft lip and palate. These patients, 2 patients, have a unilateral cleft lip and palate with a bilateral cleft of the secondary palate, and these patients had a bilateral cleft lip and palate, sorry. And these patients are all the cleft palates or cleft palates with Pierre band sequence with exactly the same data. So each line is a single patient with the same parameters reported here. And again, showing the burden of care. So 2 patients had a fistula repair. One of those patients went on to have BP function investigations. And again, this is a patient to watch. I think they will go on to have further surgery. So in summary, all that boils down to essentially 9% of patients had evidence of BPI on assessing their speech scores with calibrated and independent speech pathologists, and 91 either had green or light green outcomes for all measures of nasality or nasal airflow. In terms of the secondary surgery, again, I've broken it down into at 5 to 6 years and at age 9 to 12 years, and these patients are all under ongoing follow-up with us. No patient needed any surgery on their palate for BPI, and 2 patients out of 54 had Heinz rhinoplasty. 4 patients out of 56 had a fistula repair. This number is higher than this one because we had 2 patients from this group who are no longer under our follow-up, but the fistula report was reported earlier than 9 to 12 years. So that's it, really. And any questions? Oh, I can see you now.
Thank you, Felicity, for a great conference. I'd like to... Alguém tem alguma pergunta para fazer? Felicity?
Yes?
Alvaro, you stop and will reconnect again. Can you understand me?
Not so well, sorry.
We will connect again. That's okay?
You go on to the next presentation?
No.
Yeah.
No, just hang up and connect again. I understand. We must hang up and then connect again because we have no problem. Wait, just wait a little, please.
Dr. Eldis is head of plastic surgery. He would like to do a question.
Sure.
Hi, Felicity. It's a great Felicity to have you here with us. Felicity means happiness in our language. Okay, Felicity.
Well, it's Felicity for me as well to be talking with you all. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to let's see, clarify something. You finished the whole treatment with about 9 months. Is that? I mean, 3 months to close the lip, heart, palate, and nose, and then 4 months later, you close the rest. And then that's it.
Yes, I aim to do the lip, nose, Vomerine flap between 3 to 5 months of age. I prefer doing it at 3 months. But if the babies are not thriving or if there's any other medical problems, it can be up to 5 months of age. In practice, what we find is sometimes the bilaterals closer to 5 months than 3 months, because I think they sometimes just make a little bit slower progress than the unilaterals.
Okay, great. And how about the columella lengthening? What do you use for that?
I tend with the bilaterals to be very conservative with the columella in the first instance. I don't intervene unless the parents, the patients want me to well after preschool. Some of the children are quite happy just to leave things. I have 2 little C-flaps in the nostril sills, and I would use those for a Cronin type lengthening. But on the whole, the children seem to be quite happy to leave things. Obviously, my oldest child is 12 in Edinburgh, so there haven't been a lot of requests to change the columella. The children know it's an option, but they've tended to wait. So I tend to be quite conservative. If they aren't pushing for it, I don't rush into doing anything.
Okay, thank you. Delma's here. She wants to make a question.
Good afternoon, Felicity.
Hello.
How are you? Yeah.
Very well. How are you?
Congratulations. I would like to ask you about the bilateral. Do you operate like the same thing that unilateral, maybe one side first and the other side 2 months after, like the Oslo team, or you operate the both sides with the hard palate? How do you perform?
For the bilaterals, Telma, I tend to do lip, nose, vermilion flap bilaterally at the same time. On the wider side, I do a more aggressive vermilion flap with a slightly more conservative one on the less wide side. I don't know if that's the right thing. We, in the UK, we tried to get a study going where we grouped surgeons into categories as to whether they did similar to what I do, whether they do one side then the other side, or whether they just do a single vermilion flap, to do some sort of a comparative study. I don't feel I have enough evidence to choose one over the other. I'm comfortable doing what I'm doing, but I think we have so few answers in bilaterals, Telma. I think if we do get answers, it's going to come from higher volume centers like yours.
Thank you, Felicity.
Hey, Felicity, it's Rusty.
Hi.
This is an orthodontist asking a surgical question, and mostly because I don't know, but with regard to the vomer flap, is there a point where, depending upon the width of the cleft, that a vomer flap is not possible, or can you move that vomer flap over no matter what the width? And that that relates obviously to individuals who think that cleft severity needs to be reduced prior to doing some of these procedures. But intuitively, it seems like with a really, really super wide cleft, how far can you move that vomer flap?
Usually with a unilateral, Rusty, there's quite a lot of nice tissue because of that bend at the septum. When it's really wide, I do go very cranially up the vomer, almost, not far off skull base sometimes to get enough mobility. The nicest vomerine flaps to do are a unilateral UCLP. The most horrible vomerine flap are a VCLP because you haven't got that bend in the vomer and they can be really tight. What I do for the really tight ones is I mobilize as cranially as possible towards the skull base. I will do very gentle releasing incisions in the periosteum as well to just get a little bit more mobility. Once, I think, in all the years I've operated, I have done a lateral release on the lesser segment in a UCLP to get enough overlap with the vomerine flap. But otherwise, on the whole, you can get them together. The one thing I didn't mention is I do really, I don't know if you can see, when I do, so if I flip the vomerine flap over like this, I always overlap it with, this is the oral layer. I don't suture it edge to edge. So I always make sure there's an overlap, because otherwise I think it's not strong enough, because we feed the baby so quickly after. Is that?
Yep, that's it, thanks.
Thank you, Felicity, for a wonderful presentation, and I will contact you soon. Okay?
Thank you, it's been a pleasure, and congratulations. It's the first time I've been involved in something like this, and it's a great privilege. Bye-bye all.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Trava a tela.
Devido o atraso já, então nós vamos continuar direto sem nenhum intervalo, tá? Se Se alguém quiser tomar água, um cafezinho, fique à vontade, mas nós vamos continuar direto para terminar a tempo. Tá? O Dr. Ross Long, ele tem uns 15 minutos para falar um pouco sobre Burden of Care, né? Então vou pedir para ele apresentar agora e depois nós entraremos, eu e a doutora Edna, para falar um pouquinho sobre o que nós fazemos. Tá?
Versus me again, and I'm glad I had the opportunity to do this last little section because as I was watching these presentations, what occurred to me is, having been at this for 10 or 15 years now, it seems like there's a converging of a lot of the feelings and a lot of the attitudes about what works and what doesn't work, what approaches we should use, and now especially this concern that Felicity kind of gave me a segue about, which is the burden of care, which is one of the things that is important to me. So if you can bear with me for about 15 minutes, I just want to give you my spin on what I think is the current trend in looking at burden of care, which goes beyond, I think, the more localized things that Felicity was talking about, that I talked about also. I'll try to share that with you. When we look at inter-center comparisons, deciding on what's important, what do we want to look at, what do we want to measure, it becomes very complicated. For instance, are we looking at outcomes that are important to care providers, which is typically what we look at? That's dental models and SEPs and so forth, versus the care receiver, the patient, the parents. And you'll see these acronyms for PCOMs and PROMs and PDOMs, and basically the PCOMs are the patient-centered outcome measures. That's kind of getting to be a big thing in the States. PROMs are patient-reported outcome measures. Am I getting feedback or bouncing? Okay, better. And then there's PDOMs, which are provider-determined outcome measures. That would be us. I think there's also, it's important to decide in terms of importance, whether we're looking at healthcare funding, what's important to those who are paying for healthcare, versus what are the standards of care that we as providers establish. So we can set the standards where we think they should be, but that doesn't necessarily mean that those who are paying for those services are going to agree that those are important outcomes. Then you also get into the specialty specific, how detailed do we want to get versus the more global outcomes, and then finally benefits versus burdens. So let me go back to my diagram and give you an idea about that. So you've heard a lot about the Gosling yardstick, this thing that's easy to measure and everybody wants to measure it, and it gives us a good idea of dental arch relationships. But let's put this in perspective. When you look at what a patient goes through for treatment, as by my little diagram here, remember, that's where I do a Gosling yardstick, right there, that little tiny star. And what I'm measuring is a dental arch relationship in a child at that particular point in their life, at that particular point in their total spectrum of care. So it kind of is humbling to think about the fact that, is that Gosling yardstick really important? I mean, in the big scheme of things, and I'm not minimizing it, but I'm saying that by itself doesn't really give a good picture of what's going on. And that, of course, is the same when you look at all the different outcomes that you can measure. Now you can go from a point in time in an orthodontic treatment program, and now you've got speech and language and psychosocial outcomes and prosthodontic outcomes, surgical outcomes, and total orthodontic outcomes. So now it starts to get bigger and bigger, and of course, we can't forget what the patient's going through. And of all the things that are important and becoming important these days, it's the patient's experience that is becoming the most important outcome. At least that's my spin on things. Let's look at two bilateral clefts, presumably somewhat the same at birth. And when we have outcomes that are this, it seems like it would be an easy choice to say, well, you know, if we're looking at protocols, I like the one on that side. I don't think I want my child to be treated with the one on this side. So certain decisions when it comes to benefits of care are fairly straightforward, and that's what we base a lot of our decisions on, just looking at the benefit side of this whole curve. To complicate things further, these two patients were treated by the same team and the same surgeon with the same surgical procedures. Go figure, completely different outcomes. And Bill alluded to that in his talk. Same thing with facial profiles. You know, you see one and you can say, if we're looking for benefits, I like whatever she had. I'm not sure I like whatever he had. Basically, they both had the same thing. But when we're looking at benefits, that's an easy sign. What about the other side of it, though? What about two unilateral cleft palate? And it's about the same type of cleft. Reasonably good occlusal outcome at the end. Reasonably good facial features at the end. So now you've got two protocols that are producing basically equal results. So how do you decide then which protocol is going to be the one that we're going to favor, we're going to consider more or less favorable? And when you just look at the benefit side of that curve, it's not possible to make that decision. But when you look at the burden side of that, the fellow on the left was treated with primary surgery, 2 phases of orthodontics, no orthognathic surgery, and a bone graft procedure. The gal on the left had pre-surgical orthopedics, primary bone grafting, two phases of orthodontic treating, secondary bone graft augmentation, orthognathic surgery to advance the maxilla, and a second phase of orthodontics. So when we start to look at the burden of care side of things, then the picture becomes a little clearer. Diagrammatically, what that looks like to me, and this is a gross oversimplification, but let's just say on one axis we are tracking, if we can measure it, however we measure the burden of care. So as you go from left to right, the burden increases. And on the horizontal axis, benefit of care. As you go up the horizontal axis, the benefit increases. So you've got 4 treatment options available out there. So as you go from treatment 1 to treatment 2, obviously, you're getting no improvement in benefit that you can measure, and yet treatment 2 is definitely going to have some additional burden, which is what Bill, I think, was alluding to in his talk when he said, let's start looking at the burden side of this and not be selecting treatments that have additional burden with no clear benefit. So if we're looking at what works, what we'd like to see happen, if we're going to be moving from one protocol to the next, is that we move in that direction. So as we go from treatment 1 to treatment 4 protocol, we're getting some measurable benefit increase at no cost, at no increase in burden. So there, that's kind of a desirable way to go, as opposed to that, where we're moving from one treatment protocol to the next, and all we're doing is increasing the burden, but we have no measurable benefit to get out of it. So it's this balance between benefit and burden that we're looking for. Of course, it's not quite that simple, and this is what we usually deal with when you look at things like NAM and some of the other procedures that are being recommended. We know they come with an increase in burden. That's relatively easy to measure in terms of what we put patients through. The question is, are we improving the benefit correspondingly to justify that additional burden? In orthodontics, hate to tell you folks, but as orthodontists, we're one of the biggest burdens that children bear when they go through cleft lip and palate treatment, when you look at all the time we spend with them. And as an orthodontist, if we just chart out, let's say, the months in treatment from 6 months up to 60 months, and then on the vertical axis, we have some outcome measure that we're looking for, up to 100% of outcome. When you do orthodontics, we're assuming that when we start that out, that we're going to provide a benefit to that patient, and at some point, that curve becomes asymptotic, meaning it's going to level out. There's only so much good, I hate to tell you, as orthodontists, that we can do for patients. Once we've reached that, that's all the benefit we're ever going to get out of orthodontics. So somewhere along the line, we cross that line. On the other hand, the burden of orthodontic care, the burden of orthodontic care on the blue axis there goes up indefinitely. The benefit of orthodontic care is what levels off. At some point when we start, the benefit we assume is going to exceed the burden. So when we're starting our orthodontic treatment, we always think that there's more to do, there's better things we can get out of it. But the patient and family are bearing a burden, and especially in your situation, the family's having to travel a great distance and so forth. At some point in time, as you continue to treat orthodontic patients, you're going to have a point where the burden of continuing your care exceeds whatever benefit you can get out of it. You can only get so much benefit out of orthodontic care. And once you've reached that point, and it doesn't mean that your job is complete, it might mean that that patient is burned out, they're no longer cooperating. Your benefit is leveling off, but continuing the orthodontic care doesn't stop, it keeps going up. So the critical point is to look at that tipping point where the burden of proceeding, and all of you are treating orthodontic patients, I'm sure, like I have, that you just pull your hair out because nothing's getting done, because every time you see them there's broken appliances and there's no elastic wear and everything else. You don't want to give up, so you just keep going and keep going. But eventually you cross that point, and then the burden of that care exceeds the benefit. This is an example that I talked to a couple of you about that I threw in here because I think it's cute and touching, actually. I live in a community that has some Amish, and we do have Amish children who have clefts, and we have Amish children who are willing to come in for treatment. Most of them will have primary care, but they don't necessarily always follow up with orthodontics. This little girl, her family did. And so we treated her with phase 1. I got a bone graft in there. We had an excellent result. I thought I was drooling to start phase 2 because this was a little girl that had great facial growth. And I just thought phase 2 was going to be one of those picture perfect ones to do. So we put her down and we took orthodontic records and had her set up to come in to start for phase 2. And the Amish don't have telephones, but they write postcards. And right before she came in, of course, when they come in to see me, they either have to drive their buggy in, or they have to pay a driver to bring them in. We don't have a hitching post at our clinic for the horses. There are actually some dental practices in Lancaster that have hitching posts. That's something for the Amish to come in. But at any rate, it's not easy for them to come into the big city of Lancaster. So they don't have phones, but right before she was supposed to come in, I got this postcard from her. I'll read it for you. You can't see it. It says, "Dear friends, greetings, a few lines your way this rainy day. Dad says enough is enough. He's tired of paying the taxi driver every time we go. He thinks my mouth looks okay, so I guess we won't come when you made the appointment. It costs a lot to go about 23 miles. So long, love never failed, Esther Mesh." So the point is, as an orthodontist, we take for granted this person lives 20 miles away. Of course they can come in for orthodontic treatment. And the benefit of me providing that treatment to me is huge, what I can do for them. But I fail to understand what that means to the family in terms of them coming in. And it wakes you up. It makes you realize that we love teeth. We just love teeth. We love occlusion and dental models. But there's more to this that we need to start recognizing. So when we look at the burden of care, what is the burden of care? We look at it, typically we look at it either from a monetary point of view, how much does this cost? How much does it cost us? How much does it cost the family? But it's much more complicated than that. There's the risks of care also. That's part of the burden. The risks are the risks to the family, to the patient for an untoward consequence, the monetary cost of care. But then there's also the non-monetary costs of care. For instance, taking a taxi 23 miles every time they come to see me. Time off of school, time off of work, emotional stress. And believe it or not, we all believe in team care, but on the graphs that I've shown you, team care is a burden. We think it's a benefit, and it is a benefit, but it's also a huge burden to coordinate team care, especially with so many specialists involved. When you look at the literature, the people who really know this are the physicians and the teams, medical teams that take care of chronic health problems. They know all about the burden of care, and they are the ones that have, I think, when I did my reading for some of this, were most impressive to me. So the other thing that that we need to consider here is looking at the records. I'm going to go back to burden of care to finish this up, but I wanted to throw this in. When we look at the records for the outcomes that we're measuring or we want to measure, I think it's absolutely critical that we set up these standards for record taking, which we all need to do if we're going to do inter-center comparisons. We have to have records that are taken routinely for treatment planning. If we start to say to teams, you need to take 3D images on every patient that comes in, where we're only going to look at bone graft outcomes with a 3D image, we are increasing the burden of care and the risk of care unnecessarily, and we're going to be excluding centers that don't have that capability. So we've got to design things that are within the reach, not of the most well-funded centers around the country, around the world, but we got to design our record taking that is going to give us the necessary clinical information, but we can simultaneously use that if they're standardized for these types of studies, and that are both cost effective and time effective, and that in fact can be standardized. So here's what I think we're looking at with regard to what I see as a paradigm shift in this whole thing, especially about outcomes, what outcomes are really important. And for those of you who haven't read it, and Bill alluded to it also, their long-term follow-up with the urocleft sample, one of the most impressive things I think that they did at the very end was they did patient satisfaction surveys of all of those patients that were part of the urocleft study. In those patient satisfaction surveys, what they found was that there was no correlation between patient satisfaction and the rating done by professionals of outcome. In other words, centers that were rated the best were associated with some of the poorest patient satisfaction reports. Centers that were rated the very, very worst had wonderful patient satisfaction outcomes or reports. So what's important? What's important is that do we just press on and keep shooting for some gold standard that makes us feel really good about what we do if we've got families and patients who are not satisfied with what we've done for them? So this gets really complicated, and the best that I can do in my own head to try to understand it, when you've got benefit versus burden, and you've got provider-centered outcomes and patient-centered outcomes, how do you mix all of this thing together and make any sense of it? There's a guy in the UK by the name of Carl May who published some really interesting things, but he and his team have come up with what I think is just a wonderful explanation for what our ultimate goal should be. And that is what they call maximally effective, minimally disruptive, comprehensive care. And we can just put our comprehensive cleft care to it. So we've got to be shooting for some stuff that is maximally effective, and however we want to measure that, minimally disruptive. I think that's really, really important. Minimally disruptive, minimal appointments, minimal travel, minimal time off, minimal hospitalizations, minimal surgeries, and to get pull it all together in cleft care. So, look at my balloons now expanding. I love these PowerPoint things. So, this is the one we've been playing with all day, the benefits of care as determined from our perspective, the care provider perspective. And we find that out from our clinical trials, and we find it from our center comparisons, all the stuff we've been talking about. But now look at this, that's just one little piece of this whole thing. And we've spent the whole day talking about it. But this gets even more complicated because to balance that, we've got the burden of care. And now there's a burden of care that we can determine or that we can try to measure from a patient's side of things. But we as providers, there's a burden for us too. It costs us to do this treatment. It's time out of our schedules, time out of our team schedules, our routines. So there is a burden that comes with, on our side of it, that comes with the benefits that we measure. And again, that can be determined by clinical trials and center comparisons. I showed you the one comparison between traditional orthopedics and NAM, and we showed burden of care related to number of appointments. That's just not a burden to the families, that's a burden to us, to our teams, and to our own schedules. So we've got this benefit and burden balance on the provider side, that's us. So that's the balance right there between benefit and burden as viewed from our perspective. However, there's another and probably more important perspective, and that is the exact same thing, but from the point of view of the patients and their parents and the care providers. So they have an idea of what's a benefit. And we haven't even touched on that. And I don't even know. That's how the psychosocial groups are going to have to help us out to determine what's important to parents and what's important to patients. But we as providers need to know that. Now the problem is that along with that, of course, then we've got benefits from both sides of this. And what we need to look for, I think, we need to look for benefits of care that are concordant between a patient and a provider. In other words, so in a simple way of thinking, I think a Gosling yardstick is dental arch relationship is a great thing to look for, benefits. But I need to know parents and patients don't care what Gosling yardstick score their kids have. But there's something they care about, and what I think we need to do is find out what that correlation is. What are the concordant parts to that? What's the parent and patient side of a dental arch relationship benefit? This is fun stuff to think about. I don't have the answers, by the way, so if you're waiting for that, we can go get coffee right now. But so you see where I'm going with this. Now, from the parent and patient side, of course, there's the burden of care, and this is the one, the burden of care, the true burden of care on that side is only possible to report and record from the patients themselves and the parents themselves. We cannot do that for them. That has to come from surveys, from questionnaires. So there's the burden that the family assumes when they go through all of this. How do they feel about appointments? How do they feel about children asking to be more appliances that are distracting to them in school, things like that. And then, of course, is that benefit burden balance from the parent's perspective. So see how this gets real complicated. I think we can sort it out eventually, maybe not in my lifetime, but those of you are all younger than I am, so this is stuff that you can work on. So then there's the total burden of care, and again, trying to find out the concordant parts of burden that are burdens both to families and burdens to patients and care providers. This is, I think, if I was going to predict the future, at least in the United States, this is a big push right now, a great big push. And there's a big swing away from all the stuff that we've for many years have thought is important, now moving in this direction. And I think it's a great move. I see the pendulum swinging way over to that side. And I think ultimately what we need to do is have it swing back to the middle so that we don't just throw out the window Gosling yardsticks and set measurements and so forth. I think they're important, but that we somehow find how that balances with what's important to patients and parents. So I'm not going to talk about this because Bill DeShaw did that. He talked about the scan cleft, and obviously randomized controlled trials are one way to go. But I was pleased to know, I misinterpreted Bill when he said it, but I was pleased to know that what he was saying was that randomized trials, he's talked about all of this, how important are randomized trials to answering these questions? And this is something that I was pleased to hear him say. I'm thinking, geez, I'm kind of hooked onto this intercenter study stuff. I thought he was saying that we got to give it up, but he said it just the way I hoped he would. So, a little cartoon. Here's a randomized controlled trial. We can't all do those. I mean, if you know, I'm sure many of you know what goes into those, and it's not going to happen in my lifetime. I, for many years, thought I'd make. Bill and I wrote a couple grants that never got funded. Thank goodness. But they're major work, and they are a huge speed bump. David Sackett was a guy that wrote some really cool stuff about levels of evidence and so forth, but I thought this was an interesting quote. Some questions about therapy do not require or are not feasible for randomized trials, or cannot wait for the trials to be conducted. From the time a trial starts to the time it's done is years, decade almost. If no randomized trial has been carried out for a patient's predicament, we must follow the trail to the next best external evidence. And I would argue that the next best external evidence is our intercenter studies, that we can accumulate enough information from those to make some decisions. So, here is the strength of evidence viewed another way. I took a picture of myself recently, and obviously randomized controlled trials are really they're the winner in all this stuff. And of course we have trials now with the type of primary repair, the timing of repair, and infant orthopedics. But those beg the question that I asked Bill, and that is, how many people believe these? How many people actually change their behavior because of them? And I think he's correct. Probably very few. But I think the trend is that it will become more important, and that's because healthcare payers are going to be looking at the outcomes of these in terms of what they're willing to reimburse. But we can't do randomized controlled trials on everything. So we can also then just look at what I call the cumulative weight of evidence gathered through collaborative intercenter outcome comparisons. Exactly what we're doing, just keep building that database, keep building that information base. And the picture on the left was me many years ago. More recently, I took a picture of myself for the cumulative weight of evidence. And here we've got things like, for instance, primary bone grafting. How likely is it that we would ever be able to do a randomized controlled trial on primary bone grafting? There's enough accumulated evidence against that there would be no one in the world that would be willing to randomize their patients to a primary bone grafting side and a non-primary bone grafting side. And I think if we continue to look at nasoalveolar molding, latham appliance, a lot of these things, we may be able to accumulate enough evidence that we won't need the randomized trials to be able to draw some decisions. So that's where our blinded intercenter outcome comparisons come into play. And then last but not least, this is my worldview going forward: Americleft, Eurocleft, now we've got India cleft, Japan cleft, Brazil cleft, Australia, New Zealand cleft, Turkey cleft, and all of those can eventually lead to what the world cleft could be. Japan, you've seen all these, India cleft, Turkey cleft, and I'm sorry I took up some of your extra time here, but I wanted to close with, I know you all in Brazil have a program where people can come here for a week or 2 weeks or stay or whatever. I found it very interesting because my grandfather, when he started the clinic, and it was one of the few, it was the only one in the United States, we used to have patients that would come, and we had a residency program where kids would come and stay in Lancaster for anywhere from a few months to even a year, and live and have as many things done as they could, because they couldn't get that care anywhere else. This was a picture from our archives of some young guys that were part of that program that came to live with us. And I always like to close with this because because it's a great reminder as I get older about some very, very, very important things in my life. One of them is that when I go to the bathroom, to make sure that before I come out, I check the fly, because it does happen every now and then, that it just slips right out of the mind. Second thing is, as the gravity takes its toll on me, I need to make sure I keep my belt above my height of contour here, because otherwise it just keeps slipping down like that, as it is right now. And the third thing is, when I pack to go away, my wife always told me this, but just to make sure that my shirts and my socks match before I leave home. So I really appreciate your attention and giving me the opportunity to come back and speak to you a little bit more toward the end here. It's been a pleasure to be here. Thanks so much for inviting me.
Thank you, Dr. Ross.
Comments, questions?
Alguém tem alguma pergunta?
Lots to think about. There's somebody out there that's going to come up with the answer to all of these things. One of you. Okay? Okay. Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Boa tarde, é uma satisfação estar aqui em nome do CADEF. Obrigada a todos da organização do simpósio pelo convite e vamos passar um pouco dos nossos resultados que obtivemos após alguns trabalhos nos últimos tempos. Dentro do processo de avaliação de resultados, nós organizamos hoje para esse simpósio os resultados com referência ao crescimento, né, maxilofacial, pautado nas avaliações do tratamento de pacientes fissurados de lábio e palato unilaterais que nasceram entre 1999 e 2009. Vocês vão me perdoar, esse 9 aí, ele está errado, porque na realidade nós trabalhamos de 99 a 2008. Vocês vão ver um pouco mais adiante. Então, o grande objetivo é avaliar a relação maxilomandibular dos pacientes com fissura de lábio e palato unilaterais, né, completas, operados no CADEF entre 99 e 2008. Todos são do CADEF. Trata-se do Centro de Atenção aos Defeitos da Face do IMIP, situado em Recife. Aqui é um pouco do nosso espaço físico, não tão grande, mas bastante acolhedor e receptivo. Estão convidados. Trabalhamos com uma amostra de 211 pacientes com fissura completa de lábio e palato, unilateral, dos quais obtivemos 422 pares de arcos dentários, em forma de modelos de estudo. O CADEF, ele, na realidade, ele trabalha com fissura desde 2002, enquanto alta complexidade. No entanto, nós temos cirurgiões e alguns profissionais da ortodontia e da fonoaudiologia que já faziam um trabalho dentro do IBIP. Por isso vocês veem esse número tão alto de 935 pacientes, quando a gente tem um cadastro, né, do ano de 2002, porque aí pegamos toda a demanda reprimida. Dentro de uma avaliação de cadastro do CADEF regional, realmente é a região nordeste. Do sul, eu estava até brincando, dizendo que nós temos 2 pacientes de São Paulo, viu, gente? Então, assim, realmente a maior parte dos nossos pacientes ele está dentro do estado de Pernambuco. Ainda atendemos alguns pacientes da Paraíba, Sergipe e Bahia que se destacam. Esse trabalho, ele vem, na realidade, ele foi idealizado após a introdução do Brasil Craft, né, ou as ideias, né, propostas principalmente pelo pessoal do Bauru, com a doutora Teruni e a doutora Jennifer. Trocávamos muitas informações, participávamos de vários eventos e assim, para que a gente tivesse um trabalho organizado, montamos esse projeto, objetivando, lógico, resgatar aqueles trabalhos que tinham sido realizados ao longo desses anos. Demos entrada no comitê em 2011 sobre esse título: Avaliação do crescimento maxilofacial, fala, saúde bucal, aparência e satisfação com fissura, dos pacientes com fissura, né? Que aí ele está ainda com portadores que não usamos mais. Desta forma, para esse trabalho, nós vamos trabalhar com as guidelines da Eurocleft, Eurocram e Bauru com o seu índice Bauru de avaliação. Embora, nesse momento, eu apenas vá apresentar os nossos resultados dos unilaterais. Durante esses anos, a técnica cirúrgica aplicada para as cirurgias primárias era na queloplastia de Milá, ou Folgenbeck com modificação de Braithwaite ou VU, né? E todas eram palatoplastias realizadas em tempo único, a partir dos 9 meses, com 5 cirurgiões envolvidos. As avaliações, elas foram utilizadas através do índice do Five-Year Index, ATAC, né, para os arcos dentários com dentadura adesiva completa ou mista no primeiro período transitório. O Gosson nós usamos e aplicamos no período intertransitório da dentadura mista e transitório, e ainda um pouco aqueles pacientes que tinham uma dentadura adulta jovem, quando a gente considera ainda o canino em início de erupção e não completa a erupção dos segundos molares. A estatística que usamos foi para o grau de concordância ou capa e algumas medidas de tendência central, com esse tipo de intervalo de 95%. A aquisição dos modelos de estudo, elas vieram do arquivo ortodôntico que tínhamos E muitos pacientes foram moldados ao longo desses anos, principalmente relacionados à avaliação do 5-year index, porque no serviço é preconizado após 8 anos a entrada da ortodontia, então ficava essa lacuna do paciente. O período de coleta para essa amostra foi de 4 anos. E a operacionalização, talvez um pouco do que tivemos que fazer, né, para chegarmos aí. Primeiro, lógico, as participações, o incentivo e tudo mais, a elaboração e aprovação do projeto, né, a elaboração do banco de dados, aí é onde realmente foi muito trabalhoso por conta de todo o resgate. Ainda estamos nesse processo em algumas áreas, como radiografias e as avaliações da fonoaudiologia, que nesse momento se encontra em gravação de fala. A participação e o incentivo, lógico, do nosso coordenador, que é uma homenagem a ele, que poderia estar aqui, mas por motivos inadiáveis, infelizmente, ele não pôde estar. Os treinamentos que passamos ao longo desses anos, aqui em Bauru, com a doutora Terumi, doutora Gumba, que sempre nos incentivou através de treinamentos, da aplicação dos índices, né, da formação do Brasil Cleft, da importância de avaliar os resultados para que a gente obtivéssemos um tratamento mais satisfatório para nosso paciente. Aí está uma das fotos primeiras que vemos aqui. Esses são nossos pacientes CADEF, né? São pacientes, aí estão os pacientes com fissura. No entanto, o CADEF atende pacientes com deformidades craniofaciais e N tipos. Hoje, os nossos unilaterais, eles têm uma média de entrada no serviço, dá uma incidência de uns 40 pacientes ano, só os unilaterais. Então, aqui temos alguns resultados da aplicação desses índices. Quando distribuímos a nossa amostra, obtivemos esse número de 133 do sexo masculino, 78 do feminino. As fissuras do lado esquerdo chegou a 137 e do lado direito 74, percentual bastante elevado do lado esquerdo, embora a literatura traga. A idade de avaliação em que os pacientes estavam quando moldados nessa faixa etária entre 3 anos e 8 meses a 10 anos. Um pouco a média desse 3,8 dá mais ou menos uns 4 anos, todos com dentadura decídua completa. Então aí nós temos as primeiras avaliações dessa amostra. Aí é o resultado. Esse verde escuro, você observa, é o nosso resultado dos 422 pares de modelos no 5-year index, com uma média de 2,58. O Gosmo chegou até 2,97. Essas cirurgias, elas todas foram realizadas nesse intervalo de 99 a 2008, com 5 cirurgiões na época do serviço. Claro, observamos que estamos no nível médio de tendência de crescimento e sabíamos aí que precisávamos melhorar. Nossos resultados, hoje fechamos a amostra, mas já faz algum tempo que a gente trabalha com essa amostra E a gente observa que a gente pode melhorar esses resultados. O desafio seria como fazê-lo. Então, mais uma vez, aí é um pouco os modelos seriados que nós temos, aqueles em que moldamos para o família outros e aqueles em que temos já um cosmo numa idade já um pouquinho mais avançada, onde a gente tem já uma visualização melhor dessa tendência de crescimento. Características das cirurgias são as mesmas, né, apenas para a gente observar que, infelizmente, há uma certa piora, né, como traz a literatura, na tendência de crescimento dentro desse segmento de avaliação. Então, partindo do princípio desses resultados, nós começamos a trabalhar tanto no processo de incentivo à formação dos profissionais, como tentar elaborar, como o doutor Costa estava falando, tentar elaborar outros modelos de estudos, né, outras formas de darmos seguimento. Então, a princípio, ficou muito claro para a gente, quando a gente hoje sabe que aquele trabalho, o estudo de casos, na realidade, ele trouxe um resultado. Então, voltamos, né, já existe hoje no trabalho, no serviço Clinical Trials, né, que esse trabalho é a tese do Dr. Rui, né, que trabalha com cirurgias, aparatoplastia por 2 tempos cirúrgicos, e hoje nós já observamos uma tendência bem favorável ao crescimento. Né? Dessa forma, a gente observa com estudos bem preliminares, né? Porque a média de idade dessas crianças é um pouco menor, né? 4 anos é uma coisa, ainda é pouca, mas a gente já começa a observar que no estudo mais controlado nós temos melhores resultados. E outro detalhe, saímos de 5 cirurgiões para 1 cirurgião operando. Né? É outro detalhe que a gente tem hoje como evidência. A gente lê, está na literatura, às vezes a gente está fazendo os trabalhos e, isso é muito bonito, mas quando a gente realmente aplica, a gente vê que não é só porque o Dr. Shaw pesquisou e encontrou, ele falou a realidade, a doutora Sênia, a mesma coisa. Então é isso mesmo. A gente tem, esse cirurgião que tem uma mão treinada, ele precisa ser incentivado para fazer esse trabalho. Hoje é um dos nossos lemas. O que na realidade não é tão fácil dentro de um serviço onde a remuneração é muito pequena para os cirurgiões. Acho até que a gente traz sempre trabalhos, né, resultados disso, daquilo, mas no fundo são as cirurgias primárias que vão interferir de fato. Né? Então, quanto mais essa mão estiver treinada e este profissional for habilidoso, melhor essa cirurgia vai ser realizada. Mais satisfação para as famílias, mais condição de dignidade de vida terá o nosso paciente. Isso não resta dúvida. Dessa forma se torna, claro, um desafio. Não só o que eu falei, a gente ter profissionais nos centros brasileiros que façam esse tipo de trabalho. Mas a própria avaliação multi- e interdisciplinar também não é simples. Nós vivemos isso. Porque não é só, eu trago para vocês o resultado da relação maxilo-mandibular. No entanto, a gente tem outros resultados que não são tão simples como os resultados de fala. Não? Temos poucos profissionais. Acho que não é só o CADEF que tem esse privilégio né? A maioria dos centros brasileiros também, principalmente na área de pesquisa. Além do mais, os poucos insumos para tudo isso. E esse segundo aí, que é o acesso dos pacientes ao serviço, né? Esse acesso, essa palavra, eu acho ela muito ampla. Né? Esse acesso, ele não está só no transporte. Né? Ele está na condição do paciente chegar lá. Né? Então, muitas vezes, existe transporte, mas não existe a condição de conhecimento adequado da família para a importância, porque eles não tiveram acesso a uma educação, a todo tipo de informação. Isso fica muito claro. Toda criança unilateral, eu moldo essa criança, ela passa por mim. Então eu faço uma pequena entrevista com ela, com essa família. E eu pergunto, uma das perguntas é grau de escolaridade, uma coisa tão batida, né? E renda familiar. Nossa renda familiar, às vezes quando chega uma família que eu vejo que ela tem uma certa condição, né? Aí eu digo, por favor, aumente um pouquinho, né? Porque a nossa média é um salário mínimo, não chega às vezes a um salário mínimo. Então, assim, são pacientes que realmente o acesso desse paciente é muito deficiente. Soma-se isso à sua deficiência, isso se torna muito problemático. Bem, como conclusão desse tipo de trabalho apresentado, tem várias conclusões, mas, digamos assim, uma delas é que realmente, nesse estudo, houve um reflexo do crescimento maxilomandibular sendo considerado regular, o que nos alerta muito para futuras cirurgias ortognáticas também, e um preciso tratamento ortodôntico. Né? A doutora Dione fica preocupada mesmo, não é de brincadeira. A importância que a gente tem que dar à organização dos serviços, né? Pautado em protocolos técnicos definidos. E as constantes avaliações. Muito obrigada a vocês. Prazer estar aqui mais uma vez.
Muito obrigada, doutora Edna, e parabéns pelo belíssimo trabalho que a sua equipe tem realizado lá no Nordeste, né? E queremos continuar trabalhando unidos para aumentar ainda mais as nossas parcerias, né, de estudos intercentros no Brasil Craft. Agora eu mesma vou me apresentar, vou apresentar a última palestra de hoje. Tá? Boa tarde a todos. Sei que estão todos cansados, mas eu vou tentar apresentar de uma forma rápida. A doutora Jennifer, infelizmente, ela não pôde estar presente, então eu vou apresentar rapidamente o que ela iria apresentar, que é um pouquinho sobre o que o Brasil Craft está fazendo, mas de uma forma simplificada. Vou apresentar. Meu Deus, conseguir fazer alguma coisa boa, nós temos que estar sempre aprendendo, né? Então, nada acontece sem a gente fazer um esforço extra. E nós tivemos influência de muitos profissionais com uma bagagem, com conhecimento, com consciência, que nos trouxe experiência, conhecimento, né? E para a gente trabalhar de uma forma em busca, né, da qualidade dos resultados. Então, nós temos aqui o Dr. Vilchó, a doutora Cunva, o Dr. Henrique, que trouxeram as primeiras cirurgias do enxerto ósseo. Nessa época, eles ensinaram as primeiras cirurgias com a técnica do Homer Flap também. Depois, a equipe também teve a oportunidade de fazer um intercâmbio, de ir ao centro de Oslo. Depois, também nós tivemos a parceria também da equipe do Eurocleft, do Stancleft, e tivemos a oportunidade de desenvolver juntos várias formas de avaliação, né? Então, estamos constantemente aprendendo e, graças a isso, o centrinho tem crescido. Então, eu vou falar um pouquinho sobre o Brasil Cleft, porque o Brasil Cleft iniciou também por toda a experiência que o Eurocleft, né, o Stancleft, o Americleft, todas as instituições que estão trabalhando, avaliando os resultados, mostraram, né, que é importante, né, seguir fazendo as avaliações. Sem a avaliação interna, nós não conseguimos crescer e melhorar o que nós estamos fazendo. Então, só para vocês conhecerem a nossa linha do tempo, nós começamos a nossa avaliação dentro do centrinho já na década de 90, mas nós realmente começamos a trabalhar no Brasil em 2011, quando foi organizado o simpósio de pós-graduação aqui, trazendo então vários centros brasileiros para pensar, né, todos juntos nessa proposta de estar trabalhando juntos, buscando juntos a melhor forma de tratamento. Então, nós tivemos esse encontro aqui no HRAC em 2011, depois nós tivemos outro encontro em Gramado, no encontro da crânio-maxilofacial. Depois, em 2012, nós tivemos um encontro em Salvador, junto com a Associação Brasileira de Fissuras Labopalatinas. Em 2012, nós tivemos em Recife, quando a doutora Conforcem esteve, né, junto com a equipe do CADEF. E em 2013, nós tivemos uma reunião aqui no Centrinho, né, uma reunião maior, de 13 centros aqui no Centrinho. E depois nós fomos para o congresso, né, do CLEFT de 2013 em Orlando. Então, o primeiro encontro foi em 2011, eu vou passar rapidamente aqui em Gramado, depois em Salvador, no CADEF, em Recife, onde nós já começamos a fazer o treinamento, as avaliações. Em 2013, as equipes da fonoaudiologia, os ortodontistas trouxeram os modelos para iniciarmos alguma coisa em termos de avaliação. Mas nós trabalhamos muito mais em cima de calibração, então avaliando o índice de Gosman, tentando aplicar o índice de bilateral. Então, nesse encontro, os parceiros, né, os centros trouxeram os modelos e começamos a avaliação. Só que nós tivemos 33 pessoas avaliando e é claro que a calibração é pobre quando a gente está iniciando qualquer tipo de processo de avaliação. Então, foi só um start e é claro que tem muitos centros que não têm uma documentação adequada. Então, o que nós temos trabalhado nessas reuniões até agora, a importância de se documentar todos na mesma fase, para que futuramente possamos fazer alguma coisa de estudos comparativos intercentros. Então, existem alguns centros já com essas características e então nós estamos reunindo esses centros que realmente permitem fazer alguma avaliação, né, de resultados intercentros. Depois nós estivemos, né, em Orlando, né, onde tivemos a oportunidade de ver um grande congresso com muitos participantes e bastante novidades. E aqui, em 2013, a equipe reunida avaliando os modelos de bilaterais, de unilaterais, Também tivemos a oportunidade de iniciar as avaliações com os modelos digitais nessa reunião, que a doutora Gunvor discutindo com a doutora Dione, com o cirurgião. Aqui já é a equipe do CADEF avaliando seus modelos. E agora nós estamos numa fase de reflexão. 2014 e 2015, nós temos muitas coisas, muitas tarefas para realizar. O dever de casa. Então, cada centro está trabalhando dentro da sua documentação. Aqui no centrinho, nós vimos a necessidade de realmente o grupo se reunir e trabalhar internamente. Então, estamos trabalhando com o Centrinho Craft, reunindo a equipe médica, a equipe interdisciplinar, melhorando a sistemática da documentação, verificando através de projetos, de alunos que estão no programa da pós-graduação. Isso traz esse espírito crítico de avaliação. Então, nós temos agora a doutora Thelma realizando o seu trabalho de doutorado, avaliando as físturas, as deiscências, tentando criar algum tipo de classificação. Então, nós estamos ainda organizando a casa internamente. Então, nós estamos com reuniões, estamos tentando marcar mensalmente essa reunião da equipe para discutir a proposta de documentação sistemática, mutirões de coletas. Nós começamos com mutirões de coleta dos bilaterais, que deu essa amostra, surtiu, trouxe uma série de trabalhos na fissura bilateral, envolvendo a tese da Rita, da Araci, da Cristiane, dos pós-graduandos também. E agora nós estamos num novo desafio, que é coletar amostras dos 5, 6 anos da fissura unilateral completa. Vou passar um pouquinho. Nós estamos, então, também com a força-tarefa na área de fonoaudiologia. A fonoaudiologia está trabalhando com a gravação, treinando, fazendo um treinamento especializado, também baseado nos moldes do Eurocleft, do Scancleft, e no Brasil Cleft eles estão seguindo, tentando verificar quais são os indicadores de qualidade da fala, a produção de fala, a ressonância, a hipernasalidade. Então, todos esses parâmetros estão sendo avaliados e, vou passar rapidamente, eles estão trabalhando no protocolo de documentação da fala, verificando palavras e frases, os sons da língua, então, fazendo toda a padronização necessária para fazer uma avaliação crítica da fala. Vou passar rapidamente. E a idade para gravação, Então, hoje, só vale se tiver uma documentação gravada, para que uma equipe de juízes possam avaliar simultaneamente o resultado. Então, essa documentação deve ser feita por volta de 5, 6 anos, 10, 11 anos, tentando parear com o que a gente está fazendo em termos de avaliação de crescimento. Então, nós estamos tentando fazer mutirões para documentar na mesma fase. Como será avaliado, o que. E aqui as equipes têm reunido dentro do centrinho. O projeto TOPS tem trazido também alguns parâmetros de como realizar isso, as amostras de referência. Então, dentro da odontologia, dentro da fonoaudiologia, então nós estamos trabalhando, e dentro da cirurgia plástica existem também os cirurgiões que estão fazendo a pós-graduação e avaliando. E nós estamos reunindo, então, a equipe interdisciplinar para que juntos possamos fazer a avaliação, porque os cirurgiões ficam o tempo todo operando, então eles não têm tempo para avaliar os resultados. Então, nós temos que documentar e dar esse feedback para os cirurgiões e trabalhar juntos nessa análise dos resultados, seja do crescimento, seja da fala, seja dos aspectos estéticos, né, do nariz, da aparência nasolabial, da aparência facial. Okay? E essa parte eu vou ter que passar um pouquinho, porque eu não tenho know-how para explicar. Documentar sistematicamente, consecutivamente, de forma padronizada. Então, esse é o que nós temos, né, batido em todo momento. Né? Se não tiver uma boa documentação, nós do Conselho não conseguimos avaliar os nossos próprios resultados para onde queremos caminhar. Tá? Então, estamos agora no momento criando um banco de dados institucional, e isso fará com que tenhamos material para avaliar. Né? Também estamos tentando trabalhar com os parceiros nacionais, alguns centros que já estão bem desenhados, bem consolidados, como CADEF, CAIF de Joinville, CAIF de Curitiba, Joinville, Rio Grande do Sul também. Então, existem centros bem consolidados que nós podemos trabalhar juntos. Né? E agora, né, com tudo que nós estamos aprendendo aqui nesse final de semana, nós podemos fazer, né, está passando uma tempestade na nossa mente e nós não podemos deixar a peteca cair. Eu acho que nós temos que continuar em busca da melhoria. Tá? Então, a meta é monitorar, né, os próprios resultados, né, buscar melhoria e, a partir do monitoramento dos próprios resultados, nós temos que mudar o que precisa ser mudado e a gente pode estar trabalhando na pesquisa para comprovar isso. E eu vou mostrar um pouquinho sobre os resultados de crescimento que nós temos, né, nesses 40 anos. Né, foram vários protocolos utilizados, protocolos cirúrgicos utilizados nesses 40 anos. No início nós tínhamos 10 cirurgiões plásticos, hoje nós temos um pouquinho menos. E é claro que, como o Dr. Bill Shaw disse, existe uma curva de aprendizado, né? Então é importante que tenha esse treinamento, a experiência de anos de trabalho para começar a obter um resultado padronizado. Né? Então, essa fase de curva de aprendizado a gente tem que levar em consideração. Tá? E como todo mundo disse hoje, esse GOS, o olhar de si, utilizando os modelos como ferramenta, permite avaliar o crescimento desses pacientes, vendo a severidade da maloclusão, a severidade da complexidade de se tratar o caso, verificando o prognóstico, o índice 1, que são os melhores resultados, o 5, que são os resultados com discrepâncias maiores, onde nós temos dificuldade de correção. Existem algumas metas para a gente chegar, né, para buscar. Existem alguns trabalhos na literatura que mostram excelentes resultados de crescimento. E é claro que nós não podemos buscar apenas os resultados de crescimento. Nós queremos um tratamento integral. Queremos bom crescimento, uma boa fala e uma boa finalização e uma inserção psicossocial adequada. E existem trabalhos que mostram 85% de índice 1 e 2, que significa quase uma relação oclusal quase que normal, né? 85%, 60% de índice 1 e 2. Então, nós temos que estar sempre buscando os melhores resultados. Quando nós fizemos a primeira avaliação, com sugestão da doutora Mumford, nós começamos avaliando os pacientes da década de 80, final da década de 80 e 90, e esse grupo apresentava o protocolo, eram operados ou pela técnica de espinha ou pela técnica de milar, o lábio, aos 3 a 6 meses, e a palatoplastia pela técnica de von Rubenbeck, de 12 a 18 meses. E como eram os resultados nessa, quando a gente olha as fotografias, alguns casos têm excelentes resultados, outros regulares, outros mais pobres. Mas todo mundo tem bons resultados com todas as técnicas. Então, se vocês observarem essa técnica de espina e von Rubenbeck, eu tenho um resultado satisfatório, né, do crescimento. Se eu pegar outra técnica de milar e von Rubenbeck, também foi operado na época certa, nós não utilizamos nenhum tipo de aparelho de ortopedia pré-cirúrgica, e também tem um crescimento adequado. Se vocês pegarem o resultado desse grupo, né, vocês podem ver aqui, olha, Bauru, nós coletamos 267 pacientes, tá? E nós tivemos um índice oclusal 1 e 2, 34% e 38% de índice 4 e 5. Comparamos também com o grupo de Oslo, né, 60%, avaliamos os modelos de Oslo e de Bauru, e nós observamos 60% de índice 1 e 2, tá? E 18% de índice 4 e 5. Então, nós podemos ver que existe, né, um maior percentual de casos com necessidade de cirurgia ortognática. E é claro que na literatura tem outros centros que têm também um percentual similar, mas essa amostra antiga, então da década de 80, 90, apresentava esse índice. Quando nós observamos, separando por técnicas cirúrgicas, nós observamos aqui, olha, a técnica de Spina e Monogebeck, Pilar Monogebeck, e dois outros protocolos que operavam o palato em 2 estágios. Tá? Aqui é de um cirurgião e de outro cirurgião também, operando lábio e palato mole. E aqui, todos foram operados, essas duas técnicas operadas em um estágio. Então, tem resultados muito similares aqui. Tá? Aqui são poucos pacientes, né, comparados a esses aqui, mas tiveram bons resultados numa fase bem precoce. Eles tinham 5, 6 anos de idade. Tá? Quando a gente observa os cirurgiões que estavam participando, claro, tinham cirurgiões que estavam na fase, né, daquela curva de aprendizado, então tem diferentes índices, né, médios aí do índice de Boston. E isso já foi falado em vários trabalhos, o Dr. Wilson também falou, né, e essa amostra, né, da década de 80, 90, nós tivemos uma avaliação dos pacientes tardiamente, já na dentadura permanente, nós observamos que aqueles que eram 1 e 2, olha, eles mantiveram aqui, né, 100%, 85%. Agora, o que era índice 3, nós percebemos que 48%. Na verdade, aqui é o índice de cirurgia ortognática. Olha, mesmo o índice 3, 52% foram para a cirurgia ortognática. Tiveram tratamento ortodôntico, utilizaram máscara, utilizaram vários aparelhos, né, e mesmo assim foi para a ortognática. O índice 5, nós sabemos que 100% vai para a cirurgia ortognática e o índice 4, 89% tiveram prognóstico para a cirurgia ortognática. Então, essa amostra antiga, a gente vê o grande percentual de índice para a cirurgia ortognática. Tá? Depois, nós tivemos, né, o grupo do Flórida, né, que foi um estudo prospectivo randomizado, também utilizando a mesma técnica de rotina, que era espina, milar, e também a palatoplastia em um estágio. Tá? Só que tinha a época precoce, de 9 a 12 meses, e a época um pouco mais tardia, de 15 a 18 meses. E usando diferentes técnicas, Anomalias e Fissuras, né, essas duas idades, então eram várias variáveis sendo avaliadas. Então, também olhando, né, os casos, a gente tem casos bem reabilitados, né, mas nós temos que ver a estatística de todo esse grupo. Aqui é o grupo Espina, Urlo. Nós sabemos que tem outras variáveis envolvidas, além da técnica cirúrgica, como a amplitude da fissura, o que pode acontecer no pós-operatório, tá? Mas casos bons a gente encontra em todos os protocolos cirúrgicos. Tá? Então, resultados satisfatórios. Tá? E foram 462 pacientes avaliados, na realidade era uma amostra maior, mas a gente vai coletando a amostra e reduziu a 462. E nós podemos observar aqui, olha, o grupo apresentou essa distribuição dos índices oclusais. Então, eu tenho uma distribuição similar aqui do índice 2, né, e do 4, o maior índice é 3, e a média era 3,1, né, a média de todo o grupo aqui. E quando nós comparamos a técnica de milar e espina, não deu diferença estatística. Tá? Então,
comportamento do gráfico é muito similar. Da mesma forma, quando comparou a técnica da palatoplastia, também estatisticamente não deu diferença. A idade precoce e a idade tardia também dá para ver pelo gráfico que não tem muita diferença. Então, tanto a técnica de Spina, Mimar, von Rebeck ou Furgo, idade precoce e idade tardia, não teve diferença nenhuma. E como a gente tinha observado naquela avaliação anterior, quando foi avaliado também a diferença entre os cirurgiões, né? Vocês podem ver um número muito parecido, né? Nós tivemos os 3 cirurgiões estatisticamente sem diferença e apenas um cirurgião que teve um índice um pouquinho diferente, né? Que foi estatisticamente significante. Então, a literatura fala que pode realmente existir, né? Além da técnica, existe o fator, a habilidade do cirurgião envolvido. Tá? Então, a distribuição dos índices, né? 1 e 2, 3, 4 e 5, pode realmente variar, mesmo usando a mesma técnica, né? Existir variações, como o Camille Shaw e o Dr. Roswell falou hoje. E aqui nós avaliamos aquela amostra, né, que era operada em 2 estágios da palatoplastia, tá? O protocolo similar ao de Gotemburgo. Tá? Era uma amostra de 42 pacientes. Essa amostra foi avaliada pela Cristiane, né, na sua dissertação de mestrado, e ela chegou à conclusão, olha, né, avaliando 42 pacientes, aqui a distribuição do índice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, quando soma 1 e 2, 3, 4, 5, olha, 61%, né, quase 62% de índice 1 e 2. É diferente do grupo que foi operado da palatoplastia em um estágio. Tá? Essa amostra eram de 2 cirurgiões, tá? Um cirurgião operava mais tardiamente o palato, o outro operava mais precocemente. E quando a gente avaliou os pacientes que foram operados até 36 meses e depois de 36 meses, geralmente a literatura mostra resultados melhores nas palatoplastias mais tardias. Mas nessa amostra a gente observou resultados melhores naqueles operados do palato duro até 36 meses. Tá? E o cirurgião que operava mais precocemente, então teve um resultado melhor do que o cirurgião 2 que operava mais tardiamente. Tá? Mas mesmo assim, o percentual aqui de índice 1 e 2, tá? Em relação ao 4 e 5, né? Era melhor do que os operados em estágio. Comparando antes, na fase da dentadura decídua e mista precoce e da dentadura permanente, a gente observa que aumenta o percentual de índice 4 e 5, mas o índice 1 e 2 aqui, olha, aumentou depois do tratamento ortodôntico. Tá? Ok? Então, mostrando aqui um dos casos reabilitados por essa técnica, tá? Até a fase adulta, né? Um bom crescimento, né? Um bom padrão estético. E o outro grupo que foi operado também em 2 estágios da palatoplastia, tá? Um cirurgião que operou, né, uma técnica similar à de Oslo, só que a técnica para reparo da asa nasal era um pouquinho diferente da de Oslo, mas o lábio, o palato duro, né, e com retalho de vômito. Tá? Depois, o palato mole com de 12 a 18 meses. E aqui vocês podem ver, olha, tá? Comparando com a amostra de Oslo, né, numa fase precoce apresentou um resultado bastante satisfatório. Índice 1 e 2, 3, tinha índice 4, mas não tinha índice 5 nessa amostra, né, na fase precoce. Depois nós avaliamos agora essa amostra, essa mesma amostra numa fase mais tardia, né, observando fotografias, tá, e modelos. Então, nós observamos os modelos na fase da dentadura permanente, olha, antes era 65%, diminuiu aqui, e aumentou aqui. Ó, tá? Então, nós temos o maior índice 4 e 5, que é uma tendência natural, né, observar com o crescimento uma piora, mas ainda assim um índice bom. Né? Então, é uma palatoplastia em 2 estágios também. Pela fotografia, nós temos aqui a diferença com o modelo, porque são fases distintas. Tá? Então, nós tivemos também um aumento dos índices 4 e 5, mas apresentando um crescimento bom. Tá? Okay? Então, o exemplo de um paciente operado com essa técnica, né? Paciente padrão 2, um crescimento maxilar aceitável, né? Mas uma relação interarcos satisfatória. Uma outra paciente, na fase adulta, foi também tratada sem cirurgia ortognática e chegou, né, realizou um enxerto também, e grande parte dos pacientes nessas 2 amostras tem crescido até a fase da dentadura permanente bem. Então, a gente tem que acompanhar para ver o que está acontecendo. Então, nós acompanhamos um grupo que foi operado em 1 estágio e nós estamos acompanhando o grupo que foi operado em 2 estágios e vendo o resultado na fase da dentadura permanente. Então, avaliar, né, é importante. Então, quando a gente coloca num gráfico todos juntos, a gente vê, olha, todos que foram operados em 1 estágio, a gente está vendo um comportamento similar. Todos essas 2 amostras que foram operadas em 2 estágios, a gente está vendo um maior índice em 2 na fase precoce e agora a gente observou na dentadura permanente quando já está finalizando o tratamento. Já com a ortognática, a gente avaliou até antes da ortognática, mas já finalizando com a ortognática. Então, isso tem feito eu pensar que existe uma tendência daqueles que foram operados em 2 estágios apresentar melhores resultados. Então, por isso que eu tenho questionado os outros centros que estão fazendo. Né? Agora, o Dr. Bill hoje mostrou que não deu diferença lá. Tá? O CADEF está realizando, também não está vendo diferença em 1 estágio e 2 estágios. Então, é claro que aqui nós tivemos muitos 10 cirurgiões envolvidos, aqui nós tivemos 4 cirurgiões envolvidos, tá? Aqui 2 cirurgiões e aqui 1 cirurgião apenas. Então, isso é o diferencial, talvez. Mas, como a literatura tem mostrado, se vocês observarem, tem uma avalanche de referência bibliográfica com two-stage palatoplastia. Tá? Então, nós temos que estar acompanhando e vendo os nossos resultados. Então, eu estou sinalizando o que nós estamos vendo. Tá? Então, agora nós estamos com uma amostra já operada desde 2009, que está completando 5 anos e nós estamos moldando para ver o resultado dos unilaterais operados com essa técnica, lábio, palato duro e depois o palato nobre. Então, lábio e palato duro com o retalho de Gombrich. Tá? E nós só começamos a técnica similar à de Gotemburgo porque os resultados de fala nessa amostra não eram muito bons. E nós estávamos esperando esse resultado do Bill Shaw, né, do Scancleft, que eles já estavam fazendo, essa avaliação estava quase para completar 5 anos os pacientes, e surpreendentemente não deu diferença, né, o resultado. Então, okay? Então nós estamos numa fase de reflexão para mudança, né, e para ver o que nós vamos estar realizando. Tá? Também nós estamos avaliando a parte estética, né, com base nos estudos do Eurocleft, agora tem a referência do Americleft. Na época nós tentamos elaborar alguma coisa similar ao que era do Eurocleft e avaliamos, né, dando os scores, vendo o padrão, né, do Eurocleft. E nós observamos os seguintes resultados, né? Avaliando também o perfil desses pacientes, se tinha uma convexidade, se era convexo, se era perfil reto, se era côncavo ou muito côncavo também. E nós observamos, né, naquela amostra operada em 2 estágios, não, essa é a amostra operada em 1 estágio, estágio, tá? O índice 1 e 2, né? Dos diferentes fatores avaliados aqui. Tá? Geralmente, a avaliação nasal, né? Sempre tem uma... E aqui é da amostra, né? do Palmer Flat e a palatoflaxia em 2 estágios, tá? Apresentando bons resultados também estéticos, né? Tanto do perfil, né? Do lábio, da cicatriz, da estética frontonasal, da estética subnasal, tá? E a média, né, dos scores dos índices eram mais ou menos em torno de 2, né? Não chegava a 3. Tá? Então essa era a média de tudo. Então, nos unilaterais, é importante a gente estar avaliando os resultados, né, para chegar à fase adulta, né, com satisfação, né, oferecendo qualidade dos resultados. E nos bilaterais, vou mostrar rapidamente, olha, é importante também estar avaliando, né, nós temos utilizado o índice melhorado, nós desenvolvemos o índice de Bauru, mas depois nós, junto com a equipe do Eurocleft, desenvolvemos, né, uma ferramenta melhorada, né, para avaliação. Avaliamos quase 900 modelos, né, junto com a equipe, e desenvolvemos, né, esse índice de bilateral. Tá? Esse índice de bilateral era por avaliação por meio de modelos, e aqui nós temos um painel fotográfico, né, dos modelos fotografados. Agora nós pegamos esses modelos e tentamos digitalizar os modelos, tá? E transformamos esse modelo digitalizado num modelo de índice virtual, né? Digital ou virtual. Então, para cada um, nós temos então uma forma, até para ensinar, né, quando a gente vai fazer algum estudo intercentros, nós podemos estar avaliando quais as características, né, do índice 1, quais as características do índice 2. Então, a gente consegue ensinar alunos, ensinar quem está aprendendo. Né? Então, é uma ferramenta para que eles possam ver quais as características encontradas, como se a gente estivesse manipulando o modelo. Demora mais, para quem é experiente talvez não precise, mas para quem está aprendendo, é uma forma de aprender, né? E isso a gente quer, de alguma forma, disponibilizar para que todos os centros possam utilizar para avaliar os seus protocolos dos pacientes bilaterais. Tá? Então, tanto o índice 1, 2, 3, então nós temos... Eu vou passar rapidamente, porque praticamente todos eles, né, mostram de uma forma tridimensional. Né? A gente vê a vista frontal, lateral, né, direita, esquerda, oclusal, para ver como que está a forma do arco, a profundidade do arco. E esses modelos são passíveis de realizar mensurações, né, para fazer comparações entre antes e depois de cada procedimento. Nós estamos agora realizando as medidas em modelos de bebês também, né, nessa técnica que nós mudamos. Então, são bebês, estamos comparando os bebês que foram operados em um estágio da palatoplastia e os que foram operados em 2 estágios. E aí nós temos o de 9 anos, né, e também a de 12 anos. Né? Então, nós estamos avaliando em 3 fases distintas. 6 anos, que é na dentadura decídua ou mista precoce, e na dentadura mista mais tardia, tá? E na dentadura permanente aos 12 anos. Nessa fase, os pacientes já receberam enxerto ósseo, já realizaram boa parte do tratamento ortodôntico, então o índice 1 e 2 foi agrupado num único grupo. Então, como uma ferramenta, né, para que todos possam utilizar para avaliar os resultados. Eu gostaria de... facilidade do modelo digital é que a gente pode carregar facilmente, né, e a forma de acomodar é econômica, né, e também permite, então, fazer estudos intercentros de uma forma mais fácil, né, de uma forma digital. Tá? Então, a completa reabilitação depende, né, da performance, né, da equipe interdisciplinar, né, a atuação interdisciplinar. Então, é importante acompanhar toda a fase do tratamento, né, longitudinalmente, avaliando os resultados, né, vendo até a finalização do crescimento. Tá? E o mais importante, né, a nossa missão é oferecer a melhor reabilitação, a qualidade de vida. Então, quando a gente vê uma pessoa que era paciente, se formando, se realizando pessoalmente, se integrando na sociedade e hoje tratando dos nossos pacientes. Então, nós temos o maior orgulho de ter, né, esses pacientes que são hoje colegas de trabalho, que trabalham conosco, né, e vão estar tratando, né, dos pacientes, estendendo os conhecimentos para melhorar a qualidade dos atendimentos. Então, essa é a nossa missão, né, e eu gostaria de terminar minha apresentação aqui. Muito obrigada a todos. Né, quero agradecer a professora Daniela pela grande organização, né? Ela realizou tudo com muita maestria e ela tem sido uma parceira muito grande e tem trazido um desenvolvimento muito grande dentro da nossa equipe do Centrinho. Muito obrigada, Daniela. Obrigada, Dr. Ross. E obrigada a todos que ficaram até agora.
Eu acho que é o evento, o Centrinho tem que agradecer a você, tendo a sua diligência sempre, né, com o hospital, preocupado não só com a sua área, mas, né, com todo o protocolo, unindo os profissionais de diversas especialidades, né, e então a gente aqui agradece. Bom, para finalizar, porque está na hora mais do que na hora do nosso happy hour, não happy night, né? Eu gostaria só de ler a comissão de avaliação. Ela fez uma lista de menções honrosas para os painéis que foram apresentados e então a gente gostaria, eles foram divididos por áreas, e também de acordo com o tamanho, foram agrupados algumas áreas, mas eu queria ler para vocês aqui o resultado dos trabalhos premiados. Então, o primeiro da área de fonoaudiologia foi para a aluna Rafaele Riga Scamagnani. O trabalho é correlação entre a classificação global perceptivo auditivo da competência velofaríngea e a área velofaríngea e a influência do background linguístico do ouvinte. A apresentadora Patrícia Ribeiro Matar Damianci, com o trabalho Prevalência de Intercorrências Pós-Operatórias Tardias em Cirurgias para a Reparação de Anomalias Craniofaciais, da área da enfermagem. A apresentadora Thelma Vidotto de Souza Brosco, com o trabalho Fístula de Palato e suas implicações na fissura labiopalatina em um estudo clínico randomizado. Na área de humanidades, a apresentadora Maria Inês Gandar Graciano, o trabalho A Rede Nacional de Associação de Pais e Pessoas com Fissura Labiopalatina, Rede Profis e suas ações. Na área da odontologia, foram contemplados 3 trabalhos e eu digo que a comissão teve suou para poder liberar, porque houveram muitos bons trabalhos, né? Mas menção honrosa vai para a apresentadora Luísa Reste Calil, com o trabalho Comparação dos efeitos dendroesqueléticos da expansão rápida, convencional e diferencial da maxila em pacientes com fissura lábio-palatina completa e bilateral, análise de modelos digitais. Na odontologia também foi premiada Viviane Mendes Fernandes, com o trabalho Adaptações de moldeiras para bebês com fissura lábio-palatina. E, finalmente, Camila da Silveira Massaro, com o trabalho Morfologia óssea mesial distal de caninos superiores movimentados através da fissura alveolar enxertada, avaliação tomográfica. Então, parabéns a todos e muito obrigada, né, pela presença de vocês. Espero que a gente tenha bons frutos desse intercâmbio. Dr. Rose Long, thank you again for your presence here in the first line of the day, all of the afternoon, and we